Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, April 26, 2022. Hakan Squalum Quist Collective, Squamish Aweme. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. I am Councillor Doug Race, acting mayor this month, and as such, I will be chairing this meeting. And I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor French, second Councillor Anderson. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we have a busy day today, and I'll start right away by turning this over to Mr. Picketts to introduce item 3, moving beyond the car presentation. Go ahead, Mr. Picketts.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure today to introduce our delegation to council, Angela Chow, Fiona Coe, Jasmine Sangera, and Selena Rulland. They are presenting their final project that they created as part of their UBC Senior Planning Studio class. They submitted the report in April and presented this work to downtown Vancouver to their peers in early April as well. We really appreciate their willingness to present this work to the Committee of the Whole. Thank you. And without further ado, I will hand it over to the students.
Hi there. I just need to get sharing privileges. Perfect. Okay. So I'm hoping it's saying that you can all see my screen, so I'm hoping that's the case. Well, thank you so much for having us this morning. My name is Selena Rulland, and I'll be presenting today with my classmate Fiona Coe, and we'll be—
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt for a minute. I'm sorry, we're getting an echo from the speaker. So can you just hold on for a minute, please? And I apologize for these difficulties we're having this morning.
No worries.
But we want to get rid of the echo.
Students at UBC's School of Community Regional Planning in Vancouver. My name is Selena Rulland. I'll be presenting today with my classmate Fiona Coe on behalf of our team, as Ian introduced, Angela Chow and Jasmine Sangera. So Moving Beyond the Car has been a 7-month partnership with district staff, exploring strategies for reducing car dependency in Squamish and shifting towards more sustainable modes of transportation. But why now and why in Squamish? So as you know, and you probably see around you, Squamish is one of the fastest growing communities in BC. And specifically, the 2021 census showed that Squamish's population grew by 22.2% since 2016. And simultaneously, we are also experiencing a climate crisis. In 2019, the district declared a climate emergency, and in 2020 developed the Community Climate Action Plan, which we'll refer to as CCAP in this presentation. The plan identified that 53% of community greenhouse gas emissions could be attributed to transportation fuels, and that number didn't include visitor numbers. So given Squamish's unique context as a mid-sized community with a very strong recreation focus, our team knew that we needed to take a very tailored approach to this research project. We first define car dependency as a spectrum. So there isn't a universal reason why someone chooses to drive over other modes, but we do know that car enabling infrastructure does play a large role. And so Squamish is what we would refer to as a car-first community. So that's where cars are the most attractive mode of transportation, but there are conscious efforts being made to shift towards alternative modes. And our goal is to obviously move beyond the car, but we are aware that these changes don't happen overnight, and we do need to consider the equity implications of removing cars altogether or proposing to remove them. So our recommendations today are for a car-last community, so that's where driving becomes the least attractive option. Our team took a mixed methods approach to our research, compiling and analyzing 20 case studies nationally and internationally. And then using a set of guiding principles, we combined our case study analysis with an extensive review of the district's existing bylaws and policies, as well as academic literature to identify 10 best practice models. And then these were evaluated using a set of feasibility criteria that ultimately refined our direction. And so our case study analysis and literature review revealed that one of the best practices in transportation planning is actually parking management. So if done right, parking management can be one of the most cost-effective strategies for reducing car dependency and for achieving social, economic, and environmental goals. And one well-known strategy is parking pricing, which many of us know from visiting surrounding communities. It's not necessarily a new or innovative strategy, and it's something the district staff has been looking at options over the past several years. This is indicated in the 2016 to 2020 parking strategy, which is now outdated, but also the district's OCP and the CCAP, so the Community Climate Action Plan. Specifically, one action of the CCAP's big move to shift beyond the car is to develop and implement a strategy to price parking along parts of the core transit network and provide adequate enforcement in order to incent mode shift. And so what we've learned from many parking experts is that there isn't really such thing as truly free parking. So when users don't directly pay according to the proportion that they use parking, as they do other goods and services, the costs associated with providing free parking are then absorbed by the local government and indirectly by its taxpayers, which includes cyclists, pedestrians, and transit users who aren't necessarily consuming that parking. So to get a better understanding of how parking management can play it on the ground, our team expanded our initial case study research, and we reached out to a few communities with similar demographics and economies, such as Penticton, BC. We'll start there. So Penticton is a mid-sized community located in Okanagan, well known for its agritourism and outdoor recreation. And in February of this year, our team was in correspondence with Penticton's Director of Development Services, who provided insight into some of the lessons learned for them in implementing paid parking in Penticton. So similar to Squamish, Penticton historically had free on-street parking in its downtown. And Penticton's goal was to help entice more downtown shoppers due to smaller businesses competing with the mall and the bigger box stores where free parking was also offered. But they found that the strategy ended up being difficult to administer because bylaw officers had to chalk tires and monitor vehicles that were overstaying their 2-hour max time limit. And from their city staff perspective, parking is a very valuable taxpayer-owned asset, and that giving it away for free, whether it was downtown or elsewhere in Penticton, is not a good management of that asset. So as a result, Penticton adopted a parking plan in 2012 and expanded their paid parking program downtown in 2021. And one important aspect that of parking management that was reiterated by Penticton is the need to truly understand the trade-offs of not charging for parking. So, for example, Penticton estimated that paid parking, when fully implemented just in their downtown, was a $1 million a year revenue source, which roughly equates to a 3% tax increase, or a $1 million subsidy for the downtown businesses. So when you look at it from this perspective, charging people for the amount of parking they directly consume is a much more palatable and equitable strategy. And Penticton also highlighted the importance of being able to use the revenue generated from parking to reinvest back into the community. So, for example, Penticton's paid program helps fund their initiatives related to downtown safety and vibrancy.
Oh, sorry, just taking it over. So our second case study was Canmore, Alberta. So just a province over the smaller town of Canmore, Alberta. It has a recreation and tourist-based economy. In 2018, its integrated parking management plan found that finding space in the town center during peak periods was a huge challenge. There was a heavy congestion during tourist seasons and special events. So not wanting to build a parkade, the town sought to have better management of existing facilities by responding to demands and incorporating a more holistic approach. So paid parking was approved for implementation on October 5th, 2021, and is set to start in June 2022. This includes paid parking 7 days a week in the town center with rates that vary by peak or low seasons. Free parking is available just outside the periphery of the town center, about 5 minutes out, as indicated by the box on the screen. And designated residential areas are reserved for Canmore resident parking permit holders, and accessible stalls and loading zones remain free. In our discussion with Canmore's manager of the engineering department, they emphasized that in addition to parking management, the town has also made tremendous progress in implementing fare-free transit, bike parking, and complete street improvements, including several kilometers of new mixed-use pathways and separate bicycle pathways. And that it's this combination of tactics that will help Canmore achieve the goals in their community climate action plan. Our third case study is Blue Mountains, New South Wales. It's a little bit further from home, but Blue Mountains is about 90 minutes west from Sydney, Australia, and has a very similar adventure-based economy. So in noticing the competing demand for parking between commuters, employees, shoppers, and visitors, they plan to transition from free parking throughout to paid parking facilities, specifically at tourist spots. And this plan has been approved by their council already. It focuses on introducing paid parking in what is called a parking precinct that are focused around high visit areas. So in these precincts, tourists can pay for parking at card-only meters. This generates revenue that Blue Mountains uses to directly reinvest into active and public transport. Additionally, for businesses, there is a big problem with employees parking in the downtown and taking up all the space for tourists or other visitors. So they have, in their plan, employees can pay to park in the middle of the precinct or park just outside, which is a 5-minute walk out of the precinct, along a very well-lit path directly to the center. Residents also pay every 2 years for a resident permit to park on the street in residential areas within the precinct. So in our discussion with their senior transport engineer and program lead of transport and infrastructure, they emphasized how crucial it was to more efficiently manage parking facilities, especially in disincentivizing car use and meeting sustainability goals. So with all this information, we catered our approach based on this literature review, the case studies, and the discussions with these communities. And as we mentioned before, car dependency can't happen overnight, and our recommendations come in the form of an incremental approach. So this approach consists of 3 strategies that encompass 12 recommendations. The first is to develop and implement a phased parking strategy. We realize that does not mean getting rid of all parking, but just removing what's not needed and making much better use of what is. So we recommend bolstering enforcement to start and introducing price parking to collect revenue to directly reinvest back into Squamish, particularly for active transportation and transit. Also introducing permitting and flex loading zones to allow spaces to be used for different purposes at different times, and changing parking requirements so that we don't add to the parking supply. Next would be to implement transitional strategies in concurrence with this parking reform, such as adding more car sharing to reduce private car ownership, providing free transit for those 18 and under to further build that transit culture early on, as well as adding signage at regional transit stops to show Squamish's connection to other urban areas. And finally, designing for what Selena mentioned as a car last community. We started with envisioning these designs in the downtown core. So we recognize that we can't recommend Squamish take a step back from cars without providing alternative modes of travel and also safe ways of doing so. So expanding the bike network is a crucial step in moving beyond car dependency. So for example, here's Victoria Street and 3rd Ave right now for cars. And here it is imagined for beyond the car. It includes pedestrian scale lighting, separate bike lanes that are all safe for all ages and abilities. Larger active transportation corridors should also be part of this active travel network so that public spaces and destinations can be accessed without driving. So here's a Loggers Lane, car-ridden, and here it is envisioned with larger sidewalks, micromobility parking, separate bike lanes, seating, and a bioswale. A gradual move to car-free would be to introduce car-free blocks. This is a smaller, more digestible unit designed to encourage this paradigm shift to give space back to pedestrians. So here's Victoria Street in Cleveland near the farmers market. And here it is, car-free, just the block, featuring street furnishings, raised pavement flush to curb, and planters to prohibit private vehicle access, but still allow emergency vehicle access. So we recognize that balancing these strategies and active travel alternatives will take a lot of time, but incrementally doing so builds this mindset that will dissolve the current car-dependent culture, but also reduce transportation emissions to keep Squamish on track with the CCAP so that everyone can live active, healthy lives. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time this morning. We will pass it back to Ian for further remarks.
Thank you so much. Oh, we'll just take a minute and adjust the echo. Is that better? No, sorry, just in council, we have an echo.
Can you hear us online?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay. We got a bit of an echo, but I'm going to try to persevere because it doesn't seem to be going away. It's super distracting. I don't think I can do it. We're going to test the echo and we're going to test if people can hear us at home.
That's very clear.
That's good.
Yes, good.
Karen, can you hear this?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, we can't hear you, but we have no echo here. So we'll figure out how to hear you when it's appropriate. But I see that you're saying yes. So I'm going to go ahead now with my question that So thank you to everybody involved in the project. The report was enlightening. I'm curious, the case studies, how many of those? I'm familiar with. I've spent quite a bit of time through Penticton, but I haven't been to Canmore, and I haven't yet made it my way to Australia for that other case study. But I'm curious about sort of, I guess there's not another way to say it, that bedroom community factor that we do have in our community. So it's not just getting around Squamish. There's mobility daily out of the community for work, which seems to necessitate in some way more vehicles. So I'm curious if those case studies were selected with that portion in mind, or how that was accounted for in the process. And I guess actually, I'll add a layer before I get a response. Similarly, the downtown, the density of residential density in that area, which I don't think Canmore has. Penticton's been changing, but I'm just curious how those two factors were accounted for.
Are you able to hear me okay? Yeah, okay, great. So actually in our discussion with Blue Mountains, I asked that question directly, saying there's a lot of people who commute from, excuse me, from Sydney out to Blue Mountains, and they actually have a commuter train. They have two trains, one's express and one's non-express. And they're very, very helpful in terms of going in and out of the area for tourist and commuting reasons. I think for what the senior transport engineer really emphasized was she really, really wanted to build stronger connections regionally with Sydney. So despite there being a train that goes directly to Sydney Central, there's much more work to be done to make this commuting a lot more frequent. And that's what she's emphasizing and advocating for. I think we also know that District Squamish is working with BC Transit already, and we didn't really want to add on to that idea.
Thank you. And the second part of the question was residential density in the adjacent areas to the paid parking. Just if there were similarities there in the case studies.
So I think what's unique about Squamish and what we learned in our site visit in October is that Squamish is unique in that the downtown, at least, is located on a floodplain. So the density there, you're not able to build below grade parking or as much below grade parking. It's not as financially feasible. I mean, you can do it, but you have a huge pumping system. And so I wouldn't say that came up in other case studies and that they have that barrier. I do know Penticton is similar to Squamish in that it does have that downtown mix of, single family a couple blocks away from, the main streets, but not as much. I know that they do have a bit more multifamily developments going up there, and they have a resident only permit program similar to Canmore, and that really helps. I mean, it seems almost counterintuitive of reducing car dependency is that you're giving residents access to free parking, but it is a great transitional strategy and making it, a lot more friendly, especially in tourist, where tourism causes like an influx in changes in parking, especially in summer. So yeah, I wouldn't say that there were any case studies that we came across that could, that were so similar to Squamish. Squamish is very unique, and that, that barrier to actually building below grade parking is unique to Squamish. And so you have a lot of surface parking, or you have a lot of overflow parking. And so you actually see the parking issues more than you would in other places because you can't hide it underground. So great question. But yeah, Squamish seemed to be a very, very unique case and hard to find a place that replicated all of those.
Thank you. I guess to further add to the uniqueness, we've got a deep sea port that requires a fair amount of truck traffic to come through town. And one of the streets highlighted was Loggers Lane. And I was just curious how I like the imagery, but I'm just curious how that truck route and active transportation sort of coexisting versus sort of separating them apart. Like how, yeah, what are the thoughts on that particular aspect of that corridor?
Yeah, so in the report, you'll see that that specific recommendation is a long-term recommendation because we do understand that logging road is essential to building that oceanfront property there. But if we are thinking about, we have density along that along Loggers Lane, and now the other, waterfront landing property, that eventually over time, I think that Loggers Lane would need to transition away from, it's just not safe to have logging trucks. Even when we went and did a walking tour of downtown, we couldn't walk along that street. And so that's not very safe for those residential areas that are popping up along Loggers Lane, as well as for the proposed pedestrian bridge that will be going over and crossing over Loggers Lane. So we do see that it's a very aspirational, recommendation to turn that specific road into an active transportation corridor. And it's probably hard to imagine right now, but it definitely is something longer term, and that would be built out after the oceanfront property is kind of built up, because we do know that that's an essential route.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner, followed by Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair, to our delegates, this was an amazing report and a fantastic presentation. I'm not sure you were able to hear Mr. Pickett's when he spoke after your presentation. I think there was an audio issue, but the professionalism and formatting of this report was exceptional. So thank you for your work on this, as well as the depth of research. I really appreciated the comparison to other communities, as well as a literature review. So thank you for all of that context. My first question is around considering accessibility in a car-last community. So often one of the first things that we hear about as we try to make it more difficult to move around by vehicle is that there's a risk of leaving people behind, especially those with mobility challenges. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to some of the recommendations in your report and some of the best practices that emerged around ensuring that you continue to support accessibility for everyone as you move away from the vehicle.
Absolutely. That is a very great question. And it is something that why we considered having a car last approach, because there are people who still rely on their vehicle as their, primary mode, and that their, alternate options as it currently stands is that it might not be as reliable to take other modes. But what we do find, and not necessarily in the other case studies, but just in transportation planning in general, is that moving towards more pedestrian-oriented types of streetscapes is actually more accessible for people who use mobility aids, for example. We do understand, though, that there's that aspirational side where you're looking at a future where there isn't cars, and that realistically, and you will still require those cars, and you do need tradespeople who have vehicles as well, and families who have multiple children, and so one of our recommendations as well is to have an accessible permitting program. So similar to how people with mobility barriers can get a Spark through Spark BC, they get a accessible permit, that would continue. And so the requirements we aren't necessarily recommending that you would remove any requirements for accessible parking spaces, and that would be a priority, and that especially in like a car-free block, that the accessible parking is close to that, so that you're not, we still provided accessible parking, but it's a 10-minute roll away from the destination. So it's definitely about taking it in steps and adding the alternate mode. So making transit more frequent, more efficient, so that everyone can switch to more sustainable modes, but that, again, pedestrian oriented street design is actually more accessible for people than trying to wheel or use your crutches or walker across the street that was designed for cars, because it is, you know, even just looking at a sidewalk without a buffer on it, the safety of that for children, but also people who may take up, you know, a wider space on a street, whether it be a stroller or a wheelchair. So accessibility is totally an important aspect of all of this, and definitely something that would need to be considered in anything going forward.
Thank you for that. And then my other question was about your report starts to touch on changing the requirements for new developments and parking minimums and maximums. And I'm just curious, my understanding and reading of the challenges and tension between parking minimums is that moving away from that, you need to have a number of other things in place before that can really be successful. In particular, some of the enforcement and effective costing of parking in public spaces. Your report speaks to education before enforcement, and I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to what you envision needs to happen in the education space before we move towards enforcement of parking strategies.
We are just we are offline trying to figure out who wants to answer this, because there's a lot of us and we all have answers to this question. So parking. So that's another aspect of our report, is that our recommendations all they're incremental, and that they have a time frame attached to them, and that something like parking minimums and maximums, that's actually removing parking minimums and then actually introducing maximums as a best practice that's being done. I mean, UBC has removed parking minimums. I know, very different context, a university in Vancouver, very different, but we do know that in the context of Squamish that there has been some moves towards reducing parking requirements in some newer developments, and that's actually causing more issues because people, they have their kayak and it's in their garage, and then they park on the street instead of in their driveway or in their garages. And so just having a technical issue. You can still hear me, correct? Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, so those types of recommendations are best practices in other cities where, they have had paid parking, or they have a different culture where, say in Europe, for example, people have been biking and using alternative modes for a longer time. So you're right, they do need to be introduced all together, kind of in concurrence with each other. But we do know that changing parking requirements would be probably a longer term goal, just because it's already going to be touchy just charging for parking on city property. But we do think that it's the parking standards are generally, they come from the ITE's engineering standards. And there have been critiques on that actually being a proper standard, and that has actually led to oversupply of parking, and that this adds to the cycle of car dependency, because you have an excess of parking, or you're requiring even single family to everyone has a garage, or everyone has to have space for a car, and that obviously is going to add to a culture where cars are required. So I think that recommendation was in our report as a longer term. We didn't go too in depth, just because we do know that it's something longer term, and then probably by the time that it gets implemented, there might be a new best practice in parking management. But great question, thank you.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Pettengill, followed by Councillor Anderson, Mayor Elliott, and I'll put myself on the list and go back to Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Really appreciated the report, and it aligned with a lot of the research that I've been reading. The one thing I wanted to make sure I understood, it did speak about a surplus of parking downtown. And it looked like the measurements were done around midnight. So my interpretation or understanding of that is the idea is when residents are home, when they're most likely to be using the quote unquote, I guess the subsidized parking on the street. So quote unquote free, it's actually subsidized parking on the street. That sort of tells you what the residents are using up in terms of that parking downtown. And we don't see a problem at night. So that then implies what's happening is parking is constrained, or there's a perceived lack of supply during the day, because that's when people are actually working, using the services and businesses, enjoying the downtown. And so it's not actually the residents that are causing the parking challenge. It's I think we know that cars don't bring very many people downtown. So if you want a busy, vibrant downtown, if it's car dependent, you need a ton of cars and you have parking challenges. So that suggests to us we really need to find more efficient ways for people to use all the businesses and services. You can get a lot more people using them when they're car free. Is that kind of what this graph is trying to say?
I would let perhaps district staff chime in, just because this was a study done by district staff in the parking count in 2020, and just as a as another consideration is thinking about the time when these parking counts were done was during COVID, when a lot of people were home as well. So I'll pass that to staff.
Mr. Merrow, is that you?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, you're absolutely correct in your assessment of that information. And we are, as you're likely aware, we've recently retained a consultant to provide an update to that 2017 parking utilization study in the downtown area. That work is just commencing now. And as part of that work, they will be similar to the previous study. They'll be assessing both sort of daytime utilization in the downtown core and the residential areas, but also in the evening when residents, are the businesses are closed and the residents are at home using the parking on the street. So we will get a sense of how the community is dealing with this parking issue currently. And then as part of this study, we'll then take this updated utilization data from all times, long weekend data, as I said, evening data and a regular weekday data. And that'll help inform the consultant's plan for a paid parking implementation in the downtown area. So it's a very timely study, this UBC study, and actually it's helping to inform our parking utilization study consultants' work. We've provided them this document. It's obviously a great document with a lot of helpful information, and particularly with respect to the case studies. So our parking utilization study consultant will be using this information to help inform the plan moving forward to paid parking recommendations.
Thank you. And one of the other questions I had, it talked in the report that we'd need to make OCP changes to start working towards parking maximums. And it wasn't clear to me why that would have to be enshrined in the OCP, why we couldn't just address that in zoning bylaws or other policies.
Through the chair, I'll take a stab at that. That is a good question. I don't have a fulsome answer for you, but I agree that zoning bylaw changes could help to address that issue. OCP could provide greater policy recommendations for sort of how we want to deal with these parking minimums and maximums, but I think when it comes down to actually implementing it, that would be a zoning bylaw.
Jonas.
And we have Mr. Jonas Vilaniskis on the line.
Go ahead, Mr. Belaniskis.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to confirm that it is something that already lives in the zoning bylaw for some uses. So we do have parking maximums. It's just not, well, they're huge as a maximum for one, and I don't think it applies to all of the parking requirements. So I think we have one for a single family dwelling, but that's about it. So we could certainly expand that.
Okay, and just the last question, just to make sure I'm understanding the basic principles underlying the recommendations and where we're headed. The one is, what does the evidence say about what's provides the best quality of life, best economic returns, so on and so forth. And the other principle is the idea that a user pay. So rather than people who don't use cars paying for parking and so on, which we do quite heavily indirectly now, it's sure, have a car, but you're going to pay for it. That's sort of the transition, that you pay for the full cost of your car instead of the general public. Is that sort of, are those the general underlying principles of sort of what is, I guess, outlined in this study or this presentation?
Yeah, that was essentially our.
Through the
our
chair.
goals with user
Thank you for the question. I guess one thing to be very clear about is the study was done by an external group, and it's going to be a very valuable resource for us here in Squamish, but it's up to council and to direct staff to how we go forward with this. So this report will live as a resource that we will draw from in the future. So I think it's up to us to determine the direction. Just want to make sure that we don't implicate the students in policy. I do agree with those general sentiments, and I think one thing that's very important for anything that's taken away has to be accompanied by something that is provided. So I think there has to be a very, very careful balance of that. We're not taking parking away. We are presenting better alternatives. And then those are accompanied with that. Then only after that, we can start to make it less available or more expensive. So I think what the report is doing, it is providing a really helpful blueprint that we can generally follow that helps to balance those options. But I definitely agree with your overall sentiments. I think those are bang on. Thank you.
I could also chime in just
Thank
from
you,
the
Councilor Anderson, Mayor Elliott, and then I'll put myself on the list.
Thank you. My first question concerns data gathering regarding car dependency. It's been most interesting to read through the case studies and the examples of other communities, and prompts thinking about different types of car dependency between these communities. Our picture is unique, and we need to learn more about it ourselves. We have at times, I'm giving a little bit of a background to my question, I'll try to be brief, but we have discussed gathering car insurance data to build a picture of car use and ownership type. I'm not sure where we can go on this. Our car dependency, the big aspect of it is commuting, as your report refers to, a difficulty of understanding or getting a picture of that. Councillor Herford has referred to long distance commuting. A report from the planning department last year told us that we have 15,000 residents and 6,000 jobs. So we have a jobs to housing imbalance, ratio imbalance. So my question is, do you, in your literature review, come across ways to understand better a community's car dependency? Where does it come from? What is its nature? Surely we need to understand this to arrive at the best solutions for transportation demand management. I've mentioned the ICB statistics here in BC. I don't know how they're accessible, but what are other communities doing to understand better car dependency and its nature and reasons?
So thank you for your question. We didn't directly look at car dependency as a metric per se, but we did look at in our case studies how many vehicles were owned by each household. And it's average more than 1.5, and that tends to be a relatively high number, but we definitely don't have a standard of measuring car dependency. And I think that that number is different for every municipality. So I think what we looked at in our research was that a lot of infrastructure that is made for cars, like roadways or lack of sidewalks, all those things add up to the need for a vehicle. Particularly going back to our idea of having regional transit, we have no regional transit. I mean, sorry, not the less regional transit that's available, it'll encourage car ownership because they need that car to commute in and out. As you mentioned, Squamish as a bedroom community. So there's other things in place that the factors that we looked at in terms of how it encourages single occupancy vehicles and car ownership. But no, we did not look at an exact metric for car dependency. So that will be noted for the future.
Thank you. My second question concerns the case study of the city of Penticton. I'm going to cite the first paragraph in your interview, most interesting, with I take it the planners there, the municipal staff, to entice more downtown shoppers, that is competing with the mall and big box stores that offered free parking. Well, this is certainly an issue shared here in Squamish, shared with Penticton. However, in the rest of the interview, I didn't sort of see the end of the story, except that there is mention of the Downtown Penticton Association for Business Improvement still being somewhat critical and concerned. What's the outcome here? How have municipal staff considered, to your knowledge, this issue of disadvantaging downtown business relative to highway malls and big box?
Absolutely. It's a great question, and something that when we first started our work, we chose to do to look at just Squamish's downtown, and we do understand the limitations of that, and that you now have this big Garibaldi Center, and what would it mean to introduce paid parking in downtown Squamish, and then people can get free parking at larger centers. And so because of the timing of when we reached out to Penticton and learned more about their how they experienced expanding their paid parking program, it made us realize, okay, so perhaps our proposal, our scope is what remained the same. It was downtown Squamish, but that perhaps looking at a larger, a more blanket approach for the entire Squamish, and something that's in the appendices, and we don't expect you to go searching for that, is a very long report, but they do mention that something that they learned from their engagement is that perhaps starting off broader, and then once you get more feedback from the public, kind of filtering it in. And so they mentioned that their paid parking, so they had some metered parking and like off-street parking and parkades there in Penticton. But that when they did expand in 2021, it was actually more in response to revenue shortfalls from COVID, and that's where those numbers came from. And in rationalizing, okay, if we lose this revenue, then it equates to this much of a tax increase for residents. So expanding their paid parking, that's kind of the rationale for expanding it in 2021. But that they said that they didn't once they implemented and added more meters downtown, they didn't have as much pushback, because paid parking was already something people were used to in the downtown. Also, we didn't get the full story from their business owners in their downtown, and if they feel like this is inequitable, and that okay, then I'll just go to the mall then, because there's free parking and I can get the same thing. And we're all recovering from COVID, and probably hardest hit are those smaller businesses. So our research was really limited to just speaking to a development manager. So we didn't comb through their engagement, but I am guessing that there would be pushback from small business owners who are like, well, then why would I have my business downtown? And so, but yeah, there is a mention in the appendices that their approach is maybe looking at paid parking in other broader, bigger commercial areas, and then kind of filtering it based off of further research and studies that are done, which we can expect was with the staff at the district. So great question, and definitely something to consider for sure.
Thank you. I think the comparable community of Penticton was well selected, and perhaps we should continue our dialogue with that community. A number of interesting things were brought up in your report. Finally, a quick question. The theme of transitioning comes up throughout your report, but one aspect of it that has come up in local conversations and in cities elsewhere is designing parking facilities, both street stalls, spots in the street, and parkade facilities for future repurposing. An example of a parkade structure that's discussed around the world in architectural news feeds is the parkade at Aarhus in Denmark, which is deliberately designed to be repurposed to all kinds of other facilities. It's a wood structure. And so this aspect of designing parking facilities of all types for other uses in future, have you come across it? Does it deserve attention as a strategy?
Thanks for the question. That's a great question, and I personally have been to Aarhus, and I love love the city, and they have such phenomenal ideas. We personally did not, or on this project, did not have the chance to pursue that avenue, only because the municipalities that we did talk to were all, I guess we were biased a little bit because they were all very much against parkades. So, for example, in Canmore, they definitely did not want a parkade, and the reason why they took all these other TDM strategies was to not have a parkade. So not saying it's not worth pursuing and not worth researching further into, but our research is mostly focused on other strategies.
Thank you. And I just had a note passed me that the students are having difficulty getting my attention, but I think the simple thing, the way we run these meetings is just put your video on and wave your hand, and I'll respond then if that's an issue. And I'll go to Mayor Elliott.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
And sorry about not having our cameras on. I was experiencing technical difficulties earlier and my computer froze, so I opted for not doing that just in case, but I can turn it on.
All right. Thank you. Did your case studies show the relationship between transit frequency and the ability to start making changes to parking requirements in the downtown?
Oh, Ian, sorry, I saw Ian's finger, so I don't know if you'd like to speak.
Through the chair. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Selena, but I just wanted to quickly note that the scope of the project was on parking, and it was already incredibly ambitious. So I just wanted to give the students a opt-out option of that question. But if they are a bold and very knowledgeable group, so please feel free to opt in.
I was going to say the same thing, is that, yeah, we didn't look too much at transit because we knew that there's work already going on with BC Transit, and that's kind of a tricky, trying to make recommendations on what you should do in a partnership, right? If BC Transit has jurisdiction over transit, that wasn't something that we looked at. But it's definitely, like having, alternate modes if you're removing cars is essential. And then if we're looking from a climate perspective as well, when that transition happens is super important, because if you don't have as many people using your buses at this time, it's hard to say that using a diesel bus for a couple people is more sustainable than a couple people using their single occupancy vehicle or their private vehicle. So it's definitely like a timing thing, but definitely something we didn't expand on in our research.
One of the statements in your report on page 12 of your report, it's on page 24 of our agenda package, is that it says the timelines for the recommendations are assigned based on existing conditions, such as socio-political and technical administrative factors. However, the assigned timelines do not align with the urgency of climate action, nor the team's conclusion. So I wonder whether the students or staff have something to say about how fast or slow we need to go with these recommendations to achieve our 2030 goals.
I definitely think, because we're coming from it as students, we don't work for the district and we don't live in Squamish, is that we wanted to add that, in that, we're already seeing the effects of the climate crisis, unfortunately. As we were writing this, our interim report, there were floods happening in BC, and my dad's house was, he lost power and he didn't have, I'm from the Okanagan, so every summer we have wildfires. So, you know, the urgency, we're seeing it, and it's hard to say, hey, you should, you know, look at your parking requirements in 7 years when we're seeing it happening right now. So we wanted to be realistic in our in terms of current conditions and what might even be feasible for Squamish to consider, but that it, you know, it's a climate crisis, which means it's urgent and we do need to respond. But if Ian wants to mention in terms of targets, I'll pass that to him.
Great, thank you, Selena. Through the chair, I think Mayor Elliott makes a outstanding point there. And it points to the difficulty and the conundrum that we're all facing. One thing that is worth noting is that sometimes things change slowly, sometimes things change quickly. We might see technological changes, societal changes, etc., come about very quickly that can change this landscape much more rapidly than it has in the past. And I think this parking work has to conspire and dovetail well with our work with transit, our work with active transportation, and our work with electrification. I think this on its own is not going to get there, but if you overlayer those four and you get the co-benefits between them, so something like electrifying rapid transit, then all of a sudden we might be able to hit our targets. Thank you.
Maybe this will be my last question then, is staff?
You're muted, Karen.
No. Can you hear me? That was weird. I wasn't muted, but I guess my last question then for our staff is what you said, Dr. Piggott, is that we have to layer this in with all of our different planning, whether it's active transportation, transit planning, development planning, parking, utilization. How are we making sure that this is all being tied together? Is there like an overarching plan that we're missing to achieve our moving beyond the car goals that draws in each of these pieces? Or is it okay for us to sort of take this piecemeal approach?
That's a very good question. I do believe that the CCAP provides a reasonable overarching direction that puts those different aspects that provides them. And I think it's just very important for staff to actively communicate with each other and to get outside expertise like this to help inform it. So I do believe the CCAP provides a reasonable umbrella, but that's not to say that there is not room for improvements, particularly with this very dynamic and rapidly growing community with so many moving parts. Thank you.
Thank you. And just thanks to the students for this really informative and well put together presentation and report. I found it really interesting to read and really thought provoking as well. So thank you for your time on this.
Thank you. I'm now on the list. And actually, it was a fascinating report for me when I was reading it this weekend, and I do compliment you on the depth of the report. The part that jumped out at me was about closing roads. And my fellow councilors know we've spoken about this, me and others, over the years about different roads. And so I was wondering about Victoria Street and why you selected that one. And the reason I asked that is because in previous discussions we've had formally and informally at council, we've thought about closing the street to the north, which is Winnipeg, and or the street to the south, which is Main Street. And the reasons in those cases were to complement possible immediately adjacent developments, create sort of a plaza or a people place or something of that nature. And I can understand the need for a sort of a cross-community active transportation corridor, but is it specific to Victoria? Could it be moved? Are there reasons that makes Victoria more attractive?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We definitely went through this whole process ourselves on our end. We consider definitely Winnipeg and Maine. We chose Victoria at the end of the for the report just because we wanted to combine it with the anticipated pedestrian bridge opening over the river, and it was part of the open spaces plan in the OCP's permit area for downtown. So there were a few spaces that had been selected already as active transportation corridors or for bike paths. So we found that that was actually a natural part of that plan to include that. Also, it's next to the current farmers market every Saturday, and there's already closures. So we found it might be like a path of least resistance to close that part for pedestrians if it's already happening. It would just be a short block. And we also found that it would only be removing 6 parking stalls. So it was kind of the path of least resistance all around in terms of how we chose Victoria Street.
Thank you. And maybe this question is more for staff, but that route would cross, if you connect the pedestrian bridge to Victoria, then you're crossing Loggers Lane, which you've already pointed out has some traffic issues and other councillors have mentioned. And for me, it's not just the truck traffic that might come through there, but at the moment it is one of the significant, if not the only, routes to the oceanfront. At the moment, there's nobody living down on the oceanfront, but a build out, there's going to be several thousand people plus businesses and so forth. And so it's going to be, from my perspective, a bit of an issue having this pedestrian crossing at that point or any point really along there without perhaps something like an overpass, because otherwise, if we start triggering pedestrian crossing lights all the time, we'll end up with something like they see at the north end of the Second Narrows Bridge every morning, with people trying to get out, people trying to cross, and lights going off and traffic stopping. So I wondered if you have any comments about that, whether there's other alternatives to that, or other alternative methods to deal with that. And I'll also point out, maybe staff could take a shot at that as well. Go ahead.
I think in the short term, it would be okay to have pedestrians crossing there. And bikes. It's inevitable in the short term due to the location of the pedestrian bridge. And the volumes of traffic that's going down to oceanfront will gradually build over time. Something like an overpass could be an option, but it would be a very expensive option. So it's something that we could look at kind of in the longer term as the traffic volume begins to build down to oceanfront.
Thank you. And I'll go back now to Councillor Herford and Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. I was curious about the sort of the paid parking approach as a profit center, and I guess could think of it as recovering the costs of providing the spaces versus recovering the costs of administering the program, and where and this might be too far in the weeds, but I'm curious where the threshold is where it actually has effect on behavior, and if there's any just sort of if you can enlighten us on that, because I think that's going to be a topic for an upcoming discussion. So while we have you here.
So we didn't dive too deep into how much it impacts behavior. That's a little bit of a cost-benefit analysis, a cost-effective analysis that was a bit out of scope for our project. However, the way that we saw in the literature was that even if you charge $1 or something, or a smaller fee for parking to kind of build that payment culture, you're still recouping some sort of cost for use of that street space or use of that facility. So there's still some revenue to be gained. And again, going back to that incremental transitional approach, you're building up the cost that you could gradually ask for the value of that space. So if we build it up to even, I think we were reading some stuff in the literature review, it's even like 50 cents or $1. If someone goes, oh, that's chump change, they're still paying it, and that's still $1 per car per motorist that's occupying that space. So you're still getting some value back for providing that facility. So it's no longer like free parking. So yeah, a lot of incremental steps, but we didn't dive so deep into the behavioral science of how to disincentivize. That's a whole other study for sure. But great question.
Councillor Pettengill.
Thanks. I have a bit of a rhetorical question and then a more specific question for staff. I guess the rhetorical question is, when I listen to some of the conversation, it seems that some of it's focused around, so how do we do better without changing what we're doing? Like, we understand there's a lot of commuters, so therefore we really can't make this change or that change or the other thing. Or should we be sort of asking, okay, how do we make our lives better? How do we survive the climate crisis? And therefore, what changes do we need to make to get there? And I guess the latter is where my head goes. And I guess I worry the more we try and accommodate existing commuting levels and so on, we're just building in, as it actually talked about in the report, how there's that cycle of dependency. And so I think as a community, we really have to think about where we are and what is the question we're trying to answer. And hopefully it is, how do we improve our economy, our quality of life, and move away from cars as quickly as possible to survive the climate challenge. A little bit related to that, and my specific question is, we do often hear in the community and around the council table a bit is, there's a lot of commuters. This is a commuting town. It's a bedroom community. But when I've heard, and I understand we're getting new numbers, but the numbers that I've heard from staff to date are actually quite a bit lower than I think a lot of people would think. So I'm just wondering if staff can share what we believe the numbers are, what we've seen for people commuting out of town currently, if we have that information.
Through the chair. So the latest data we have on that is still from the 2016 census. And so of workers in Squamish, about a third commute. And of that third, 2/3 goes the Vancouver direction and 1/3 goes the Whistler direction. So shortly, we'll be getting new numbers from census for the 2021 numbers. And so we'll be able to update those numbers.
Councillor Stoner, and then mindful of time, I'm going to go to council for last wind-up comments. I'll go around the table, but go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
There were a number of really great recommendations in the report, and I think building on Mayor Elliott's question and Dr. Piggott's your response, that we can start to tie this in with some of the other work that's ongoing, in particular the parking utilization. But there's one recommendation that really jumped out at me in terms of free transit for under 18. And we did previously offer free transit for under 12, and that cost is now being covered by the province. So I'm just wondering what mechanism we take, if you need a motion to consider that in the 2023 budget, or if it's too late given our timing with the BC Transit agreements. If you can just refresh my memory on when we might be able to make that happen.
Through the chair. So the hurdle with the 18 and under being free wasn't so much the fare revenue to us. It was more that it will increase ridership to the point that we would need substantial more trips and buses. And that increased the cost quite substantially. So when we had a fare report that actually looked at different options, one of them was the 18 and under. And the decision at the time was made that increasing costs due to the frequency and number of buses required was too high for us to support at that time. So if we wanted to revisit this, the next step would be to request BC Transit to update that fare strategy with new numbers, which we could then consider moving forward. It still would require an expansion, which isn't possible at this particular moment, but will be possible in the future.
So thank you. So council, any last comments as we go around the table, and they can be for the students or staff or both. We have the advantage of having 3 people closely connected to this topic in the room. And so you can direct your comments to them. None? Mayor Elliott, Councillor Anderson, and I'll put myself on the list, and Councillor French.
Can you hear me? Okay. Just for staff, one of the things that this report made me think of was our upcoming parking utilization study, and really contemplating that car last type of future scenario. So when we think about the future in this parking utilization study, should the consultants be comparing this to status quo, the way we build things now, making a good attempt to incorporate other modes, or whether they should be looking at a downtown future where we have a car last active transportation infrastructure being built. And it made me think about that because of all the cars along Bailey Street, all the cars along Loggers Lane that don't fit in garages. So, you know, if we ever get our hands on that rail corridor, we're turning it into an active transportation pathway. We know that. But where do all those cars go? And I guess I want to make sure that our parking utilization study anticipates where those cars are going when we turn some of these roadways into multi-use pathways and better public realm. So that's one thing. The other thing for the planning department is, you know, we are starting to do enforcement downtown, and we know there's people parking on the streets because their cars don't fit in their parking garages. So are we building parking garage heights for the lifestyle that people who live here and the vehicles they own? So I know we can't go too deep, but should our building heights accommodate higher parkade heights so that people can park their trucks and make it underneath all the pipes and infrastructure that have to go in garages to service the building? So that was something else that was on my mind. And then finally, council, I think I'd like to move that council direct the mayor to write a letter to the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, the CEO of BC Transit, as well as the board chair of BC Transit, requesting ongoing increases in transit funding, including 3-year commitments to transit increases so that local governments can plan appropriately. And if that's second, I'll speak a bit more to it.
Second, Councillor Herford. But let me just go to staff. Did you get that? Go ahead, Mara.
Thanks. And I know that this study didn't look at transit specifically, but we absolutely know that we have to be able to offer other modes of transit. And the frequency of transit means freedom for people to move, as well as regional transit. And we know that if we start to implement a paid parking strategy, we can put that towards funding increased transit. So to Councillor Stoner's point, you know, having more funding to fund free transit for under 18s, we know we need a new maintenance and operations center. Ms. Gunn, I haven't forgotten that. So we can't bring on buses too soon until we have more space for them. But without that 3-year horizon from BC Transit and the government, that funding is there for us to expand transit, we cannot plan this transition to move beyond the car, because right now we're doing it at 1-year increments. And there is just simply no strategic way a local government can plan transit and climate action around getting people out of their cars without a 3-year vision. So, you know, this letter will reflect back on the Clean BC plan, which includes the government saying it wants a 30% mode shift by 2030. That's a crazy aggressive goal without us having more than a 1-year view into transit, which this year included 0 expansion. So I'm feeling quite passionate about this issue as it relates to parking, and I want to make sure that letter gets written.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, Councillor Pettengill, and I'll put myself on the list.
Can we vote on my motion?
Thank you. First, I'd like to relate an observation that occurred to me in
Can
particular
we vote on the motion?
from the sections.
Excuse me, Councillor Anderson, small detail. We forgot to vote on the motion.
Thanks.
Speak to the motion. I beg your pardon. Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Elliott, for bringing this this forward and sort of in the theme of it's consistent with the theme of incremental, because 3-year window I think is quite short. As we know, we'd like to see maybe a 5, and ultimately with such an aggressive plan and the urgency, maybe even a 10-year that gets us there. But I'm happy to support this this letter, and I think it'd be a great change and would be extremely helpful in us setting out to actually achieve these goals rather than just speak to them. So thank you.
Thank you. On the motion, Councillor French, Councillor Stoner.
Thanks, Chair. And speaking in favor of the motion, my thoughts actually parallel my comments just generally about the report. This report underscores for me the importance of transit service to our community. We need frequent and reliable service to downtown so residents downtown can live car-free. The transit strike that we're currently experiencing obviously is a huge hurdle. We can't have prolonged transit labor disputes that take out the service for weeks or even months at a time. That, of course, being a provincial issue. Regional transit so that downtown residents who commute to Whistler and Vancouver don't need multiple vehicles per living unit as we currently find. This also underscores for me our need to determine how many residents the downtown can actually reasonably hold. So I'm in favor of writing the letter and I support the motion.
Councillor Stoner on the motion. Councillor Anderson on the motion.
Thank you, through the chair. I am also in favor of the motion. I was extremely disappointed to see that there was no funding in this provincial budget for expansion of transit. It's one of the things that really, really frustrates me, especially as we are trying to move quickly on climate action. We know the importance of transit in terms of getting people out of their vehicles. So happy to support this motion. I would also, just for those of my council colleagues who will be going to the Lower Mainland Local Government Association conference next week, the Minister of Transportation will be there presenting on the future of transit. So I think that that'll be a good opportunity if there's a chance to connect with him following the submission of this letter. But I'll leave it at that. Happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, speaking in favor of the motion. However, I'd just like to also add that we should also keep in focus regional transit and advocacy for support for regional transit. It's highlighted well in the report that we've been presented with today. We share this issue with other corridors, if you like, the Okanagan and the South Island. The report mentions in several places the Squamish Connector. It refers to a current partnership in quotes, but we don't actually have a current partnership with Squamish Connector in terms of wayfinding and schedule alignment between our local transit and that service. So just let's also keep in mind regional transit advocacy. Speaking in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Anything further on the motion? Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And I did interrupt Councillor Anderson. I don't know if you had additional comments generally on the meeting or other councillors, but go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was going to relate that an observation occurs to me, especially in looking at the SWOT analysis for downtown Squamish and the feasibility analysis, that something is missing here, and that is an account, and I'm not addressing my comment to the writers, but also to staff and their collaboration. Something we must keep in mind as we do further parking studies is the functions of our downtown for the community at large. In the report in front of us, we've got references to retail businesses, but we also have a number of services, medical, legal, municipal hall, library, other institutions, and that picture of the role of downtown is important to take account of as we develop strategies and rationales for strategies and limitations and constraints on them. So trade-offs there. We need to build a picture, and I was disappointed that staff did not advise our student collaborators on the downtown planning reports. We have Charette study from 2005 and 3 different downtown neighborhood documents, all of which discuss what is the downtown for Squamish as a whole. I think that's very important. Next, I wanted to point out that this is the first time I've ever seen the Fraser Institute cited as a supporting document for anything in here in the District of Squamish, and this is in relation to removing minimum parking standards. And it's the only source cited, and I'm just kind of poking in fun here a little bit because I've read their report, and it does have an agenda, but it also is focused on 6 very large cities: Toronto, Vancouver, Winnipeg, Cincinnati, and Hartford and Buffalo, New York. So these are very different environments than ours for considering the topic that the Fraser Institute is focused on of removing parking minimums. Finally, right across the street, we have 2 or 3 parking stalls that we cannot use, the public cannot use because they're painted yellow, and that yellow painting is redundant. It would take about an hour for a public works staff to paint them black because there is no driveway there anymore, and we could free up 2 to 3 spaces for the farmers market, municipal hall, and the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill, did I miss you? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to again thank the students and staff for this report. It's fantastic. Again, is hitting on I think everything that all the current research seems to be saying, and sets a very clear direction. And I hope we don't get bogged down in thinking about worrying too much about what might or might not be possible, and let's focus on what we need to do, and we'll figure out a way to get it done. And maybe that's my startup brain working, but I've just sort of seen that if you focus on where you need to be, you'll get there, and we need to get there fast. So let's get down to it. The other thing I wanted to just comment on, I understand that some people do want or feel they need large vehicles, very large vehicles, but if we require every development to accommodate those, that increases the price for everybody. And then it means the people who have made a decision not to have such a large vehicle or not to have a vehicle are paying for it. And to me, that's sort of contrary to some of the principles here of who pays for parking. If you want a vehicle, if you need a vehicle, that's fine, but you should pay for it. And so I think as we figure out how to adjust our standards, I think have to hold on to that principle that you should pay for the kind of vehicle that you want to have. And there's maybe different ways we can do that. Maybe it's the market decides what the offerings will be, but I think that's very important moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Herford, Councillor French, and myself on the list.
Thank you. I wanted to highlight one of the graphics that I found very helpful, and that's the spectrum of car dependency. And I think it's important to understand that we need to move along that spectrum. And as much as it's broken into 5 categories in the graphic, there's many steps along the way. And as we contemplate these changes and their implementation over time, it's the over time factor that seems to be cause the most anxiety in our community. So to me, it lays out a very nice sort of the steps, and we can move in that general direction, and then we can have a conversation with our community around the timing of that. So I really appreciate that piece, and recognizing the practical limits and the need to phase these things incrementally. Of course, outside of that is the overall urgency of needing to take action and resolve some of the other issues that are very important. But that piece I thought was great, and hope makes this build some understanding in our community as we set about figuring out the reasonable ways to potentially implement these recommendations. So thank you so much for your work. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And I just wanted to take a moment to reiterate the compliments already offered by my colleagues. This is great work by the students. It's a valuable planning document going forward that they've produced for us. And even think of this as mandatory reading for all Squamish residents, especially those who own more than one vehicle, and especially those who have more than one vehicle, all internal combustion powered. So unlike Dr. Pickett's, if I was grading this project, I'd give them all an A+.
Thank you. And so I do have comments. And first of all, to the students, thank you very much. And I'll echo my fellow councillors' comments. This was a wonderful report. And I certainly enjoyed, I don't often enjoy going through these reports, but I enjoyed this one. And in particular, I think, and this is partly for staff, for me, it highlighted three key areas. One is that we can consider as initiatives. One is pay parking. The second is free transit under 18. And the third was the car-free blocks. And I think the report talked about blocks in plural. And so the suggestion of Victoria for me is not the only one. I think there are other possibilities. For staff, I think what this highlights for me is that there are continuing issues to work on. Loggers Lane and Victoria is one of the ones that just jumps out at us, jumps out at me, and the traffic load on Loggers Lane, arguably it'll be the busiest street in the community. And how we deal with that, with the other objectives that we have, some of them highlighted in this report with active transportation right beside it, whether that might be safe, but is it desirable, et cetera. So I think these are ongoing solutions that we have to continue to work with or work on in the district. But thank you very much. Thank you for everybody, Dr. Picketts and other staff and students. Thank you very much. And go ahead, Dr. Picketts.
Through the chair, I just want to be very clear that the only reason I recommended the students fail is that we get to work with them again. And Ms. Scott and I have been talking at length, and our next topic that we will work with a different group of UBC students, because these will continue, is going to hopefully be on transit next year. Thank you again for this excellent work.
Councillor Herford? Move receipt. Councillor French seconds. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. We are now going to stand in recess for 10 minutes. We will come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you, and welcome back to the Committee of the Whole meeting. We are now on to item 3, sub 2, the Tantalus Fire Hall budget update and application and building. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Bragg.
So good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time this morning. This report is for a Tantalus Fire Hall. It's a construction update, and we're at validation stage or the end of validation stage. The objective is to obtain council endorsement of the following items. There's 3, and I'm summarising the recommendations here. The first one is to review the validation report and advance the project to the next cost update, and that's into the Class B/A stages. The second item is to continue to allow the vertical expansion at a later date, and that is building out in the airspace, whether it be apartments or allowing space for a community building. And the third is to endorse a grant funding application. So a little bit of background on the Tantalus Fire Hall. It's one of 3 critical district projects that are deemed critical, and it's critical because it provides essential services and safety to the community. The other 2 projects are the fire halls, is the Public Works Building and the Valley Cliff Fire Hall. Construction on this project is slated to start at the end of this year in the final quarter. The temporary fire hall is to start in June in the next few months here, and that's immediately after Valley Cliff Fire Hall is complete. On May 25th last year, Council endorsed a bulking allowance for the lower floors to allow a build out of the airspace above the fire hall. And the system or the contract system we have in place on this particular build is called IPD, which is Integrated Project Delivery. And just a little bit of background on IPD. It's a contract system. Typically, we have a construction management contract system, which is very linear. In a construction management system, you employ or engage the architect and then the builder and the consultants, and it's kind of a one after the other. With IPD, what we do is everyone gathers together and works together. They become a single party. We contract them as a single party. It's very early team involvement. So what we end up doing is pushing a lot of the hours and a lot of the work very early in the project, and we reach a price or a confident price that we can build for very early in the project. And that's called validation. We've just gone through that phase. So we're at a position now, we're pretty confident with the price that we're sitting at. The project team are involved in the risk and the profit on the job, and unlike a typical construction management contract, the whole project team are incentivized to drive the price down. And there's a bit of a staged process here. So between now and we're looking at starting construction in around October, the team gets 25% of the reduction of the savings and construction costs to them as profit, and then the remainder of that goes to the district as the client there. And that changes once construction starts. 50% goes to the project team, and then 50% goes back to the district. So the project team, everyone's incentivized to save money on this particular contract system. The size of the fire hall is just over 8,000 square feet. This is in line with the real estate facilities master plan, where initially we're looking at between 7,000 and 8,000 square feet. The architects have resolved that we can add up to about 30,000 square feet of apartments above, and this is after a deeper dive in on the schematics here. We've priced this, and I'll go into this in a later slide, on 25,000 square feet from our quantity survey, but the architects found some extra square feet here. And it's also possible to add a community space if apartments aren't built, but all in all, we can build above the fire hall, as we've previously discussed. The project's on time. We're looking at starting construction at the end of this year and around October, as noted. The team have a slightly aggressive construction timeline of around 13 months, and we'll be confirming that as we sign contracts over the next month and a half here. Costs have risen. We're at $15.8 million, and this is all in. And we're at the stage right now where validation has gone through and the team have gone through in detail. There's still further processes here to drive the costs down, but this number is made up of a $14.6 million construction number. There is an allowance here of $1.6 million of contingency and escalation. I'll go back to that in a minute. There's $835,000 of client costs, and that is insurance, fittings, furniture and equipment, and then also some pre-construction costs. And then there's also an allowance just to de-risk the district of $380,000 as a general client side contingency. Typically, going back up to the 1.6 million, that's a lot less in standard non-IPD construction. So we're looking at driving these costs down here. But again, the team's incentivized to get this number down with the IPD system here. The challenges pertain mainly to budget. Predicting and adjusting escalation and inflation rates are very difficult. We're seeing this from every consultant, every builder, every architect. It's very, very difficult to adjust the goalposts and set the goalposts moving forward. And we've dove into the depth of working with trades to work out even down to the cost of, what's a Cat6 cable cost and what the inflation has gone up on that and the escalation has gone up. So the whole project team's aware of that, and we're trying to reduce this as much as possible and work around it. Net zero sustainability levels are aimed at being net zero. There is a cost to that, and we need that for grant funding. We need to actually get the net zero level to apply for the grant. Soil compaction costs are the big ones. In the last month or so, we found that this building, because it's post-disaster, which means it's more expensive per square foot to build, it's basically a stronger building. It's built on liquefiable soils. So the amount of work we need to do to solidify the soil is around the $1 million mark, which is quite large in a project of this size. And this is the first thing that we're diving into in the next month or so here to try and target and reduce costs. It's the lowest hanging fruit, so to speak. The other challenges we've had is material availability and lead times, where something is typically, or spec that we typically work with, for example, a generator and a particular model that we prefer to work with. Sometimes we can't get that. We have to use a different spec or a different model, and costs are associated with changing there. And then also the costs of design and allowing for bulking of the upper levels. It's just added some small challenges here from design side. This project does have opportunities. The major one is being IPD and the project team being incentivized to drive costs down. The other opportunity here is one with a grant, and what that can do is reduce the amount that the district needs to fund this project by 15%. On top of that, we get a low interest loan, and the interest rate is more favorable than the loans we typically get from our typical funding sources or the district's funding sources. The design also allows for 30 future apartments. Again, this depends on the size of the apartments, but it's much more than we thought initially. The other opportunity here is we can build a building as a net zero GHG or greenhouse gas emission. It also has an ability to be excel in climate. be a climate resilient building. It's built above the floodplain. We've got backup power, and it's also built to post-disaster level. The team's focused on cost mitigation, and we're looking at reducing them more in further items where we're getting to the end of the limits here in some areas. One of them to look at is reducing the square feet. It's staff are not recommending this at the moment. The footprint is pretty much ideal. Any smaller footprint, and it may impact the fire department's ability to service the community here. And we're talking emergency service here, where every minute counts. Also, we don't want to dive into the cutting down any allowances for future growth. We want to come back to council and the community and request any additions in the next few years here. So we want to make sure we hit the sweet spot on the size per square foot. The other area we could save money is reduce the amount of sustainability. But as noted before, if we reduce anything lower than net zero, then we lose the opportunity of applying for the grant. The other cost mitigation area is changing materials. And this one is recommended by staff, and this is ongoing. And we'll be continuing to do this as we move along. On the sustainability side, as noted, we're aiming for net zero. We're reducing landfill waste. We've got a target goal of 85%. We're pretty confident at hitting that. We've got a 50% water reduction. We've got excellent stormwater design and management system. For the net zero numbers and the calculations, we had to create some energy, and by that, we've added solar panels to the roof. The building is 100% electric, and the report does note that we're looking at geothermal. And in the last week or so, we've recalculated, and we don't need geothermal. We've actually hit the numbers for net zero as is, so we don't have to spend $130,000 on geothermal, which is great. Should council wish to build out above with affordable housing, we approached a third-party quantity surveyor and have received some indicative costs, and we're calling it a Class D estimate. And this is on 20,000 square feet. As noted, the architects noted we can actually build more, and they're saying it's plus $10 million, and we think this is a little bit light, but roughly that's what the costs are at the moment. The costs are high because it is post-disaster level. When we're building above a fire hall, we can't have post-disaster level down below and non-post-disaster for residential. It's classed as post-disaster for the whole building. So the costs there are quite high. Staff have approached CMHC to look at funding and see what options there are for funding. They've noted that there is in high demand right now. There's a lot of competition for funding for affordable housing. They've also noted this is a small project and we're competing against other larger sites. BC Housing is also an option for funding. Staff have not approached. Typically, they don't fund post-disaster buildings. So at this stage, staff are not recommending to build out affordable housing. As noted, there is space available to build maybe a single or a double-story community space, community building space up there. We can build up to maybe roughly 6,000 to 7,000 square feet, and the costs are just under $3 million there proposed. And again, this is a Class D indicative, and we've gone to a Canadian cost guide to get these numbers. This one, again, is post-disaster level. Currently, there's no funding for a 5-year financial plan, and staff are not recommending to build out. Would you like me to read the recommendations in detail or do a summary of them? I'll do a quick summary. Sorry? Would you like me to read the recommendations in detail or would you like me to summarize the three?
You can just summarize them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So recommendation 1 is that council review the validation report and advance the project to the next cost update, which is Class B/A. Recommendation 2 is to continue to allow the vertical expansion at a later date. And what this does is allows us to build out into the airspace at a future date. And the third recommendation is for staff to apply for the FCM grant funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Council? And I'll go first to Councillor French, Councillor Herford, Councillor Stoner, Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. I want to ask about parking for the future floors. It's not expressly, or I couldn't find it, laid out in any of the material that we've seen so far. And I note in the report, quote, there are a few parking spaces at the front of the building designated for public parking and staff. However, parking on site is extremely limited. And then when I look at the diagrams, there looks to be a fair amount of parking set aside under the power lines. So just want to be certain, if we do go ahead with 30 units up above, how many parking spots would be available for those 30 housing units?
Through the chair. That's a good question and a technical one I'll need to dive in with the architects. Parking is a hurdle. Trying to get parking for the number of units to 30 is a challenge. And it's probably the main challenge in restricting us for actually getting 30 apartments in there. The question is then, what sort of affordable housing do we go for, and what is the requirement for those parking spaces? Is it lower income? Is it is it like a women's shelter? Is it like, there's many options under affordable housing that will dictate the actual number of parking required for there. So, but parking is definitely limited, particularly on when we have 30, if we do have 30.
Okay, thank you. And in looking at the various diagrams, I've focused in on setback issues for the new building. Will we have to ease any setbacks potentially for the new facility?
Through the chair, we're going to grandfather, yes, one side, which is along the laneway side, we're going to grandfather and use the existing setback that we've got on the building at the moment. Other than that, there's no changes to setbacks.
Okay, Chair, I have one more, if you'll indulge me. I particularly focused in on site options 1 and 2 diagrams on pages 71 and 72 of the report. They're labeled site 1 option and site 2 option. And site 2 in particular, it looks to me like we would need to borrow land from the northern property. Am I reading that correctly? And would this potentially have us need to negotiate with that landowner to take over some space, or we'd be looking at expropriation? And then tied in with that, we're not being asked to make a decision about site 1, site 2 at this point. Who makes that decision? When will it be made?
Through the chair, I'll work backwards on the questions. No, there's no decision to be made on the actual layout on that particular driveway. And what that was is an early option that the architects came up with to see if we can allow additional access to the property and separating the apartments and the fire hall. That's in an ideal situation. We're not proposing that because of the proponents to the north of us, the developers, and we haven't had any discussions with them at all. The architects since then have created the other option, which was to have one entrance on the south side, and we can operate a mixed-use building with that as required.
Thank you. Councillor Herford, Stoner, Anderson, Pettengill, and Mary Elliott.
Thank you. When we are sort of building to allow the option to expand up in future, what considerations are being made there? In the presentation, we talked about solar panels on the roof, and I'm thinking other mechanical HVAC. Are there ways to sort of bring the cost down in future of that expansion up? Because when I look at the $3 million number, say for, I think it was for the community, for potential community space, rough numbers, is there are we creating an additional $1 million build to relocate, mechanical pieces or otherwise on the building? And are we do you feel we're far enough ahead on that? Is there options? Is it as simple as, if there's some things that can be mounted to the outside of the building instead of, or one of the faces of the building instead of on the roof, to sort of keep that cost down? Because to me, I'm thinking that the price for this expansion upwards of whatever the purpose is, seems to be exponentially more expensive as we introduce it later and later in the process. I just want to understand how that's being incorporated into the work so far.
Through the chair, it's complicated from a design point. We've allowed the solar panels to basically be unbolted and then moved back up the top. We just need to extend the existing runs that are there. So the building's designed with service areas and runs that can extend and go further. There's more to it as well. We've got lobbies to design around and 2 entrances to make sure the building's code compliant, residential above. The other item here, which is a challenge, is making sure that the building, the electrification in the future, we've allowed for that. And we're going to find this with a lot of not just district buildings, but any buildings we head to an electrified future, that the amount of amperage and voltage and allowance to the building is not enough. We've got a lot here. We've got enough for the apartments, which are great. But once we start putting in fire trucks that are electrified, then we run the risk of needing more mechanical rooms to allow for the electrical space to go in there. So there's challenges. We've thought about it as much as we can. We know that mechanical needs to be removed and ducts need to be added on top. Your question of, does it come to a point where it costs too much? You might as well just buy a block of land and put apartments on. It's still cheaper to allow the airspace to be built on, as long as we get in really early in the design to allow for this in the future.
And along the same lines, thank you for that. That makes sense. And then along the same lines, during construction, it makes sense to me we'll need the temporary fire hall to continue operations. The additional construction above will take a period of time, and the pieces needed to be moved were rather critical in nature. And I know we're getting into the details, but that's how is that would something similar need to be done? I'm just trying to understand sort of that creep of complexity and thus cost in contemplating this future step. Will the fire hall be potentially functioning all the way through if 3 years or whatever the time frame is after it's operational, the funding and so on comes forward to actually put something on top? Will that take out the fire hall for the period of construction, and will that additional cost of a potential temporary fire hall need to be incorporated into that piece as well?
Through the chair, it's a good question. We can build around and keep the fire hall operating. This particular fire hall doesn't have a drive-through. They don't need to use the rear bays. It's not essential for service. It's been designed for the drive-in and drive-out. So the rear of the hall, and I'm just thinking from pure construction mind, where we can lay down materials and actually have it as a construction site. The rear area would be shut down and used as construction, and the front we can still maintain an operable fire hall.
Thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, building off Councillor Herford's questions about designing for the upper floors, does it make a big difference in terms of cost or design if we're looking at the community space versus the affordable housing units? Like, is there any point in making that decision now, or does it not really matter? Your work kind of stays the same.
The work roughly stays, sorry, through the chair, the work roughly stays the same. Is the short answer. There's a little bit less work, but kind of once you go past that threshold and you know that you're allowing for something above, it's more allowing for utilities and services and everything down below, and that's where the majority of the design time and cost goes to.
Okay, that's helpful to know. There is a federal grant available for art spaces called the Canada Cultural Spaces Fund, so there is an opportunity there potentially if we wanted to go the community spaces route. My other question was around the cost of net zero, and one of the suggestions in terms of cost mitigation was potentially to shift away from that, but it's not recommended because it's being offset by the grant funding. Do you have any details on those numbers in terms of kind of where we're averaging out if that grant funding is available?
Through the chair, it's actually very difficult to put a number to the sustainability levels. We've gone through with the project team. The quantity surveyor says it's roughly around $300,000, even up to $400,000. So it's very difficult. From our experience, it ends up costing a lot more than that at the end of the day. But that's kind of a very rough, very early rule of thumb, if that helps.
Yeah, that's helpful, but that still is a smaller number than what the grant will provide, being 15% of the total project.
Correct.
Okay, great. And then I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to why we're removing the geothermal heat. I understand that's a cost saving, but where can you just speak a little bit more to the rationale there?
Through the chair, when we take a bird's eye view and we look at energy numbers and we try and hit certain numbers, and we check boxes under that number to make sure we hit it. And we kind of work backwards from there. So at one point, we're looking at saying we needed to hit a certain number. To do that, we had to reduce the amount of energy used in the building. And at that point, geothermal was required to reduce that. They've since updated their numbers, and this goes down to the actual materials used in the walls and everything, and how many airspace changes are happening. It's rather technical. So, luckily, it's not one of the levers that we need to pull to make sure that we hit the net zero number.
Councillor Anderson, Pettengill, Mayor Elliott.
Mr. Bragg, I'd like to ask about the scenario of one upper floor for community programming use as a scenario. On February 23rd, we received a letter from 8 performing arts groups, 8 of their representatives, and I'll just cite a sentence from the letter. We wish to encourage consideration of performing arts rehearsal and instruction studio and related uses for the upper floor of the fire hall. I gather from the report that you were looking at or weighing what to recommend for the upper floors. I'll just cite from your report, staff are not aware of potential funding programs that would fit this project, that is for community programming use, while there are some clear programs to which grant applications could be made for affordable housing. We do have the option that's been, or a program that staff have cited during recent years in various contexts, and most community groups here would be aware of it, and it's the Canada Cultural Spaces Fund program. This was last applied for by BCR Properties and West Coast Railway Association regarding the building, MP2 building on the railway property site. So my question is then, has any attention been given to engagement with the performing arts groups? That grant would not cover 2.7 million clearly. And in the case of the BC Rail deal, it was about 900,000. So I can appreciate there's constraints here, but I'm wondering whether there has been any attention to engagement with the performing arts groups regarding this scenario. That letter also was referred to the Garibaldi Estates Neighborhood Plan as well, the planning department.
Through the chair, we've engaged with arts on space available in all the real estate facilities buildings as where we can display art and what we can do for working with them. We haven't gone any further than that to discuss any grants or any opportunities for this particular space, or particularly for a community space above the fire hall. No.
And if I might just interrupt just for a second before we go to Councillor Pettengill, but I want to be clear that my understanding is that today we're talking about, and we've already made the decision to fortify the ground floor to allow for construction above, and that's in the budget. And I talked to Mr. Bragg before the meeting, but the decision whether it's community space, affordable housing, how many units, et cetera, that might go above in the future is not necessarily going to be decided today. There's nothing in the budget for that. So I'm not sure when that might come to council. I mean, we're welcome to make our comments on it, but it's not a decision now. It's not in the budget. It will come sometime in the future, presumably, whatever the council of the day decides might be the appropriate use or uses for that upper space and funding mechanisms. So we're not going to get to that point today. I think we're more focused on the actual fire hall construction, correct me if I'm wrong, and the fact that there's going to be something up above. Everybody clear?
Yes, thank you. And my first question, I apologize, I thought of it rather late when thinking about the post-disaster stuff. So it might be more of a question for the fire department, but I'll try. And I haven't seen or heard anything about infrastructure needs in terms of responding to a pipeline emergency. We do have this massive pipeline expansion planned. And so, I'm assuming that you can't just roll up with a normal fire truck and that there's some sort of requirements. And so where are those discussions, or when or how do we sort of ascertain, because we've already sort of set the Valley Cliff building. So either it's already accommodated there and I'm just not aware of it, or we need to make accommodations here or something. So when does that sort of discussion happen to make sure we can, respond adequately?
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Chair, I believe this question is very off topic. We're talking about furthering this fire hall.
Yeah. Go to Councilor
your
Pettengill. Is your
discretion.
question relevant to this project and this discussion today?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it's directly related to what this building needs to contain, what the cost of that is. We're in cost estimates and so on. So have we had that discussion of, because, I don't want to sort of say, yes, move ahead with this and then find out, oh, we can't accommodate this, the necessary emergency response that we need to have. And so I just want to understand that that discussion has been had, or we are having that, or that's part of the budgeting or scope for what we're talking about here. Because I haven't seen that scope accommodated anywhere yet. And I understand that's critical.
Councillor Sonar, on the point of order. I'm going to overrule you, Councillor Bettendale. I think that is a discussion. It's technical. It's fire department discussion. We're building a fire hall for a fire department, and what types of fires they might be fighting. There already is a gas pipeline in Squamish, and has been for the last 30 odd years. So I'm assuming that they would have taken that into account. And its expansion, I'm not sure would add a separate risk to that. So I will disallow the question. Is there a further question?
Yeah, I have another one. I'll try. It's actually somewhat related, and I will point out this pipeline is much bigger, and it sounds like it may get even bigger still. So it's not comparable to what's there. But the RCMP is right in front, right beside this area. The biggest risk to pipelines is construction. We are planning all sorts of construction along the area. So,
excuse me a second. So, which area are we talking about now? Because the RCMP building is not next to the fire hall.
Correct, but it is. They need post-disaster facilities, and we're talking about. At first, I was thinking about an arts center or affordable housing. But when I understand, well, this has to be a post-disaster building. We're incurring post-disaster costs. Do we have other post-disaster needs? And then when I think about the exposure of the RCMP in that site, I start to wonder, well, should they or key parts of their services actually be there? And are we having that conversation? I guess I'm concerned about where does the RCMP go given that pipeline risk? And given this is a post-disaster building, maybe this is what we should be thinking about above the fire hall, because it takes the RCMP out of the risk and it's post-disaster.
And as I said earlier, that's not going to be the decision today. We just know that something will be going above it. And the key thing we're focusing on is the ground floor to make sure it can sustain the loads and so forth and design for access, et cetera. We're not making a decision today whether it's a community space, arts space, affordable housing, or RCMP or something else. That's a future decision. It will come with a funding model, and whatever council's in place at the time will make that decision. Any further questions, Councilor Britton? No. Okay. Go to Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. Mr. Bragg, we're applying for an FCM grant. We'll put solar panels on to achieve net zero. But if we're going to build on top, where are the solar panels going?
Through the chair, we need to unbolt them and pick them up and put them on the roof of the building there. The plan allows for that at the moment, and we can do that relatively straightforwardly. It's just a bit of work.
Okay. The reason why we do IPD for a building that might change in the future. My other question is that in bulking up the bottom, I certainly didn't think that we would just allow the decision of what goes on top to sort of trickle in. And so while it may be a future decision for a future council, what's the process to get there? And are we gonna, what are the steps in order for this council or the next council decide, is it community space? Is it housing? Do we go after the housing hub? Do we leave it if we choose housing, or does it go to the affordable housing authority, the housing authority? So how do we get a process to make this decision?
Through the chair. So, Mayor Elliott, you're asking me for the proposed process of what we do to get to the end result here?
I'll take it from any staff member. Right now, I just feel like we keep kicking this can down the road, but we still haven't put any parameters around how we're going to make this decision.
I would have to talk with real estate, but I would treat it like a block of land, like it's another available area that we can build either community space or affordable housing on, and literally treat it as land. It's airspace that we can build on, and it's cheaper than other blocks of land. As far as moving it forward, we can start to strategically look at feasibility and numbers of that, when the optimal time is to do that, and when we can actually put that in as a budget scenario, and put that in for the 5-year financial plan. At this stage, there'll be a trade-off between where the funding comes from and then what building it gets attributed to under the real estate facilities master plan.
And the reason I'm asking this, council, is that we all know that if we want this to be affordable housing, the runway to get the partners involved and get the funding in there is long. So even if we're planning to do this 2 or 3 years out, we still need to start now. So I'm trying to figure out a way that we can at least get to a decision point so that the advocacy and the puzzle pieces coming together around funding can start to become more apparent. So I don't know, CEO Glenday, whether that's how we move that forward, but it just feels much too nebulous right now.
Thank you, through the chair. It's important to note there is an alternate motion in this report that indicates that the housing get built now. That said, it would require a $10 million sacrifice in the current real estate and facilities master plan, which is why it's not the recommended motion. In terms of when council next considers it, sorry, I'm just thinking that what could happen is a direction from council to pursue it and incorporate it at the, as we move forward with the real estate facilities master plan and our 5-year financial planning. But what staff would need to do is consider the priority of it against the rest of the facilities master plan, if that is council's direction.
Thanks.
Finished? And go back
Yeah,
to
I
Ms.
saw
Glenday.
Mr. Bragg's hand, but
Oh, so back to Ms. Glenday, Mr. Bragg.
I actually, if I could have a 5-minute recess with staff, then we can confer as a group on how to assist council with this question.
Okay, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. We are back in session, and I will go to Ms. Glenday.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the recess. It just made sure that staff are all on the same page regarding what I'm about to tell you. So for clarity, and I'm sure council's aware, but for the community, in the report, it does indicate that any kind of building above will require an additional $1.3 million to this project. Staff are recommending spending that to allow for that airspace. In the report, the alternative recommendation is housing. So staff are leaning towards affordable housing versus a community space. However, that is council's decision. And also a recommendation is to choose to build later, not right now, based on the priorities in the current real estate facilities master, so that it doesn't get lost. If council wants a more robust conversation about whether it's community space or housing, and you don't feel you have enough time today, then that could be something we put on a future agenda. So the options are come back to another meeting or make the decision today, refer the housing to the housing process, which is the hopefully updated housing needs assessment and housing society. I'm going to look to staff to make sure that I summarize what we said.
So I guess my understanding was that we don't have to decide whether it's housing or community space. The possibility is it could be a mix of both, depending on future needs and costs and wants. But just to be clear, am I correct in stating that, Mr. Bragg?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. I just wanted to clarify the numbers here. The soil here is classed as liquid fireable. The fire hall needs to be built as post disaster construction. What that does, it just beefs everything up. regardless of doing anything on top, we're spending $1 million to create a soil that is stable to have a building on there. It's going to cost around $300,000 to do the additional work to allow for the airspace to be built out. So regardless if we build the airspace or not, we still have to spend this money for the soils that are on site, which are not favorable, just for clarity there.
And my recollection was we dealt with this, gosh, maybe even a year ago, where there was a council resolution that we did want to budget for an armored ground floor to allow for the possibility of building above. Am I missing something, or was that not a final decision? And my recollection was it was about $900,000.
Through the chair, no, it was a final decision. So what I've come back today to say, it was $939,000 at that time when we went through initially. The cost is now $300,000, but we've got $1 million, give or take, increased in just general construction numbers to solidify the soils. So the numbers have changed around slightly.
Ms. Glendale.
Thank you, Chair. If I can try and help add some more clarity, I do believe the question for Mayor Elliott was around process to make sure that making a decision on whether or not to build something above the fire hall didn't get lost. And so that decision, if it doesn't happen today, would either end up on a future agenda with this council, or if it's a housing decision, then we can refer it to the housing process. If it's not housing, then ultimately it's an agenda item where council at some point needs to make that decision. So I would look to council to make the decision on when they want to do that.
Yeah, but my concern is that for council to consider one use or the other use or both uses, we'd need, I think, some idea, even a high level estimate of costs and possible funding options and priorities in the financial plan. And for example, there's been several different possible community uses mentioned. Councillor Anderson just mentioned the arts and culture group, but we've heard of others, yoga classes and you name it. And so I'm wondering if we don't have the information in front of us today to make a decision from my perspective. And so I'm wondering if we want to give if council wants to give staff direction to consider this and come back with options and some pricing before we try to sit down and decide. I can appreciate starting this process now, as the mayor says. I mean, it's a couple of years away from getting anybody living there at the earliest. But I'm wondering how much information or where the information might come from for council to make that decision. Parking is one example, for example. How many units would actually fit on that site? So there's different questions around that, I think, before we could sort of make a good decision. Do you have any thoughts on that and the direction we might give to staff today?
I do. And, with the estimated cost of affordable housing upwards of $10 million and the community space at $3 million, I'm not confident that staff would have the information back in time in front of this council. But if there was a motion for us to consider it and evaluate that, it could be done in future years.
Mayor Elliott, I was going to put you on the spot. Did you have some thoughts going forward?
Yeah, I think in listening to staff's response, I think the best thing to do is refer the housing component to the housing needs study as an option, just so that it doesn't get lost while that housing needs assessment is being done. We made that decision last week to support the grant. But we should also refer this discussion to a future committee of the whole, and staff can bring back options for how to support council's decision making on community space versus housing. That would be, so I think we can do both. Like I think it should be sitting there as an option in the housing needs assessment, but I understand that council wants to look at this from a couple of different angles. And so I think there's a committee of the whole in the future, as Ms. Glendale said, probably not with this council, to just look at it from different options and funding options and how it fits into the real estate and facilities master plan. So I'm happy for the conversation to continue, or I can put a motion on the floor. It's up to you, Chair.
I'd be
I
happy
don't know if
to
you made it
entertain a
through your
motion.
speaking order.
I'd be happy to entertain a motion. And just to direct this part of the conversation, my thought is that there's two motions, perhaps to refer the housing component to the housing needs study and to refer potential uses to committee of the whole, which might include housing.
Yeah, see, you made your own motion. I'll second that.
Okay, well, I'll deal with the first one. To refer a housing component to the housing needs study. Is there a seconder? Councillor Pettengill, any comment on that? Any opposed? Motion carries. And the second motion was to refer options for uses above the ground floor to a future committee of the whole. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor French, any comment? Councillor Stoner, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Herford.
Hot button issue. While I appreciate the intent of the motion, I don't think I'll be supporting it. While I appreciate trying to put this into a process, I actually see this as just almost more so that we've created a new lot in some ways, and I think it just falls into the real estate and facilities plan more broadly with all the other lands that we have available. So I'm concerned about putting this as a specific committee of the whole agenda item and spending time on it when we know that there's lots of moving pieces, and I would rather see it just integrated with the real estate and facilities master planning process more broadly, which leaves it open when we have dialogue with the arts groups and we just look at all of the potential available spaces. We have dialogue with housing. I think it's good that this is being included in the housing study. I think that helps provide some good context as to how that might be forwarded in that specific context. But more broadly, I see this just as being a piece of land that we're creating for future development potential going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Herford.
Yes, I don't actually see a need in the near future for staff to return to for a committee to hold to discuss the this upper floor uses. If we've passed a motion just now to refer the housing to a needs and demand study, which we hope will be undergoing if the grant application is successful. But we also have other planning processes anyway for other community uses, namely the real estate and facilities master plan is needing to consider cultural space use, community space use in a couple of facilities, and that will have some spillover and it would be a general conversation. And the Arts, Cultural and Heritage Strategy has a whole section, 6, concerning cultural spaces, and that is a planning process that we will slowly be emerging into, and necessarily so, because it complements what we're needing to be doing in the real estate and facilities master plan. So I don't see an urgent need to bring this back to committee of the whole, so long as we're mindful of those processes and have referred the scenario to them. That's fine.
Councillor Pettengill, Herford, Mayor Elliott, Councillor French.
Yeah, I guess hearing my colleagues' comments about the real estate facilities master plan, that does actually resonate with me. So, I wonder, it's maybe just a different resolution to refer this to that process or make sure it gets integrated into that. Leave it for other people to consider for now. I do think, for myself, as I mentioned earlier, this is, no matter what we do, going to incur post disaster costs. And so I think in that real estate facilities master plan, we need to think about what is required to be a post-disaster building. And I think, we haven't seen the analysis on the risk from the pipeline and the risk to RCMP, which is right there. So for me, that seems like it's a natural place where that might really make sense. I think that discussion can be had as part of the real estate facilities master planning, along with some of the other things once we understand those issues. And so I'm sort of more inclined to consider it there rather than as a special one-off.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion, but I do think that, not to predetermine the outcome of that discussion. I think that the real estate facilities master plan is exactly the place for this. But we need to understand what it is, what it could be, and what it's unlikely to be. So I'm happy that to have this sort of highlighted as housing, although in the reports, this post-disaster piece and the cost affecting the funding mechanisms required to actually achieve that are concerning. So I do think that it's worthwhile discussion here and make sure that we or council of the day gives direction as to what how that fits into the real estate and facilities master plan and has a staff lens applied to it through in that process. So I think it's a good discussion to be had, and yeah, maybe it'll end up in the real estate facilities master plan, or maybe there's an opportunity that sort of jumps off the page that can be handled through that committee of the whole process. But I think it's a discussion unto itself for sure, and is distracting today. So I'll support this motion to deal with this piece, and yeah, we'll take it from there. So thank you.
Mary, Councillor French.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to support this motion because anything vague in my almost 8 years at this table never gets done. And so to refer a vague space to the real estate and facilities master plan means that staff can never apply for grant funding while it's vague. Is it community space or is it housing? So back in 2018, we did a lot of engagement with our community, and we built plans and designs for what a future Brennan Park could look like. And that's enabled us to already start applying for grants while we focus on the other two fire halls and the public works yard. And so if we don't know what this space is going to be in the real estate and facilities master plan, we can't take advantage of those unique opportunities when funding comes along, because we'll always be arguing about, well, maybe it's community space or maybe it's housing. And then with the Housing Society now being formed and hiring their staff, when they come to us and say, can we have that space? Can we try and put a deal around building that housing for you? Then our answer will be, well, we're not sure yet. So just referring a vague space to the real estate and facilities master plan is not helpful. We need to refer something, because only shovel-ready projects get funded by grants. So that's why this needs to go to a future committee of the whole, so it becomes something. And then we can take advantage of those opportunities that come along to apply for grants, to get some designs done, to work with partners in the community to make it what it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Councillor French, and I'll put myself on the list.
Thanks, Chair. And in speaking in favor of the motion, staff clarity on council's thinking with this airspace at this point is important. And I think that this is a worthwhile discussion. We have councillors that are pushing for housing, cultural space, emergency services. Maybe we have a combination of all of these things ultimately, but we won't be clear on that if we don't have a conversation about it. So I see this as a standalone conversation best discussed in a committee of the whole meeting that happens sooner than later, and specifically before the end of our term. And while I support pushing the airspace construction out, I also want to be sure that we can move quickly if a funding opportunity or opportunities appears. As the mayor has indicated, shovel-ready plans get funded, and we can't be shovel-ready if we don't give staff clear direction.
Thank you. And my reason for putting this forward and having this discussion was I think that we should try to focus on the decision of what might go up there quickly. There are expectations in the community. I think we've all seen emails and heard different comments around it. And so I think it would be a good idea to, if we want this to get going, to start it moving, make some decisions about what types of uses might be accommodated up there, and then start looking for funding sources in the process to get the funding. And so that can go alongside issues in the real estate facilities master plan. There's obviously budget decisions. There's obviously priorities with other capital expenses. But I think if we want to get this going sooner rather than later, then we have to start taking the first steps. So with that, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Councillor Stoner, Councillor Pettengill opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. So Mr. Bragg, did you have any other comments? I was going to go to the recommended motions. Nothing else? So there are two recommended motions, Council. We can deal with them separately or together if you wish. Just indicate so if you're moving them. Councillor Stoner?
There are 3 motions and I'll move all 3.
I beg your pardon, 3. Thank you. You're counting better. Councillor French is seconding. Any further comment, Council? Councillor French, Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. And this is an expensive project. There's just no way around that fact. So I accept the information regarding cost estimates, both current and future. I support leaving the future construction above the fire hall for a future time, as we've heard in this discussion moments ago. I really want us to focus on getting the fire hall built and treat that airspace as a future discussion. We need that fire hall and we need to move it forward. So I'm supporting the motions.
Councillor Anderson, Councillor Stoner.
Yes, just first briefly a comment on a section of the report to Council concerning policy. It's citing the Arts, Culture and Heritage Strategy. And further states that the Squamish Arts Council recommendations for wall areas to accommodate art murals will be incorporated into the design. In fact, the policy that is cited does not address wall art. It addresses spaces planning. And the policy is section 6.1. And it's important to keep this in mind because, and here I'm going to refer to Mayor Elliott's comments, it is important for grant applications and funding partner conversations and our own budgeting that we be clear about that planning process. And that section of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Strategy is explicitly concerned with spaces, facilities, buildings, parts of buildings, rather than art. There is another recommendation that does deal with art. That's just a small point, but just my main emphasis is that we be careful in setting that planning action item because it's important for the reasons that we've just discussed. Secondly, it's not so long ago that the public here in Squamish lost confidence in the municipality regarding building projects. And I'll cite 2 buildings, and they were well known at the time and vigorous conversations, the RCMP station and the Adventure Center, both of which went way over budget and have continued to have, particularly the Adventure Center, well-known issues. We're in a different place today. We are light years ahead of where we were not so long ago. The report that is before us on the Tantalus Fire Hall is very interesting and useful reading, and it also is reading that would inspire not only council's confidence, but the public's as well. And I think this is important to just point out where we have arrived in our municipal building construction planning. We are now setting standards for the private sector, in my opinion. There is a section in the report in front of us which I thought I might highlight because it relates to conversations we're all often having about green building and green building goals. And that is in the section called Conditions of Satisfaction, where 3 themes or framework of 3 items is referenced: energy, carbon, and resilience. 1, 2, 3, 3 separate topics. I feel that too often we are narrowly focused on energy efficiency, whereas this report lays out a framework I think that should be useful for us ongoing as we discuss development projects and building projects. There are 3 aspects to green building. This report here touches and addresses all 3 very clearly, and they are energy efficiency, carbon footprint, and resilience, and the latter has many aspects. So I think that this is useful in reading, but it really does set a standard and very, very useful reports. Some might say it's overkill and there's lots of detail here, but we're certainly setting standards in our municipal buildings planning reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Just briefly, supporting all 3 motions. I'm excited to see this project moving forward. It's long been a part of our strategic plan as council to get 3 of these projects going. And Mr. Bragg, you've been great in terms of keeping us on pace for that. And this is 2 of 3. So important components of it that I think are great to see, it being a post-disaster building, that we are enabling the potential for building above, although that does add some cost. It is still cheaper than buying land. So I think that's good forward thinking on behalf of staff in this council, that it is net zero, and that is going to enable us to seek grant funding and hopefully cover the costs associated with that, but also knowing that we're building for the future. And the functional design of the building. I also want to pick up on Councillor Anderson's comments that the report included in our package today of almost 200 pages is thorough and transparent and provides both council and our community with a lot of detail around what is being built here. And so if anybody has any questions, no doubt that they can find the answers in those pages. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motions, all 3 of them. I'm happy to see this project move forward, not only increasing the public safety aspect, but it's a very resilient building, the post-disaster level building. And it creates opportunities for the community that will be discussed as we just debated how to do that at an upcoming committee of the whole meeting to figure out how to capitalize on this opportunity that we're creating by bulking the lower levels to allow for that future use yet to be determined. Thank you for all the hard work in moving this project forward. And as has been mentioned already by some of my fellow councillors, the report was, well, I'll use exhaustive. It's all there. It's all there. If you have a question about this project, it's there. We'll be able to find the answer for you if you need to find it in those pages. And thank you so much for that. As often as we work on projects such as this, the community comes to sometimes councillors individually, and that's an amazing resource to have that level and the background involved in that too. So thank you so much for that. Look forward to seeing this move forward and those opportunities capitalized upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, a few things. Really appreciate the level of detail in the report and trying out a process for construction that will help bring down cost and incentivizes decreasing costs. Despite that, this is an expensive project. We have the recent Valley Cliff Fire Hall to understand that we can manage this well and come up with a good building. So that provides some confidence. I am sort of worried though about the knock-on effect with Public Works Yard and then other projects as we see these costs escalate. And I guess maybe we'll address that this evening with the AAP process, and hopefully we can not have to go to taxation for some of these things. But I think there's a solid case for the decisions, the recommendation here, which we are supporting. For myself, I'm looking for some information, I guess, from the fire hall to understand that we are planning for all the infrastructure we need given the upcoming risks to our community. And that piece isn't clear. I guess I won't handle it as part of this resolution, but I would like that clarification and understanding that we are building the infrastructure we need. But otherwise, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, it's one motion with 3 recommendations contained in it. So any further comment? I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Bragg, you have the next item, which is the Public Works Facility update. We are a few minutes behind, but we can carry on. Thank you. Beg your pardon, did you wish a recess?
Yeah, just a 5-minute one. Is that okay?
We'll have a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Come back at 12:15. Thank you, and we're back in session. We are now on item 3, sub 3, Public Works Facility Project Update. Mr. Bragg, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time this afternoon. This report is an update on the Public Works Facility. It's a detailed update. And beside me, we have the principal from S2 Architects, who is the lead project architect, and we'll be presenting the update together here. I'd like to introduce you. Do you want to say a few words?
Thank you. I'm humbled to be here. My name is Linus Murphy. I am a partner with S2 Architecture. We've done quite a number of operations in fire stations, so anything with a vehicle is what we specialize in. And we've been working with Cal on team for 7-8 months now, and are really, really pleased to be doing that. I'm happy to be answering any questions here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Linus. I just want to note that Linus has 12 public works facilities under his belt and over 6,000 projects. He's got some depth of experience here. So the objective of today is to provide council with a detailed update of the project works facility project. There's no decisions required. A little bit on a background, the Public Works facility is one of the three critical district projects. It provides essential services and safety to the community. The other two being the fire halls, which is Tantalus and Valleycliff, which we just discussed. The last quarterly update from staff to council was March 1st, 2022, and it noted an indicative cost of $23.8 million, and that was a Class D / heading into the C territory. Value engineering has been complete by the project team, and that was done between October last year and February this year. And what value engineering does is it breaks down the design where it's at the current time, and it looks intrinsically into where cost savings can be had. It's looking at square feet, it's looking at materials, it's looking at what options can be had in the structure. And we've gone through a few of these formal processes to get to this stage now. The current works are about 66% of design is complete. We're probably up pushing around 70% as it's ongoing. At the moment, we've got some items that are under tender or in request for price. One of them is Design Assist. And what the Design Assist does is it pulls the trades in very early on in the design process to help the remainder of the project team determine the best way to build things. And what it does is it captures, instead of items turning up in construction stage, we try and head it off at the pass and pick it up during the planning stage. So we're in that process at the moment. We're also under tender for the salt shed works, the stormwater works, the preloading of the soil on the site there, and also soil remediation. The budget, we've had some hurdles with the budget. It's rising due mainly to escalation. Staff are anticipating plus or minus 26 million, and we're not at the next stage of getting the numbers yet. We're getting the next update in the next month and a half, 2 months here. The challenges that we've had is industry-wide. There's predicting and adjusting to escalation rates and inflation rates. Increasing the level of sustainability. There's a cost to greening the building, and this is on both design and materials, and that's carbon saving and energy use. The soil contaminations created some additional costs, and the remediation works associated with that. Also, the additional salt shed scope work, which was, the scope of work was an unknown at the beginning of the project, and also material availability. And we're having to change some items because of lead times and supply chain items. There's been a focus on cost savings, and one of the biggest ones has been a prefabricated steel for the maintenance bay side. The other ones is having exposed ceilings where possible, also having standard specification rather than bespoke items or custom items. And we're using, if we can, off-the-shelf items, so to speak, for windows, general materials, colors, and mechanical items. One of the nitty-gritty items that we're diving into, and S2 Architects have been awesome in supporting the district and reducing the waste going to landfill, is during construction. One small item here, but the small items add up, is having carpet tiles of the same type, size, and scope. You can mix them all together, and what that does is it reduces the cutting waste. So we're getting down into detail of where we can save costs here. The building is climate resilient. There is a training room on the upper levels there, which S2's created as a backup possible emergency room. The focus, and Linus will dive into the flood mitigation a little bit further, but we focused on that. And then also the exterior materials are low combustible. We focused on electrification as well. And by electrification, it's not just electrification of the building, it's more so how do we work in with the fleets in the oncoming future here. So electric fleets are not maintenance free. There's still brakes that need to be serviced. The regeneratives are typically a little bit more work than standard brakes. You've still got to change tires for summer and winter. You've still got to lube items. So the project team doesn't see a major reduction in bay size anticipated for an electric future. However, retooling would be required. I'll hand over to Linus to dive into the design details and sustainability items and also comparing to other sites across BC.
Through the chair, thank you to Cal. And I was surprised when Cal asked me to even speak because he knows all this stuff and he's directing us and keeping a real close hand on all of the things that we do. I do want to mention, just going back a slide or two, Cal was mentioning about the carpet, and that was one of the things that I am most proud of. There's a lot in this project that we're really proud of, but the carpet, the first reaction we had was, oh my God, it's too expensive. It looks really good. And the comment that we had is it's all standard materials, it's all standard sizes. We have zero waste and we're selecting all from the same manufacturer and it's just a different colorway within it. So we are making really nice architecture and interiors out of elements that are all standard. And what you see here are exactly that. All the materials, dark and light, are the same building system, the same way of putting it together. We're just doing it very, very smartly. Starting at the top, I'll just work my way around the multi-use training rooms. We have 2 multi-use training rooms, total seating of about 60 people. And that is very, very common for all of our operations buildings. In fact, many of our fire stations, we've done quite a few, as well as probably 11 or 12 of our 12 or 13 operations have a multi-use room. We've elevated the building above the floodplain. The floodplain is the FCL at 10.43 meters, which is about 3.5 meters above where the grade is. So if you're looking at this drawing, about 3.5 meters above that or 10 feet. So the lower level of both the shops area and the office area is designed to be flooded. So we're assuming, and we're designing this as a sacrificial set of elements. So the doors are designed for the overhead doors are designed to allow the water actually through the building, and the building is designed to allow the water through. So you don't get this big pile of static water pushing against the building. That allows us to design the building to a lighter load, but still have it very safe. Same thing underneath where we've got the storage. By raising the office building, we have the ability to have the water go through. It is a code compliance bylaw requirement to design to that level, but we are designing the shops area to be that sacrificial space. So there's no damage, permanent damage to the building. Open up the doors and you're safe. The washroom and change rooms for all genders. This is something that we started to do many years ago, and that is create either unisex or non-gendered specific washrooms. And what that allows you to do is it allows you to calculate the whole load of the building, so 100% of the load of the building, and then apply it as appropriate. So in a building of this type, the building code says you have to design for 50% male, 50% female. And what we do is we come up with the minimum baseline for female because that's a code compliance requirement. And then everything else above that is gender neutral. So if you have a fluctuating number of genders, then that's accommodated in here. So the overall net is a reduction in the actual number of toilets and sinks that you provide because you're sharing them. So you don't not only have just a man and a woman's, you actually have multiple, and that allows you to share the numbers. So we have fewer washrooms than a comparable building may. We have a tight footprint, and we'll get into some of the data later on, but this is the tightest footprint, most efficient footprint of any operations building we've ever done. So thanks to the gentleman to my right, who kept saying, why is it so big? Let's make it smaller. Let's make it smaller. We've done exactly that. It's very, very efficient. We have covered storage underneath because we had to raise the building. We have drive-through bays for the entire fleet. So these bays, we analyze the length of the bay and the width of the bay. And typically, our bays would be slightly longer and slightly wider. But by analyzing all of the fleet vehicles that you have and projecting for the fire trucks, which are typically the larger vehicles, we've been able to streamline that down to the minimum and have enough space for even a ladder truck and maintenance of a ladder truck. The base level is designed for flood debris. So it's built to take a beating, and that's at the lower level. We've got the open bay, and on this image that you're seeing, the bay that's closest to us is a future bay. And so the walls are all designed for removable wall systems so you can get this bay. It is an opportunity for us to do some value engineering. If we need to, we can remove the bay, and the bay isn't supporting the rest of the building. The bay is supporting itself. We've done this many times, and to be quite honest, before any owners moved in, we end up enclosing the bay. So it just makes sense. No matter what we do, it's never big enough, and we hope not to be doing that here. We do have expansion designed into the building. CalWall is a really terrific material. That's something that you've probably seen quite a lot of. It's kind of a fluorescent or a plexiglass material. Cal may be getting one that diffuses the light really super well. So it allows us to put a lot fewer windows in a building and get a maximum amount of diffused light. It also has an R value that is much better than a window. A typical window is 3 to 5. And the CalWall is 8 to 10, which means we're getting up where we want to be for energy efficiency. And it diffuses the light tremendously well. So for much fewer amount of windows using CalWall, we're able to get in a tremendous amount of light. And I would have loved to have brought in all the photos of all of our operations buildings to show you how CalWall works. Because a lot of the maintenance bays that we have CalWall around the top, and it circles around the top. And the maintenance people don't even turn the lights on during the daytime. There's just that much light, and it diffuses it really super well. The cost of that is the same cost as the wall system itself. So typically a window is about 3 to 5 times the cost of a wall system. This is the identical cost in the identical installation system. So super frugal. We have natural tones for their color palette, which means that we believe the building really fits into the environment where we are. A lot of green. We've got the Spias line there and whatnot. We had in some of our earlier designs come up with a color pattern that matched the logo. And Cal was the first one that said, no way, just get rid of it. So we got rid of it and ended up with quite a natural looking design, which we quite like. What's interesting also is, and I didn't know this till we did work in North Vancouver, is that this building is also designed for migratory bird. It is not designed so that birds will actually by accident fly into it. So we've designed it around a flowing form, both vertically, horizontally, and all the ends, corners have solid ends. So it's actually safe for the birds, which is something that's really quite interesting to think about. We probably will have very few, if any, birds actually fly into the building. Good thing. We have internal walls, all of which can be moved. So even in the shops bay area, we can move the walls. Thank you. I wanted to comment on the energy, carbon, and resilience, which I wrote down on my phone. So thank you very much for that. On the energy side, we are designing to passive house principles, and this was largely driven by your environmental group. We've met with them a few times, and they said this is the baseline upon which we want to design to. Passive house principles are way up there. They're kind of like the cat's meow when you're designing for engineering. Net zero is very critical as well. This building is designed for net zero in 2030. The only thing we're not doing is providing solar panels now. So if we provided enough solar panels now, we'd be net zero going in. But we are also looking at passive house. And if you're from Europe, passive house has been around for about 20 years. In Canada, it's really just starting to happen. And I spelt it the German way as opposed to the Canadian way. It's really passive house principles. Your engineering environmental requirements said that you wanted to be 40% better, 20% to 40%, depending on which category you're looking at, of energy savings. And we just got our first report about a week ago, and we're at 60% right now. So all of that which we're applying, we're 60% saving more energy than the Model National Energy Board. So we're doing a phenomenal job. And that surpasses even your requirements by an extra 20% or about 50% above what you're requiring. We've got a 24% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, which if you're in 25% or above, you're considered highly greenhouse gas conscious. And we're at 24% now, so I'm hoping to get to that 25%. That's kind of my goal. We would, if we're applying for LEED certification, we'd easily be at LEED Gold, probably Platinum if we were applying. We're not going after any certification, but if we were, we'd be in the LEED Gold area. We're using really smart equipment, we're solar ready. By smart equipment, we're using HRVs and ERVs, we're electric power everywhere. So we're really being conscious of how we're using energy. And we will be net zero in 2030. And am I rambling too much? Okay. If you look at some, oh,
Sorry.
that's okay. If you're looking at some of the recent projects, for North Vancouver, we had a 42% savings, and this is as apples to apples as I can make. Nothing is apples to apples, but it's very close. They will be net zero in 2030 as well, although they are considering right now looking at solar panels. So we're not quite sure if that's going to happen or not. Strathcona County, we used LEED principles, 32% net savings. Cold Lake, we're just doing that now. And Cold Lake, if you know that region, is very, very cold. So it's 25% energy savings that we're projecting for that. We just got our energy model for there. Leduc is a number of years ago. It was 8 years ago now. And we had an 18% energy savings. So we think we're really smart, but this is in comparison to the previous energy code. So the current energy code really upped the game, and we're 60% better than this current energy code. And Leduc was 18% of the then energy code. Lloydminster was 35%. Thank you. Looking at some of the sustainability elements that we're using, it's an all-electric building. So we have reduction in carbon usage. We have we're electric fleet ready. So the transformer and the switch gear and all the main breakers and everything are designed for 100% fleet ready for electric vehicles. The number of vehicles we're going to be providing right now is in question. We're probably in the 6 to 10 range, but the building is designed for 100%. We are dark sky compliant, and I hope we don't have any engineers in the group, because I looked up what dark sky compliant the actual numbers are, and it's still over my head. Every time I look it up, it's over my head. But it just means that we're not shining light up into the sky, and we're not shining it onto anyone else's property. So we're being really, really frugal with lighting. We have an 8% window to wall ratio, which most people think, like, what the heck does that even mean? Passive house has a maximum permitted of 14%. That means how many windows do you have to how much wall you have? And windows, as I said before, have an R value of about 3 to 5. Really good windows, maybe a bit more than that. The wall can be 40 to 60. So our walls are right now 40. And so we're doing really skookum well with our walls. So the fewer windows you have, the better. And this rendering here shows our approach, which means every office and every open area gets a window. Anything that doesn't have to have a window doesn't get one. So obviously washrooms don't, and the IT room does not, and any of the ancillary rooms don't. And for windows in an office, you're not getting a strip window, you're getting a small window. And the small window is designed so that inside the actual wall flails out. So that amount allows a lot of light to come in a very small area, and then it diffuses it really well. So when you're sitting in, it feels like you're getting a lot more light than you're really getting from the windows. 50% potable water reduction. We've got a solar wall. So on this rendering, that big, tall, black thing on the end, it sucks air in the bottom actually by gravity and natural heat radiation. The black metal heats up. It heats up the air inside it. The air expands and goes up, and it allows it to suck the air from below, and it distributes it inside. So you're getting essentially free heating and distributing outside air into the building. It's not 100% of the outside air, but we're getting some amount. We have anti-air treatment on the windows. We have the office building as mass timber, and that is a super smart thing, because every time we add an extra thick steel stud, the structural engineer comes back and says, holy smokes, we want to lighten up the building. So the building needs to be as light as we can. We removed all of the masonry inside the building so that we could get a lighter load. We've got a raft slab underneath that's about 2 meters deep. We've got piles that are going down, and it's as the fire station was, it's on liquefiable soil, which essentially means that, you know, the soil really can move around. So this building is essentially designed on stilts. So any weight we have, we want to mitigate that weight, which you see down at the bottom on the left-hand side of the office. There's a kind of a box that's our mechanical space. That mechanical space, we wanted to put it on the roof. But our structural engineer said no. So if you put something on a big, tall, skinny wooden thing, and then that thing is really heavy, that building really wants to move. So we don't want it to move like that because we got a steel structure beside it. So we took that mechanical and put it down below. And you can see the gen set in the bottom left, that white box, that's above the floodplain. So our incident management, backup EOC, backup network management center and everything is above that line. So are all the services providing to it. Some of the numbers show here, won't get into it, but based on population, 1.31 percentage of square footage per population base here. And that, except for North Vancouver, is exceptionally aggressive. So when you're looking at the population base, this is a really efficient footprint for the type of public works building. And having done North Vancouver, actually, we finished the programming. It's about to come out for RFP. Their area is about 128,000 square feet. Our program said you want 225,000 square feet. So they are significantly deficient on area. Same thing with their bulk storage on the outside. Their yard is very, very tight. In fact, they got things on top of things on top of things. So you will be very soon the most efficient and effective public works in this area, certainly in Western Canada. These numbers are particularly, I think, telling. The staff is not the actual number of staff that are going into the building. It's the bums in place kind of idea. So if there's a seat, not in a meeting room, not in the training room, but if there's a seat where somebody can sit and work, that's what that number accounts for. So we've got the numbers on the left-hand side, which you can see by area. You're very comparable. The area per person, though, that's a real indicator for us. 590 square feet per person. That includes all the bays. So if you take the whole building, including all the bays, you've got 590 square foot per person. Now, if you talk to anyone in the industry and you say that stupid architect Linus said, I got 590 square feet per person, that person will probably tell you, oh, you should be way under that. But this number includes all of the bays. If you calculate, and I just did when I was out in the lobby, I counted the number of seats in place or bums in place for this facility. And excluding all of the bays, this facility here, including council chambers, is about 320 square feet per person based on my quick math. This building is 303 excluding the bays. So even this facility is as efficient as this building, maybe even a little more so. And others, when you look at North Vancouver, when we get into the bays, 1,300, 609 for Strathcona County. And I swear, when you look at Strathcona County, it is 50,000 square feet of workstations. It's just tremendous number of workstations, 276 people. And I know these numbers because coming here today, I prepared last night and counted every one of them. And so I really thought that these numbers, Strathcona would be the lowest by far, because in looking at the floor plan, there's just so much, and it's 609. And then the others go up from there. So again, this really reinforces the efficiency of the footprint. Site area, you're 3.2 acres. That's really tight. So we're counting and doing double duty with some of the wastewater treatment plant. We've got access for some of the vehicles from our site going on to wastewater treatment, some of the wastewater treatment plant vehicles coming on our site. We've got this overlap, which is why we have the water treatment, stormwater management going for both sites, because the sites were so intertwined and so reliable on one another. And working with Ben and Bob and Cal, we knew that we couldn't separate one from the other. So the area of the public works is 3.2, but we're actually overlapping with a lot of the work from wastewater treatment. The number of bays, I think, is pretty comparable. Quite honestly, when you talk to some public works, it's way more because they do things slightly differently. So that's kind of, it was a number to use. The staff parking, the only one that is really significantly different from the number is North Vancouver. And that's because they don't have the space. So they took over that space and started to pile tires and vehicles and hydro lines and things like that. And if you ever go down to their public works building, every street in front is piled full of staff parking. So they have that many parking stalls. They just use the street to do it. The number of training rooms and meeting spaces, I know is a real topic of discussion with this group and with others as well. Bob and Cal and Ben, we were always analyzing. In looking at this, we're very comparable, if not more efficient, with the number of training rooms. We've only ever done one ops facility that did not have a training facility. And that training facility, these are on the smaller side. It's 60 people. Usually they're 80 to more. And that was Leduc didn't have a training facility because about a block and a half down the way, they had a training facility that they just built because they couldn't wait for this the new operations building to be built. The number of standard and small meeting rooms is smaller than we recommended originally. So we had about twice as many as this because the size of the offices are small. So if we had a standard 150 square foot office, we would have larger size. We'd be able to have some visitor seating in there. We're 120 on some areas, and then our workstations are also on the aggressive side. So we have to provide more space, which is the meeting rooms that's external to it. Our office, we just finished doing our own office, and we're around this 500 square foot, obviously no bays. And we have 7 meeting rooms for a staff of 60 people. So almost comparable to you without the bays, obviously, because we're an office, but we've got a lot more meeting rooms. Next. And that's it for me. So thank you for putting up with my rambling.
Thank you, Linus. It's very much appreciated with the depth in there. The next steps for staff are to engage the design assist trades, work through to Class C budget, continue to work on this site works, which is the salt shed, the stormwater, the preload, and the site remediation, and then return to council for an update in the third quarter. Thank you.
Councillor Herbert, Councillor Anderson, Councillor French.
Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, there's a lot there, and I think it's shaping up to be an exciting building. There's been some discussion around, sort of adding things to the whether it's like a shared facility. So in the report, page 3 of your report, or page 364 of our agenda, it speaks to the nature of the facility and how it is being shared and how it can be shared. And I was curious, before we got to the refined footprint that we have, what are the challenges with providing additional space for some use, whether it's other departmental use we've heard of, or community space, or potential partner, or something, as far as the layout of the facility, parking requirements, these sorts of things. So I appreciate the pieces that are called out here, and I'm not suggesting that we should have done differently. I'm just curious what those constraints were, and how we landed with this level of sharing, which I think is quite extensive, with the wastewater treatment plant, the training rooms that can be used, and offices that can be used by other pieces of the district's workforce. So yeah, what are the constraints there, and is there opportunity for that to be pushed further, whether it's on the level or over top of the bays, which I think we've seen done, but I've heard in previous discussions the challenges there. So could you speak to that aspect?
Through the chair, yeah, I've actually got a backup slide for some information here, and Linus can back up on the on building above and out. So if you look at this slide here, we do have a constrained site, and Linus mentioned that before. You can see the area in red. That wasn't anticipated for the amount that we had buildable for a public works area when we started the process. When we started the process, we didn't anticipate the wastewater treatment plant moving north with the circular and where it is. And then also there's an environmentally sensitive area to the north. It's hard to read on here, but it's called a SPEA. And it's that sensitive, we can't touch it. We can't park any tires or any storage or any of that sort of stuff there. So we're constrained with that. So we're very limited in what we can do here. The operations here, if you look just down below in grey, you can see the building in the centre. The rest of it's a combination of parking and then some road and access ways. It's a very tight site. What's not shown on here is an additional road, what's required for biosolid wastes, which is going through the park there. So we're working closely with the wastewater treatment plant, and this comes down to this whole site being a shared site and also a shared building. So it's a shared site with wastewater treatment plant, and we're also sharing the building, where we do have some options for interdepartment areas, such as sharing meeting rooms, sharing training areas. We've also added some square foot and departments into the public works building as well, pushing the shared facilities side. We've got gardening and facilities in there. As far as adding square foot to the site, it's difficult. We can either add square foot, which means we're taking away for the parking or the access or the public works operations, which, as has been noted, is quite tight at the moment. We could build up. The issue with building up, we've got this building where we've got wood frame on one side and we've got prefab on the other side. There is space to build above the prefab, but once you get into that area, the costs, everything completely changes. We'll probably end up having to go to concrete if we're going to be building up anything there. If we build up on the existing office side, then you're going to be building up quite tall. So we looked at this, and everywhere we turned, there wasn't a lot of opportunity to expand on the existing site here. It's constrained.
Thank you. That's good for me for now. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, Councillor Stoner.
Mr. Bragg, the report refers to the ever-growing projects that Public Works service, and not least 3 major new parks that we'll be servicing in the next little while. During our discussion last year, I believe, on the Brennan Parks Master Plan, there was a suggestion that of a new parks depot or facility in the Brennan Park area. And here in this report, I see that you are, and in the slide presentation, referring to gardening, maintenance, and facilities departments. Is there another depot or facility still planned for the Brennan Parks, or is this now combined into the present facility design?
Through the chair, it's a good question. And the short answer is both. If we can utilize what we can at Brennan Park, we will. And we're trying to fit as many departments as we can into this one as possible. But as noted before, we're very limited. And what we have found is moving gardening facilities into here is works on the feasibility side. And perhaps Bob can expand a little bit on the parks and the requirement into Brennan Park there.
Sure, I can speak to that, Mr. Chair. The seasonal staff are based out of Brennan Park. So the full-time staff in the Parks Department will be based out of this building, but the seasonal staff will still be based out of Brennan Park. So we do need a facility there. We've also talked about the long-range planning for the future parks that are coming on: oceanfront, waterfront, pedestrian bridge, that kind of stuff. So we're looking at opportunities downtown for what we're kind of nicknaming the downtown division of parks, to have a facility down there to recognize the fact that there's full-time work in the downtown area.
Thank you. My second question concerns the building design and the rendering that's in front of me. The height extension that we see above the vehicle bays, does it have another function besides letting in natural light? That is there a provision for a hoist, an engine hoist, something of that nature? Could you comment on the design of that height extension relative to what it's delivering?
Through the chair, the raised bay or the high bay is designed exactly for vehicles to go in there and to be able to raise their bucket. And so it's got a certain specific height to it. We would typically try to raise the whole of the bays all the way through, but in this case, we're trying to mitigate the costs as much as possible. So we're raising just that. We do have the lighting at the top, or the windows, sorry, and the cowl wall to allow that amount in. So the frequency of it being used is every time there's a ladder truck or some other vehicle that needs some kind of higher access. There is a series of 4-poster, 2-poster, and scissor lifts in that area, and we haven't allocated them all yet.
In industrial buildings, you have other solutions for letting in light, but I see now, understand the purpose of that height extension. Just a brief comment, Mr. Murphy, you have mentioned that Canada is hopefully catching up to Germany with respect to introducing passive house standards. Just must pass on that in Germany, any introduction to passive house refers to Canada as the inspiration, and the first passive house building was built in 1974 in Saskatoon, the Saskatchewan Conservation House.
Through the chair, I'm going to look that up very, very quickly. But I wonder if it's passive solar design as opposed to passive house. But I'm sure you're right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor French and Councillor Stoner.
Thanks, Chair. And I appreciate the additional context in the presentation around the solar panel situation with this building, because it struck me as I was going through the report that there's very little reference to solar paneling, geothermal for this particular project. So to follow up on what we learned in the presentation about potential future addition of solar panels for this building, how difficult or easy would it be to achieve that addition if and when we get to the point where we have a directive to install solar panels on this building?
Through the chair, both series of roofs are being designed to accommodate solar panels. So 100% of the roof can accommodate solar panels. And because the design intent is to have them as flat as we can, they're somewhat visual, but the snow load is very minimal. So that's the intent to do that. With the geothermal, we did look at the ground, and we opted to be as efficient and effective with the building system as we can. We're still gaining 65%. So at current, if we provide all of the solar panels, we don't need the geothermal. So, and geothermal to us is, I have to be honest, it's pretty scary. I know people do it all the time, so I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but we're running into it now on something that's nearby here, where we've reached refusal at about 4 meters, and we have to go down to 7 meters for the geothermal, which means we're getting down so far and we can't go down any lower. So now it's how do you get that? How do you get it down as low as you want to go? Thank you.
Okay, great. And one of the things that jumped out at me was having the first aid room on the top floor. And I don't want to, I am getting us into the weeds, but it seems odd to me that it would be located where the worst we might see is paper cuts, as opposed to down on the first floor where we have people working with big equipment, sharp objects and the like. So just if we could get a quick thought on the logic of putting the first aid room way up high in the building.
I can
Through the
speak to
chair.
that.
I was going to refer to Bob. Sorry. Go ahead, Bob.
I'll speak to that through the chair. First aid at the district here in Public Works is primarily paperwork. So it'll be if you're cut or injured severely, you go to the hospital. Bottom stop, period. But there's the follow-up, and the follow-up requires a lot of personal questions and previous history and that kind of stuff. And right now, if you do a first aid report in the Public Works facility, everybody knows your business because you can hear everything through all the walls. So the intent was to get it onto the 3rd floor so that you've got some privacy and you can have those intimate conversations with the first aid attendant and get the paperwork done and follow up the proper procedures that way. So it's not, if need be, we can put a stretcher in the elevator, but that's not going to happen. They're going to go to the hospital and then we do the follow-up.
Okay, great. That makes total sense. Thanks for that context. And Chair, one more. I'm a little surprised that Councillor Anderson didn't jump on this one. Public art. I think public art can work anywhere and everywhere, including a building like this. Was any consideration given to a public art opportunity in this project?
Through the chair, yes, we did consider it. We did talk with the Arts Council to see what we can do for basically every project we have in the RFMP we work out. And again, we're focused on wall space here. I just wanted to clarify that. But we do have allowance inside the building and outside the building where we have wall space. We haven't got down to that detail just yet, but the project team knows that we have to get in there and allocate a certain area. And it's at the start of the process. It's part of our checklist to get as part of the design here.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Stoner, Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate that our current public works facility is nowhere near what we actually need, but I am curious what the current square footage of the office space is and how many staff we have.
Through the chair, Bob, if you want to answer the number of staff, is it 60? Is that correct?
Yeah, our numbers is we fluff up to about 61. of actual people with our seasonal staff. And again, the reason I say people is because there's temporary staff that are here just for the summer months. So we kind of are between 55 full-time and about 60, 61 in the summer months.
And through the chair, I actually don't know how large the square footage is. It's a prefabricated building. I'll get you that number soon.
Oh, that's all right. I guess where I was going with the question is, thank you for the total breakdown of the square footage in the staff report. But it seems like we've gotten really far on the total office square footage. So we are at 17,000 square feet. When the real estate and facilities master plan was completed, it was estimated that we would need just under 5,000 square feet. And so I'm just curious how we got from there, and what I'm assuming what we're currently operating at is below 5,000 square feet, to needing 17,000 square feet of office space.
Through the chair, at the stage of the RFMP, it was indicative, and the amount of dive-in that the consultant team do is very little. It's like the tip of the iceberg compared to what the project team has done now. The amount of interviews that's happened with staff, the feedback from staff, the comparables to other public works facilities, none of that was done at that level in the RFMP level. And back then, it was more an indicative of what is required. So the answer there would be we've dove in detail, and this is the result of that diving in.
Okay, I appreciate that. But I guess the other piece of that is, as Mr. Smith, you mentioned, we've talked a little bit about creating a parks hub downtown, also having office space at Brennan Park. I appreciate the need for training rooms. We also are building one in the Valley Cliff Fire Hall. There's one in the Tantalus Fire Hall. And so where do we start to see where we're scaling back, given that we're also pursuing a bit of a hub model for some of these service deliveries?
Through the chair, it's a good question. And I think the scaling back happens now because the next projects in the RFMP, we're focusing on Brennan Park, we're focusing on the library, we're focusing on Muni Hall. These buildings, the requirements for meetings right now for municipal and just generally, we just don't have enough meeting rooms or space or training rooms at all. We're far from the required amounts. So the next projects, we focus on a bit of a different area, and it's not on the meeting rooms because at that point we'll have enough. So,
Councillor Pettengill.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to pick up on Councillor Stoner's question a little bit. So I want to understand, we're about to look at, or we have looked at sort of across our municipal functions, we need this much square feet in training space and needs to be put out in 2 locations so people can get to it. Have we sort of done that work and then we're putting the appropriate amounts in the appropriate places, or we're sort of at a critical phase, so we've got to get this space in here for this function. It may be useful for other things. And then in the next phase, we're going to look at the sort of more broad distribution. Is that kind of what you're suggesting?
Through the chair, yes. The second part, or the answer to your question there, yes. We're just focusing purely on the public works. We have the ability for other departments to use it because it can work out. It's like, desk sharing. There's times where public works aren't using it and other departments can actually utilize it. But this is purely public works focused, and this is what's required for the operations of public works.
Okay, thank you. And then just a similar question around the bays. I think we had, some questions about the size of the facility, and I understand that in terms of the dimensions of the bays, ICE or electric vehicle may need similar dimensions, but the number of bays would sort of assume you can probably support more electric vehicles with fewer bays because, from what I understand, in general, less servicing is required. So has there been have we downscaled the number of bays we think we need, assuming an electric future? Or I'm just wondering how we've thought about that.
Through the chair, Linus and I had this discussion today or this morning. And as an architect, how do you design for buildings post-COVID and with electrification coming in, and it's very difficult. We're going with the information that we've got here at the moment. We're pretty confident the number of bays are the right size coming into electrification. There isn't literally an unknown. We don't really know until we're in that situation of what is required to surface this fleet. So the information that we've got it today. We're taking our best foot forward and making decisions on the required bays based on that.
Thanks. And just the last question. I mean, in some of the diagrams, and I assume it's all sort of initial, but it shows the outlines of where all the offices are. Is that all non-structural and this is very flexible space ultimately, or are these sort of fixed offices from day one?
Through the chair, yes, they're all non-structural.
Thanks, Councillor Herford. And then I'd like to wrap this up. We're a little bit behind in our agenda time. I'll give you a chance for final comments. But Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm curious, over the lifetime of this facility, we can say the existing facility is vastly undersized. So how is that growth in the community and then the staff to support that, whether it's fleet, we sort of touched on like the changing technology, but just as far as the size of the facility goes and over the lifetime, like are we at, I understand the efficiencies and I really appreciate that, but I want to make sure that we're not, even though the facility is beautiful and efficient, are we going to be at a pinch point in future from just a size capacity issue, and how is that accommodated in the design so far?
Mr. Smith, would you like to answer that one? Sorry, through the chair.
Sure, through the chair. There's a few questions that came out. In regards to the future planning, if you take a look at the second floor that's in your package, virtually all of those offices are spoken for except for one. So we're certainly not getting a whole lot more than what we need in the immediate future and some future planning. It's been very challenging to make this work and also have that future planning in place. One of the things that I've worked with very closely with Mr. Murphy on is those expansion plans. And to be honest, the training room is an opportunity for expansion. It's not something that I'd like to see, but it is an area that you can go if we have that growth that comes on. So that is one of the issues. Mr. Bragg asked me to do a little bit of estimate on what was required for training for Public Works. Every year we get significantly more training requirements from government bodies, from certification bodies, from safety requirements. We literally put hundreds of courses, staff through hundreds of courses. I would argue that we could pretty much fill that up 52 weeks of the year just with Public Works staff. But it is going to be a good training facility that can be utilized by others as well. In the district to have a good training opportunity. What do we do now? How are we making it happen? A lot of the training opportunities happen in our Public Works facility here. Everybody gets to hear all of the training because these offices are literally, you can hear everything that happens here. So that'll help us with the in-house stuff. And to be honest, a lot of the stuff goes on in the city. So we're paying for travel time and fuel or electric costs for people to travel to the city to get their training. And we can get that training up here if we've got a facility. So the training rooms are going to be great. In regards to the question about the fleet facilities and the number of bays, we currently have 4 bays right now, and we're going to 3. Granted, the 3 are larger. They're drive-throughs. We can fit a fire engine in them, but right now the fire engine, we can't close the door. When we have a tandem axle dump truck or a fire engine in the shop, we can't shut the doors. So they simply don't fit. So we are downsizing. And one thing I want council to know about with our fleet is we have about 100 rolling fleet. And out of that, the small fleet, so like the F550 and less, gets serviced externally. We contract that work out. That includes the electric fleet. So we're not doing the electric fleet maintenance. We do the inspections, we do the immediate repairs, but that work is being done out-house. We only have 3 mechanics to look after all of our fleet. And that includes our small equipment, that includes our heavy fleet, as well as the gen sets and rooftop equipment. So we're definitely lean, and this facility is lean as well. So the concern about the electrification of the fleet, Mr. Murphy has done a great job in future-proofing us for charging facilities, but a lot of that work is being contracted out now already. Thank you.
I suppose thank you for that. And then specifically to the number of people, I think we are at, 61 seasonally, I think was the number, if I recall correctly. What does that look like in, I don't know, what's a reasonable time to look ahead? I mean, we have the lifetime of this building, which hopefully is in, the 30-year category or beyond. But, in the next decade, what's that number and how does that relate to what's here and what was the process to sort of land on the right side to not just accommodate what we're doing today, but what we aspire to do in future?
Through the chair, the structure that we've got there, it's a very simple post and beam structure, and to add on to it, whilst we don't really want to increase the square foot, we can add the odd box here on the side and off the side, relatively straightforward. It's literally clip in. The other option here to note was the open bay that we've got on the outside. If we don't build that now, we've at least got space there to increase that as well. So we do have some square foot in our back pocket, so to speak, to allow for, say, 25 years or 30 years. And hopefully we're operating a lot more efficiency at that point as well.
Thank you. So there is no staff recommendation. Put forward a motion to receive, second by Councillor French. So comments, if any, final comments? Councillor French?
Thanks, Chair. So when I compare the abundance of information we have for the Tantalus Fire Hall to this facility, the fire hall wins the race. I'm left feeling like we just don't have a comparable abundance of information for this facility as compared to the Tantalus building. So it's my expectation that we'll soon have the abundance of information that the community expects for this project as we move receipt of the report.
Further comments? Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, appreciate the update on this project. It is obviously an important project to our community. The work that Public Works does is invaluable. And so moving them into a facility that is fit for purpose is definitely a priority. I think where I continue to still get hung up, while I appreciate the comments that this is a tight footprint, I'm not seeing the comparatives that I need to the current square footage, to what our average office sizes are expected to be. It still feels large. And so I do hear you when you say it's a tight footprint, but in terms of the office space provided, when I look at the numbers in front of me, it does make me scratch my head a little bit. And so I think that's where my question comes from in terms of what are we currently working with at Public Works? How many folks do we have in City Hall and the square footage that we have here? So I value building for the future and making sure that we are future-proofing this. But the 2 kitchens still seems unnecessary to me. And I appreciate that we're moving gardens and facilities, so we're adding more folks into this building, but we are also know that we have the anticipation of expanding at Brennan Park and a Public Works downtown parks office. And so I'm unclear how those things fit together in terms of the total square footage that we're looking to build. So I don't know if this is right or if this is wrong, but that is the question that continues to come up for me when I see the total square footage of the building at the end of the day, and not accounting for the maintenance bays in the yard. Other than that, I do think staff have done an exceptional job in terms of moving the puzzle pieces on this site. It is a challenging site to work on, and we are accommodating quite a few things, including the wastewater treatment plant, as well as the Public Works component. So thank you for your work on that, but just future considerations for when the next updates come around. Thank you.
Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the all the work that's gone into the efficiency of this building, and some of the design choices I think make a lot of sense and shows we're really paying attention to our CCAP and some of those directives. So that's fantastic to see how we're really pushing things there. I do have like some of my colleagues, and I want to be careful that I'm not giving an implication through my questions that I think the bays need to be fewer and the office space needs to be smaller. But I just am sort of looking for a little more understanding of why this much office space there as opposed to some of it at Brenham Park and so on. And like my colleague, making sure that we aren't sort of building something that works for 2 years and then we're out of space and we have to build a second, sort of thing. So just understanding a little better how this is right sized, how it's working with the other facilities we have coming online soon would be helpful. But under the assumption of a presumed number of offices and so on, I do really like the direction we're going with this building. Thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I appreciate the update on the project and the comparisons to other facilities. I think really helped sort of crystallize this for me that that we're not proposing to build something that is extravagant. It's something that I think is overdue. But I do think that some more context there to understand. I think my questions earlier, I'm trying to figure out, and I'm still sort of struggling with what the right size. Have we been too efficient? Like, have we asked to cut this back too far, or is it only going to fit, in 20 years when we've expanded up higher? And I think that's a bit of context that that could be sort of flushed out more, and that's comparatives maybe, and not so much design of the specific building, but just that bit of understanding. I'm not quite there with, although I do understand that it's a challenge site and all those pieces, but just to make sure that we're just to further sort of drive home that we're the rationale of how we landed on this size and so on. So there's a lot to like here, and I understand the need for training and all that, but just that's the piece that's that could be stronger for me, I guess. But I appreciate the clarity that's came with this update, and yeah. So thank you very much, but I think there's a little bit more to do there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and particularly pointing out the efficiencies and the thought that has gone into this design. I certainly appreciate that, and I think the community is well served by that. There are still, as you heard from other councillors, a few messaging pieces I think that we can refine for the next presentation, whenever that might be. But all in all, I think this has really pushed us a little farther ahead on our messaging and made it a lot clearer to the community what they're getting out of this. So with that, I will call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So we are a touch behind, Council. So I am going to recess this for half an hour. We will come back at 1:45. Thank you. Welcome back to the Committee of the Whole meeting for the District of Squamish. And we are going now to the Squamish Agri-Food Impact Study. I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Mulligan.
Thank you, Chair. Just allow me to start the presentation. So good afternoon. My name is Kate Mulligan. I'm the Economic Development Officer for the District of Squamish. And I'm also joined by Sarah McJanet, Senior Planner for the district, who is on the line and available to answer questions following the presentation. Today's presentation is for the purpose of sharing results of a recent study that evaluates Squamish's agri-food sector, as well as to share considerations and potential actions arising from the findings. So to give you a bit of background, in 2019, Squamish endorsed a sector ecosystem comprised of core and enabling sectors, as well as two emerging areas of our local economy, the green economy and outdoor recreation. Agri-food was identified as part of Squamish's emerging green economy and is also identified in Squamish's official community plan as vital in supporting local food systems and food security for the community. The district completed an emerging sector roadmap and action plan in 2020, which identified that in order to set the foundation for developing these thematic areas of our local economy, evaluation into the sectors comprising each thematic area was warranted. As such, in 2021, the district undertook an evaluation of Squamish's agri-food sector to better understand its composition and characteristics and to evaluate its economic, social, and environmental impact.
The study was led by the district in partnership with the Squamish Chamber and Tourism Squamish and funded by the province of BC. For the purpose of this study, agri-foods was defined as farms, ranches, fisheries, food and beverage processors, wholesalers, retailers, and food-related services. The study region was defined as the area between Britannia Beach in the south to northern Squamish, including Upper Squamish and Paradise Valley. Given the impacts arising from COVID-19, 2019 was used as a benchmark year for evaluating economic performance and business characteristics, while additional analysis is provided to evaluate how the sector has changed during the pandemic. Primary fieldwork consisted of an online and phone-based survey conducted by the district and Lost Cairn Ventures among 116 agri-food businesses in the summer and fall of 2021, with additional economic analysis completed by Small Business BC. So to provide a little bit of information around Squamish's agri-food sector, Squamish's agri-food sector can be characterized as emerging with a concentration of businesses that are relatively new and small when comparing to the sector overall in BC. Albeit relatively small in proportion, Squamish's agri-food sector growth has been considerable in recent years and a strong reflection of Squamish's vibrant tourism economy and growing population. Between 2014 and 2019, the sector added 21 new businesses and then grew at an accelerated pace throughout the pandemic, rising by a net 15 firms to reach 135 businesses in 2021. Food and beverage services dominate this sector in Squamish and over-index relative to the rest of BC's sector composition at 58% compared to 38%. Squamish's agri-food sector growth can be largely attributed to its food and beverage service industry, which added 23 new businesses over the 2014 and 2021 period. Of note also was the growth from Squamish's food and beverage manufacturers. They grew from 2 businesses in 2014 to a total of 14 businesses in 2021. Also noteworthy were the number of minority and female-owned businesses making up Squamish's agri-food sector. 55% of the businesses surveyed identified as part of a minority population, with 42% female-owned. And this is compared to 38% for the entire sector across BC. From an economic perspective, Squamish's agri-food sector was a strong contributor to Squamish's economy. The sector accounted for $207.3 million in total sales impacts in 2019 in Squamish and $329.7 million across all of BC. Also notable was this sector's strong sales growth. Between 2014 and 2019 alone, Squamish's agri-food sales grew by 50%, or by more than $60 million. This represents a high rate of growth when compared to other communities across the province, exceeding the sales growth per capita from known agricultural hotspots in the Fraser Valley, such as Abbotsford, Mission, and Chilliwack, and across all of BC. Squamish's agri-food sector also accounted for significant employment in Squamish, supporting 1,849 direct jobs, or 22% of Squamish's total workforce. Of agri-food jobs, however, only 55% were identified as full-time. This is lower than the BC average overall, where 78% of agri-food jobs are full-time positions. Additionally, of the total 44.2 million of direct wages were generated, and these annual wages ranged from just under $22,000 to a high of just less than $55,000 annually. Wages across the sector are considerably lower than that of the average annual wage across the sector, across all sectors in Squamish, which was $44.7 thousand in 2019. Just like firm and sales growth, employment growth was also strong between 2014 and 2019, with local employment increasing 29% compared to BC's growth of just 13%. From a social environmental perspective, Squamish's agri-food sector is demonstrating efforts to reduce waste, source locally and ethically, with 93% of businesses practicing some form of sustainability measure. While this is the case, clear opportunity exists to expand regenerative practices and waste mitigation strategies while also increasing the industry's propensity to purchase in region. Of the 73% of businesses that reported sourcing products and services locally, 58% indicated that less than 20% of their supply chain purchases are in fact local. Additionally, $61.5 million was spent by the sector out of region purchases in 2019 alone. Squamish's agri-food sector also significantly contributes to social impact activities throughout the community. 66% of all businesses identify that they donate products or services to the Squamish community. And of those, 55% direct a portion of revenues or profits to charities in Squamish. Finally, respondents of the Agri-Food Impact Survey were asked to identify challenges and opportunities for sector development. Aligned with general challenges faced by Squamish employers, labor attraction and retention was identified as a top challenge facing the sector, followed by the ability to generate revenue and sales amid rising costs. When asked why, respondents identified the pandemic, the cost of living, and labor supply as primary drivers. Several emerging trends have been identified to impact on the agri-food sector in Squamish. These trends, which include a move to plant-based diets, a deglobalization of food supply chains, and shifting consumer preferences towards environmentally sustainable food sources, will have a generally positive impact locally. However, also have present considerable implications to established global food supply chains in relation to income, employment, and equity. In early 2021, the District of Squamish adopted the Donut Economics Framework to help develop forward actions and measures and measure the progress of its emerging sector roadmap and action plan. The framework, developed by Oxford University economist Kate Raworth, moves from an economy premised only on monetary growth to one that ensures a social foundation while respecting the Earth's ecological ceiling. Findings, considerations, and potential actions from this study have been organized in order to explore this sector in relation to thematic areas of the donut and its principles to help direct future economic development efforts. Taking donut economics into account, the following thematic areas have been identified for action. Scaling business, cluster, and supply chain development. The new and micro nature of businesses making up Squamish's agri-food sector point to the benefit for ongoing and formalized mentorship, incubation, and acceleration programming to support business scaling, cluster, and supply chain development. Additionally, working to strengthen the supply chain via business development activities and by assessing the feasibility for a local foods hub has been identified via detailed supply chain analysis conducted in 2021 by Economic Development. 2, stewarding employment lands, land system change, and local food systems. The growing prevalence of food and beverage service industry and food processors will mean that attention should be placed on how best to support the development of these subsectors and in relation to the overall economy, given finite land resources available to the district. Considering employment, land, and space needs in relation to these sectors and others as part of ongoing research and policy development is important. Research confirmed that close attention should be paid to increasing local food production, including preserving agricultural land reserve for soil-based agriculture, and also a focus should be placed on the continued implementation of the Squamish Valley Agricultural Plan. 3, talent attraction, retention, and training. Ongoing challenges related to labor force attraction and retention, the growing number of food and beverage processors, the desire to increase local food production, and ambition to create a more circular economy all point to the need to better understand and nurture what future skills will be required to develop this sector. To nurture talent attraction, retention, and training is proposed that an in-depth evaluation of the sector's labor force needs, along with other sectors of our economy, including enabling and emerging sectors of Squamish, be completed to ensure that Squamish's sector development aims are achievable. Additionally, working to address current challenges by facilitating local education and training access encouraging entrepreneurs via succession planning, and by empowering diverse populations will be key. And finally, 4, adopting sustainability measures and climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies. Finally, aligned to Squamish's agri-foods' already strong propensity to support and address sustainability measures and the district's strong climate action, findings from the study support a focus on increasing the regenerative activities of the sector through research and development partnerships, implementation of Squamish's circular economy roadmap, increasing local procurement via supporting local supply chain development, and a continued focus on food systems. So as next steps, district staff intend to continue ongoing development work in 2022, which includes the prototyping of the Squamish Industry Asset Sharing Tool to benefit the agri-food sector among other sectors within Squamish's economy, an initial feasibility assessment for a Squamish food hub, facilitation of ongoing training for local food and beverage processing businesses, ongoing business development work, and its continued implementation with sustainability of the circular economy roadmap. Following any feedback received from council, district staff will also explore potential new actions in relation to the development of Squamish's agri-food sector as part of its 2023 annual planning process. District staff will work with partner organizations to scope projects, define roles and responsibilities, and prioritize work plans. Future budget considerations related to potential actions identified will be undertaken as part of the financial planning process and developed in consultation with supporting organizations, including the Squamish Food Policy Council, other levels of government, Work BC, local partners to determine scope, roles, and the level of priority of actions. So finally, there is a recommendation that council approve the following resolution: that the District of Squamish receive the Squamish Agri-Food Impact Study, and that the District of Squamish provide feedback on study considerations and potential actions as detailed in the Squamish Agri-Food Impact Study presented to council April 26, 2022, as follows. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thanks, Ms. Mulligan. Before I go to council, just to remind council that this is one of those instances where we're going to try to provide feedback to staff. So we'll talk about questions first, comments second, and we'll try and make the comments kind of concise so staff can keep a note of that, and we'll circle back at the end so we have sort of consensus on the feedback. So I first have Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. Great report, Ms. Mulligan, and thank you for the presentation. It's great to see some numbers put to how valuable this sector is to our economy. A few clarifying questions. The report and both your presentations speak to the asset sharing tool. I'm just wondering if you can expand on what that is.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, through the chair. In 2020, we implemented a MyTax project with CapU to design an asset sharing tool. And the premise of the asset sharing tool is that we provide access to things such as space, storage, distribution, tools of the trade to local businesses through sharing. So effectively what it does is it provides access potentially to commercial kitchen space that's underutilized for other entrepreneurs to make use of. And this is actually in light of recognizing that we have a shortage in terms of supply around commissary commercial kitchen space, storage, distribution, and so on. And then we realized that this is not just unique to agri-foods, that actually all of the other sectors identified that as part of our emerging sector series as a need in terms of emerging and developing sectors.
That's helpful. Building on that, my other question I think is related. In the report and your presentations both speak to the importance of scaling business cluster and this idea of the food hub feasibility assessment. And I'm just curious on all those elements, and maybe this is coming as we do the feasibility, but who is responsible for leading that work, and what, obviously I think it's in your work plan, but I don't think a municipality is necessarily best fit to be running a food hub at the end of the day. So I'm just curious how you envision our resources going to support that effort, or what the long-term vision is.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, I would agree. Economic development likely will not be running a food hub in the near future. The purpose of the initial work is to actually bring partners together to look at roles and responsibilities. The initial scoping for a food hub, actually there's already a template in place by the province. So what we're going to be doing is looking at that template and looking at what's going to be required to complete that work. That's the initial work that we're sending out to do. And we did scope some minor operational budget to complete that work in the 2022 budget. So who actually ends up, if we are successful in achieving a food hub in Squamish, who actually ends up running that is yet to be determined. Also the funding model for that. And then in addition to that, even to get to the point of a full feasibility study for a food hub, who would be leading that work has yet to be determined. This is the initial baby step, I would say.
Great. I have one more question. And this is a bit detailed, so if you don't have the answer, that's totally fine. But you did a little bit on the average wage in Squamish for the agri-food sector, and that's lower than the average wage across all sectors in Squamish. But I'm curious if we're comparing the Squamish agri-food sector average wages to provincial wages. Are we seeing that that's kind of average, or is the Squamish average wage in this sector below the provincial wages for this sector? So sector to sector comparison, Squamish versus BC.
So through the chair, I would have to look at the subsectors and those average wages relative to each other. Overall, though, I don't think there's a huge differential in terms of our wages when I did look at sort of the provincial average wages. One thing of note that I think is something that really stands out of the findings of this is that we really do over-index as a community in terms of our food services relative to other agricultural areas, which have a lot more traditional agriculture. And that really does change then the profile of wages, the type of employment, and who's working in these jobs. And we also found what was really interesting was just this mismatch in terms of the skills of workers. Many of the jobs that workers are filling, those workers don't match the skill set. They're overqualified or qualified in other areas.
Thank you. I have Councillor Anderson and Councillor Pettengill.
Following up on Councillor Stoner's question regarding the asset sharing tool, could you clarify or elaborate on what you mean by prototyping of that tool?
Absolutely. Through the chair, I actually wanted to continue speaking or talking about the asset sharing tool because a bunch of things came to mind after I answered the question. So the first step in 2020, just to clarify, was to undertake a design process. So we did a UX or user interface design with CapU. And what they did is they created the schematic effectively for what an asset sharing tool would look like. The next step is to look at, how do we actually prototype a tool and what would be the model, the operating model effectively, or the business model for be able to implement that tool within the district. So that's where we are looking at different community partner organizations to work with. So the prototyping will be really just to demonstrate that the tool could actually work, and then how would it actually work? Taking into consideration everything a municipality needs to consider from legal perspective, and is it our role to what partnerships could be developed to actually implement a tool such as this?
Thank you. It sort of leads to my next question, which is more general. What have we learned in this exercise that we might apply to the next sector study? Have you picked up any experiences that might suggest that next time we order things or do things differently? And if I could also ask again about with respect to the prototyping of the asset tool, how might that apply to the next sector study, the next sector that will be studied?
Yes, through the chair. So in terms of learnings from this approach, I think it depends on the sector in terms of how much we already know about a particular sector and how much support already exists within the community. And as I know you're likely aware, there is quite a bit of focus on food systems, and with having an entire organization, having the Squamish Food Policy Council and Squamish Can focused on agriculture, agri-foods. That was very helpful when we were setting up the foundations for the study and how we would approach it. But that might not be the case for every sector that we explore. So undertaking the initial scoping work to really understand what level of engagement from the outset will be key, and with who, to help actually not just engage on, looking at impacts of a sector, but actually how to create a study effectively. What is that approach and methodology that we take? So I think that that's a key learning. Another thing is these sector studies really do require engagement. We need to reach out to these businesses and get information, sometimes sensitive information about revenue, which can prove challenging in light of all the surveys that businesses get asked and engagement they get asked to provide. So looking for different ways to gather that information is critical. And one of the tools that really stood out in this process was using our MZ analyst data. And we thought that was incredibly valuable, and the services of Small Business BC to run the economic base analysis. So instead of hiring a consultant to do the entire study, instead what we decided was to take an approach where we looked for specific expertise for certain aspects of the work that had to be completed. And that's how we approached this. And then we applied our own lens, to provide context to the study and further information and considerations and actions. So I don't know if that quite answers your question, but those were some of the.
It does, Ms. Mulligan. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I just have a last question. And as I go through the sections illustrating the composition of the industry, I have to look closely and see that the large grocery chains, for example, are represented. And to quote you just a minute ago, changes the profile of the workforce. So that does skew various aspects of the picture. But the real question I want to ask with respect to including them is that is very definitely a sort of a local service sector, those large grocery stores. And on the other side, we have foods and beverage manufacturing, export-oriented, tradable goods and services-oriented firms. Is there any notion to try to distinguish between those? Because we might want to emphasize those tradable goods and services firms. Distinguish them in the picture and the composition that we portray.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, I think that's a great point. And we actually do have some further analysis that we want to do as an outcome of the study. One of those things is to look at sort of one is to look at exports and the amount of exports that we're generating within the community or leaving the community. So that's one piece. Another piece would be for us to look in more depth around local procurement. And we are meeting with the Squamish Food Policy Council and Squamish Can to discuss how do we move forward local procurement. And we know that Squamish Can is taking great strides in doing that work, but there are things that we can do as a district and a local chamber to help that along. So by looking at the sector holistically and including those, large service industry such as stores, there's an opportunity there. And so we really want to show the flow of goods from producer, processor, all the way to wholesale retail distribution. So that was one of the reasons for that. And I just lost my train of thought. There was something else we wanted to do too. And if it comes back to me, I'll try to share it.
Councilor Pettengill.
Thanks. A great report, and I'll speak to it a bit later, but some questions. One thing I noticed, so the agri-food sector is huge, wide range of skill sets and types of workers, but significant portions of it tend to rely, it seems, on temporary foreign workers like farm help and maybe kitchen help and that sort of thing. And that raises concerns about equity and exploitation and so on. And I didn't see that addressed in the report. So I'm just wondering when or if or how we sort of think about how we help our sector evolve here to minimize some of those issues.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's an excellent point. It is something that we did explore in our research. We didn't contextualize it as much, considering that only 9% of farms are operational, or 9% of, sorry, the sector is only comprised of 9% of farms within Squamish. So we didn't spend a lot of time. They tend to be small scale farms. But it is something that we are considering on both ends of. One is, how do we ensure equity and ethical labor practices? And on the other hand, how do we attract more talent and labor to help support this sector as it grows? So we're going to continue to look at that. We are speaking with the province right now, and it looks like in June we'll be bringing both the province and the federal government to Squamish to talk to employers about different types of immigration programs that are available to employers. So recognizing that there is a labor constraint right now across all sectors.
Okay, thank you. And then one of the other things that jumped out to me in the report was we're I guess an emerging player in the sector, and a lot of the businesses are 1 to 4 employees, and we call that micro, and talk about the opportunity to scale and so on. But in the context of donut economics and circular economies and all these values, I start to wonder, is actually 1 to 4 employees the sweet spot? And is there, I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, given some of the values that have been expressed, are we better to focus on supporting and facilitating more 1 to 4 who are maybe more tied to those values and so on, or is scaling where we want to go? And I'm just wondering if you can speak to sort of the opportunities there, or which path we might take.
Thanks, through the chair. I don't think I have an answer in terms of, is 1 to 4 right, or is 5 to 9, or 9 to 20. I think it depends on the business and its core values in general. And I think one of the things that we're seeing more and more is certified B Corps and companies following the values of donut economics, whether they know about the donut economics framework or not. And I think that that's more important than the size of the company or its revenue profile. I think is most important is, are they actually developing their work plans, their strategies, and measuring their progress in relation to that? So, that's a focus that we're placing. And I know that other organizations working in economic development within Squamish and provincially are trying to provide training and support to help businesses think in those terms. And I think Squamish is a great example of that. There are many, many, many businesses that really those values they hold dear. That's core to their business.
Thank you. And then my final and related question, on page 440 of our report, social and ecological impact in donut economics, that whole chapter just I thought was great. It shows, I think, that our sector is really leading here. And, I loved seeing the focus on that. And it showed me what's possible in terms of economic development. And so I guess my question is, there's other parts of the report where we're still more focused on growth and scaling and exports and GDP. So how do we, or can we sort of make that more of a shift to that page 440 chapter? Are we do we have to kind of have a blend of the historical economic development in this one, or can we move it further? What do we need to do to move that further faster? Because I found that part so inspiring and exciting.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm glad that you found that inspiring. I think our team felt that it was pretty inspiring. We wrote that collaboratively, and we also had the Squamish Food Policy Council and Squamish Can weigh in on the content. So I think what we did is we measured the impact of agri-foods, and we looked at it from 3 perspectives: environmental, social, and economic. And I take your point. One of the things that we did is which made it incredibly hard to get this report done, is we kind of backcasted in the sense of applying the lens of donut economics, and actually thinking back to your question, Councillor Anderson, about what would we have done different if we had, when we had on the outset already figured out that we're going to be using donut economics as a framework. In the design approach, we would have designed the study that way. Instead, what we did is we created a survey or study and measured a number of things. And then we had to try to look at it through a donut economics lens. And so I think taking a forward approach, we would start there. And it doesn't mean that we wouldn't measure things like the number of employees and revenue and GDP, but it means that the focus would be different, and the focus would be placed on donut economics and the principles associated with it. If that makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm curious, under sort of the heading of talent attraction, retention, and training, I think one of the larger pieces of this was received sort of like a third of a paragraph in there, which was to ensure these tactics are successful, Squamish, with other levels of government, will need to continue to address its high cost of living via access to affordable housing, childcare, and transit. As with things that we do, I like to think that we collectively around the table think about, as many things as we can as we move policies like that forward. But I'm curious if any one of those pieces stood out to you throughout this work, sort of not as a direct for purely this sector, but sort of in a more general sense, or was it just those three in that order? And it just seems like a bit of a footnote, but also feels quite that it is maybe larger than that. So I'm just curious if you could speak to that, please.
Thank you, through the chair. So the challenges associated with a high cost of living and childcare and transit are not unique to agri-foods, as I think everybody knows. And it's something that is becoming an everyday conversation with our economic development staff and partner organizations and the entrepreneurs that we talk to. And that being said, at the same time, Squamish is still and continues to be an attractive place to locate to, so people do whatever they can to make things work. Right now, though, the labor constraints that our local businesses are facing are significant. And I don't know that and I think, that sort of speaks to that paragraph. It's not just one solution. It's not just one thing. There's many, many things happening all at once that makes it more challenging. In particular, for lower wage entry jobs, what we hear is access to housing, and then ultimately the cost. When people see the sticker shock of how much it actually costs. What we're hearing for employers that are employing staff that have been here a while, maybe have been renting, when they do want to make that next lifestyle decision, maybe they want to settle down, have a family, buy a house, they feel outpriced in the market. So, we're hearing that across all sectors. With agri-foods, as you can imagine, given there's lower wages, it's a critical situation in terms of some of these companies. They are not able to open the hours that they want to open. They are operating at very reduced capacity. And it continues to be an issue. So, and it's not unique to just Squamish. We're hearing it from our economic development professionals, in many places in BC, in particular the Lower Mainland, Metro Vancouver area, Victoria area, but it's not unique to even just those areas.
Thank you. I guess the question is maybe more in a general sense. When doing a study such as this, I understand the recommendations would be sort of sector specific, and that's the ones that we have before us, but there's those larger factors as well. And I guess maybe the perspective of how you rank those or what you choose to highlight, whether, say, let's just choose affordable housing or any one pieces of those could really be its own section of one of the limiting factors of this sector. So how do you weigh that? Because I think, I could see here, to me, that little paragraph speaks, I love a great understatement, but whether that's appropriate here or whether we need to call that out in the more general sense. So how, similar to how we're applying donut economics across the board, how does that and those types of things you generally account for those in your process of putting something like such as this together?
Through the chair, I think I understand. I might not. I might get it wrong again. So this was a very simple, question as part of a survey. And typically, what we've heard in past that affordable housing has been the challenge. Now it's cost of living. So cost of living ranks the highest in the agri-food sector overall. I think that I would have to go back to the data and see sort of what ranked where, but cost of living came out top. And I don't think shortage of labor is actually the problem. It's the cost of living that's driving the shortage in labor. But the other thing that could be a driver of that too is that people don't want to do certain types of jobs. There's been a change throughout COVID that we've seen, in particular through research and trends, that people are changing their career paths as a result of COVID, and they've made the decision that they don't want to work certain types of jobs. And I think that could be reflected in these findings. More broadly, I know that the chamber, their surveys, and our surveys all point cost of living as the top challenges right now.
Thank you. And I would agree, and I know that's a challenge in my business as well. And I think it's interesting as we look at implementing recommendations or taking actions that support various sectors or economic activity of any sort. It's interesting to sort of look at these types of reports to sort of justify that we are in fact supporting whichever the sector is, but there's that broader piece. And I was just curious how, and I think you did a good job of explaining my very convoluted question. So this is my very convoluted, thank you for pulling that apart. But I think that at least that bottom of that paragraph could at least be bolded or something, to I think it has a lot more weight than even some of the other pieces in the report. But and that's why I was trying to understand exactly where you're coming from. But I think we're there. Thank you.
So council, any comments? Look at the recommendation, feedback on study considerations and potential actions. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I would like to suggest, to help the reader in this report and future reports, that one thing that might be useful is a list of sample companies representing the spectrum of what's out there in this sector. It would just it's a quick way for the reader to build a picture. And I think also I would like to suggest that the Squamish Nation role is of interest, not only because the lands that are within the reserves are by design, they were for farming. That's why they were allocated the way they were, high value for agricultural uses. And the world has changed since they were allocated, and the Cheakamus might stay under tree cover, who knows? But even Cowtain and Seachim they have a long history of food growing and animal keeping. But also they have had catering companies over the years. Waywacom Catering used to have a booth at the Squamish Days Logger Sports, and other firms, sort of more new age food service firms, have come forward on the North Shore and here. And I'm not sure whether I'm suggesting there be a protocol for engagement or whatnot, but certainly an interesting part of the story, and especially for this particular sector review, of interest to include in future. And I'm sure it's been included in consideration, but just painting the picture as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks. As I said, I found it to be a really inspiring report. I think this sector in particular seems to have taken it upon itself to really think about what quality of life and human survival and these things, what it really requires to make that happen. And so just on their own, the sector is forging ahead on that. I think you might be fair to say that across most sectors in the Squamish, but this one in particular seems to be really leading the charge. And I think this report shows how our own economic development department is thinking about this too. And so my question or challenge or whatever, I guess, is how do we make sure this spreads, how the sectors reinforce each other in these shifts? I was really pleased with your response about how the page 440 chapter, the social and ecological impact and donut economics, how the thinking on that shifted and how you might do it differently. And so I just really want to encourage to think about that for all of our economic development work going forward. Somewhat related to that, on the 1 to 4, the micro target and the idea about scaling all of that, that's where I do have a bit of a question for me when I read about circular and donut economy and so on. I start to wonder, 1 to 4 might actually be the sweet spot. And maybe when we think about, so that's maybe worth some consideration, how much emphasis we put on trying to scale and facilitate scaling and growing and targeting, growing these into 100 to 400 businesses. Maybe that's fine when it happens, but should our efforts be on just really facilitating people doing well at 1 to 4? And that's a bit of an open question, but when I read through this, sort of wonder that. And then I think there is the making sure we don't lose sight of worker equity, the dependence on foreign temporary labor and exploitation, and just making sure that we're holding to our values across the board and all of that. But overall, I was really happy to read this report. So thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I will speak to it, although I don't think I have any specific feedback on study considerations or potential actions. I think it was a very fulsome report, and I agree with the general direction that staff are proposing to continue going. I'm happy to hear that the feasibility assessment for the food hub is in the current work plan, as well as the asset sharing tool. That's what I continue to hear from the majority of the folks that I know in this sector as being one of the biggest challenges. And so I think if we can help crack that nut a little bit, then that's a good thing. It does make me wonder about something that we've brought up kind of in passing, and don't really know if this is feasible in any way, but we talk a lot about affordable housing. That's obviously really crucial, both for this sector and across all businesses, really. But we've also talked a little bit about, is there any way to enable affordable commercial or community spaces? And I think especially in the Loggers East area, where we have put a focus on agricultural or small scale agriculture production, I'm just going to plant a seed if there's any way that we could think about expanding that to the food hub and what that might look like, if that's somewhere that we're looking to try and kind of put more agricultural production land. Then do we want to co-locate some of those facilities nearby, and what would that look like as we start to hear from some of the folks who are coming forward with rezonings in that area? But otherwise, this is a really fascinating report. I really appreciate the approach with the donut economics and applying it here, and it's really exciting to see that starting to come forward in the way that we think about economic development. So thank you for incorporating that.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Lots of really exciting stuff here. I think as my sort of line of questioning stated, I think sort of those general restrictions around or challenges for business in general in the community is worth a little bit more weight in here. And I don't know how we quite get there. It is captured in a couple places. And I agree with your assessment, staff's assessment, that the cost of living and the labor shortage are maybe the same statistic, or at least should be some level of combined, because sort of one drives the other. But that said, a lot of good work here, and I'm excited to see the steps we can take in general or for this sector. But I am quite interested in the challenges overall, because they're not unique to the sector. That's why I keep going back there. Yes, but thank you very much for that. And I the donut economics is just so good, and it jumps off the page, and I really appreciate that that lens. So I think what a great sector to have a bunch of people working in that sector that I think, whether they know it or not, as you said, are acting that way. And you can see that with the various statistics around their environmental responsibility, and there's so much there. So thank you for highlighting that, and be interesting to see where this can be pushed, as all these smart people are moving in the right direction, it feels. So thank you very much.
Councillor Finch.
Thanks, Chair. I found the report to be thorough, comprehensive. I support the direction that we're headed, and I don't have any specific feedback as I see and watch around me the success that we've had as a community. And it shows through with thriving high-profile enterprises like Hop Creek Farms, the new greenhouses that have popped up at the Easter Seal property, the new light that's being shined in the last few weeks and months on backyard gardens in the Garibaldi Estates, and the wording that's included in the Loggers East neighborhood plan. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. I'm kind of with some of my colleagues in that I'm quite supportive of the direction we're going and don't have any specific suggestions for changes. So Council, first of all, Ms. Mulligan, is there anything you require clarity on? Any comments?
Yeah, would you like me to summarize the feedback? Would that
Go
be-
ahead.
Okay. So I heard that it would be helpful possibly for readers to have a sample of who the companies are and what they do, or a profile of them, that we should consider First Nations or Squamish Nations role in terms of this sector's development, that considering, and it's more almost for future studies, the comment was considering how we lead with economic donut economics in terms of the development of future impact studies and considerations stemming from those. To consider, is there a target business that we're trying to attract in terms of its scopes and scale that fits well into the donut economics framework? And then to perhaps provide more weight to the recommendations related to affordability, cost of living, childcare, transit, and what that actually means, contextualizing that for the sector specifically. And then I think that was it. That's what I heard.
So Council, does anybody have any difficulty with those takeaways? Councillor Pettengill.
And maybe there's not consensus on this, but I think just a bit more attention to the temporary foreign worker dependence and that sort of piece, something in that neighborhood.
Yeah, sorry that I missed that.
We're good. So there are two recommended resolutions, and I'm going to suggest I beg your pardon, there's one resolution with two bulletin points. The first is that the District of Squamish receive the Squamish Agri-Food Impact Study. And the second is that we provide feedback on study considerations and potential actions as detailed in the Squamish Agri-Food Impact Study presented to Council on April 26, 2022, as noted by staff. I'm going to suggest we insert those words there. Moved by Councillor Herford, second by Councillor French. Any further comment? All call the question. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
And I'll go to Ms. Bladeau. Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So next on the agenda, my favorite subject. Yeah, General Operating Reserve Policy. Otherwise known as the fight over accumulated surplus. Ms. Botchard, when you're ready to go, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Council and members of the community that have joined us today. For the public, my name is Heather Boxrud, Chief Financial Officer here at the District of Squamish, and I will be presenting staff's recommended policy for the General Operating Reserve. So the staff recommendation today is that the Committee of the Whole receive the April 26, 2022 General Operating Reserve policy and bring forward to Council on May 17th for approval, incorporating any feedback from today's meeting. So just to provide a quick recap of what has already occurred in the development of the General Operating Reserve and policy. So firstly, Section 188 and 189 of the Community Charter allows Council to establish a reserve fund for a specified purpose and direct that money be placed in the reserve fund. It also states that money in a reserve fund and interest earned on it must be used for the purposes of which the fund was established. So historically, the annual operating surplus has remained in unappropriated accumulated surplus and which was intentionally grown over time to support the district's cash flow needs. What staff are recommending today is to provide structure, procedure, and a proactive approach to utilizing the existing unappropriated accumulated surplus and the future annual surplus through the establishment of the General Operating Reserve policy. In 2020, Council adopted the General Reserve Bylaw, which was the first step toward the recommended best practice and the district's long-term financial plan guiding principles and financial policy recommendation to set aside funds for the purpose of cash flow needs in case of emergencies for bridge financing on grant funded or long-term debt funded projects and general working capital cash flow needs. In 2021, staff were able to leverage the financial tools and data provided by the recently implemented financial architecture and software system, which is Unit 4 or UBW, to model cash flow forecasts and establish future cash flow requirements and pinch points, which was necessary work to establish the policy and the recommended thresholds. So the intention of the policy is to provide guidance and direction for the development, maintenance, authorization, and use of the district's general operating reserve and annual surplus funds. As well, the policy's purpose is to establish best practice guidelines for the strategic use of the annual surplus annually, provide financial insulation against working capital and emergency expenditure fluctuations, and provide a mechanism to assist the district in stabilizing taxation year over year against unexpected non-discretionary expenditures. In developing the policy, staff researched best practices through the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, which represents Canada and the United States, and the BC provincial representation, which is also GFOA BC. Staff also reviewed other municipalities' policies, benchmarks, and leveraged internal expertise and experience to inform the recommended policy. In terms of process to support the policy, staff will bring forward the annual surplus balance and a recommendation to Council once the fiscal year-end process and audit engagement are complete. The treatment of the annual surplus can be then incorporated into the annual financial planning process. So for example, for the 2023 to 2027 financial planning cycle, Council will determine the treatment of the annual surplus from the 2021 fiscal. In terms of use of funds, the policy establishes that the appropriations from the General Operating Reserve will be used for the purposes specified in the policy and in accordance with the district's procurement policy and long-term financial plan guiding principles and financial policy. However, appropriations from the General Operating Reserve may be used for purposes outside of the policy in extenuating circumstances, but will require Council's authorization to do so. The policy breaks down the General Operating Reserve into three broad categories of required savings, which are working capital, emergency needs, and tax stabilization, also known as financial stabilization by some municipalities. The policy outlines minimum and maximum thresholds for each category called an optimal balance range based on external research and industry resources, internal expertise and experience, best practices, historical cash flow needs, risk, and external environment considerations. The minimum balance aims to ensure the reserve is not depleted beyond the degree that those balances are no longer available for the purposes of the policy. And the maximum ensures that the reserve balances do not grow beyond its intended purpose, so as to not create idle assets that could otherwise be used for municipal purposes. To note, these thresholds will be reviewed annually to adapt to external changes such as inflation risk, property assessment value fluctuations, as well as internal and industry changes. So should staff identify any necessary policy amendments during that review, it will be brought forward to council for consideration. So in terms of categories, the first category establishes the working capital and consists primarily of different forms of temporary bridge financing while awaiting the revenue cash flow funding stream for a particular project or operations. So grant monies are often administered upon project completion or completion of a phase of a project and require temporary borrowing through the district's working capital. A minimum of 1.5 million is recommended. However, as a larger grant funded construction projects arise, upwards of 5 million may be required. In terms of debt funded projects, the district introduced temporary borrowing as part of the long-term borrowing program in 2021 as a means of managing construction cash flow requirements on projects over $1 million. However, projects under $1 million are entirely temporarily funded by the district's working capital until the debt is issued at the end of the project. A minimum of $1 million is recommended based on historical needs and projected debt-funded projects in the financial plan. However, to limit interest payments on temporary borrowing during construction of the larger projects, a maximum of $5 million is recommended. Finally, the district's primary sources of revenue come from tax and utility user fees, which is not due for payment until July. Therefore, the district relies on working capital to fund operations for the first part of the year. Industry standard is to set aside a minimum of 2 months, which would be $5 million for the district worth of operating expenditures, and a maximum of 6 months, which is $15 million. Emergency funding is an important consideration. Staff's research shows that emergency contingencies should be based on past emergency needs and potential future emergency needs. Funds could be required for temporary cash flow assistance in the scenario where provincial reimbursement would apply, such as an environmental disaster. However, could be a scenario where only a portion is reimbursed or none of the emergency is reimbursable by the province. So in that case, a permanent use of funds could apply. Based on most recent historical emergency expenditures, a minimum of $1 million is recommended to start, given the limited funds that exist today. However, as the risk of climate-related disasters continues to increase, it would be prudent for the district to continue to evaluate this amount over time as funds are made available through the annual surplus. A maximum of $2 million is currently recommended. So tax stabilization is utilized to assist municipalities in providing funding for unanticipated costs in higher risk areas. The proactive approach of setting aside funds in the general operating reserve and budgeting contingency annually, which has no further tax impact, is the best practice. Annual legal expenditure budgets are based on historical needs. However, legal requirements and respective costs can escalate rapidly and have the potential to go over budget. So the minimum and maximum is both set at recommended $250,000 for that. In terms of human resource budgets, they are based on personnel positions and respective benefits. However, unanticipated and unavoidable human resource related costs can occur within a year. The minimum and maximum recommended for this contingency is also $250,000. Finally, risk to roll refers to the risk that a property is removed from the tax assessment roll or the assessment value is decreased significantly and somewhat permanently, which would result in lower than anticipated tax revenue to the district. It is standard experience for the risk and rolls to have ebb and flow year over year, which affects tax revenue. However, it is best practice to set aside funds for those larger implications should a larger property removed from the tax roll. So a minimum of 500,000 and a maximum of 1 million is recommended. My final slide. So at year end 2021, the district has 9.1 million in unappropriated accumulated surplus in the general fund, of which 2.9 million is currently being temporarily used for temporary bridge financing for the debt funded projects. The district lacks sufficient funds to meet the optimal balance or minimum balance, sorry, by $400,000. However, the establishment of this policy will provide the district with a proactive approach towards meeting that need in coming years. Something worth noting is that the district is facing significant facility and infrastructure investment requirements as outlined in the 10-year capital plan. And therefore will be challenged with balancing the goal of meeting the minimum optimal general operating reserve threshold with the utilization of funds to minimize tax impacts on the community. This will be an important consideration for the annual general operating reserve contribution recommendations, particularly in the upcoming financial plan cycles. So with that, I will open it up to council for discussion and feedback.
Councillor Pettengill, Stoner, Hereford.
Thank you. One thing I'm just not clear about, and you may have said it and I just didn't catch it, but I presume at some point staff will come to us and sort of say, given the minimum and maximum and so on, we really think for the next while, we should be targeting $15 million in this reserve. And realistically, for this year, we could add $1 million. And so, or just theoretically. So is the idea then that we sort of have our target for this year, we want to grow it by $1 million, make that progress towards the $15 million target? Is it that we would rely solely on accumulated surplus to hit that contribution for a year? Or would we sort of say, no, proactively, we have to have a budget line item to put $1 million in, and then the surplus at the end of the year is sort of gravy on the top, which makes maybe the following year easier? Or so I guess, what is the primary funding source of this amount? Is it always or exclusively almost accumulated surplus? Or are we at the sort of start of each budget cycle putting a sort of line items to get us up to that appropriate funding level?
Thank you for that question through the chair. This recommendation and this policy is leaning on the annual surplus specifically. Council can certainly look at building beyond for further emergency expenditures, likely the biggest one. However, given the infrastructure and facility investments that we have ongoing and that we are approaching the minimum range at this point in time, we are recommending that we just continue to work with the annual surplus. That said, there is an opportunity every year as we look at different challenges in the environment, and I don't mean that just in internal environmentally, but in the industry in general, to reevaluate and to bring back if there is a specific risk that should be addressed. And at that point, we could absolutely look at a mechanism towards budgeting for specifically a reserve transfer.
Councillor Stoner, Councillor Hereford.
Thank you. Through the chair, my questions are clarification on the process and mostly in terms of when council authorization is required. So the policy says council is responsible for authorization of appropriating, if any, to and from the general operating reserve during the annual financial planning cycle. Does this mean that, for example, for working capital used for bridge financing, like right now that doesn't come to us, and I don't think it should come to us. But under this policy, is that what is intended to happen?
Through the chair, that's a great question. That's not the intention. The intention of the policy, and perhaps we could refine it a little bit more to be more clear, was that the authorization for the contributions and utilization in general, notwithstanding what's in the policy allowance, would come to council for authorization. In terms of the contribution, the idea was that we would understand what the annual surplus is at the year end, and then whatever that was, to bring that forward to council to consider whether or not they want to put it to the general operating reserve or to apply it to the upcoming budget cycle.
Okay, that makes more sense. So maybe some clarifying language there. My other kind of scenario that I went to was inclusion of unanticipated and unavoidable HR expenditures. And often these types of expenditures have a roll-on effect in terms of it can often mean non-discretionary increases if we've decided to move somebody through in order to keep that person, as an example. So how does that get accounted for in terms of council oversight if that's the way that we're going and we're not incurring a non-discretionary increase without council consideration?
That's a great question. Through the chair, the intention of the HR contingency is one-time issues. And then the intention was, as well, would be if there was any knock-on effect, that would go through the service level change of the next financial planning process.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. If the surplus does go beyond the recommended levels, that's something that comes to, I think your explanation was sort of answering this question just from Councillor Stoner, but maybe phrased a different or from a different angle. But that comes to council as to where that goes then. So once we've hit the sort of the ceiling of these, then under this proposal, it would come to council to decide where those funds would go. Is that correct?
Through the chair, great question. Not exactly in that order. So the contributions wouldn't actually occur until we had council authorization. So you wouldn't get to a ceiling until council would authorize even the contribution in the first place.
Thank you. And then my question's around the emergency pieces, and been thinking about this a fair bit as I've been watching the municipalities dig their way out of the flooding and fires and so on that we had this summer. So when something like that happens, and I think the amount proposed seems quite small actually in consideration of the types of emergencies we've seen around the province. What are the controls there for spending that, given that it's an emergency, so it's an unanticipated expense, and there's all sorts of reasons why we have sort of controls around any expenditures, so having budgeted for it and so on. So what's the actual mechanism to sort of, permanent use of the funds? So how does that particular piece work practically?
Through the chair, another great question. So emergencies, let's see. Emergencies are defined in the charter as well as in our procurement policy in terms of when you can spend it and what is considered an emergency. If it was an emergency that occurred that was beyond the scope of what is allotted to in the policy, that would certainly have to come back to council because there wouldn't be any funding for it. The intention of this policy is to really bridge the gap on the cash flow needs in case of emergency in respect of the province reimbursing those. Now that is ever changing, that's ever evolving as we're seeing more emergencies and environmental disasters happening that we're not entirely sure what would constitute in perpetuity what would be funded by the province. So again, that would be something that we keep an eye on, keep reevaluating, looking at our thresholds, and then bringing it back to council if necessary.
Thank you. So the expenditure of emergency funds would be doesn't need to be budgeted in the traditional sense. It lives in other policy, both provincially and in our procurement policy. That's correct.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Put myself on the list. A couple of questions. So my understanding, and confirm if I'm right or wrong, is that there's one reserve. And once money goes in there, it has to be used for the purposes of the reserve. But there's actually in the chart, there's actually, I think, 7 different line items. Is that internal? Can we mix and match mix those up as we see fit without offending the reserve, or are they separate reserves? In other words, bridge financing grants at 1.5 and general operating working capital at 5 million rather. If we wanted to internally increase bridge financing grants to 2 million and reduce working capital by 500,000, does that offend the regulations around using money for reserves from reserves? Or is it, as long as it's within the general parameters of the reserve, we're legislatively okay?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So the idea is that these are a subset or guideline on what the minimum threshold would be of the overall reserve. So you could work within that reserve and not, as you say, offend any charter or any other regulation. The parameters within the thresholds that we're giving are based on what we need to get the reserve to. But they do not isolate within the reserve, if that makes sense, if that answers your question.
That does. Thank you. And the other question I had as I was trying to think through this and think through past, I'm not going to say bad habits, but past habits with respect to surpluses, it seems that at some point, and I assume it's going to be after the year end or the start of the budget process, or maybe it's an independent decision, we find out what the surplus is for the previous year, and staff bring a recommendation of how much to allocate towards this reserve, and maybe with internal details of the justification for the amount, but a lump goes to the reserve, but that may not be all of the surplus. And so that would be an opportunity. In the past, we've tended to use an accumulated surplus to fund one-off kind of special projects that just really don't have any other source of funding. If we were in a mood to do that in the future, would that be the moment when it might happen? Because once it's in the reserve, it's governed by the reserve. And we don't have that same discretion. So I'm just curious where council's discretion starts and ends.
Sure, thank you, through you, Chair. So the idea and the mechanism around the annual surplus is just that. We're setting the targets based on the need for the reserve. When the 21, I'll use 2021 as an example. So the 2021 fiscal is now being closed. We would take the surplus in this case, there isn't any, but if there was to be a surplus, we would bring it forward to council during the 2023 to 2027. So it's a skip of a year, right? So the 2023 to 2027 financial planning cycle. So this upcoming one. At that point, council has the authorization to say, okay, we'll put it into the general reserve to fulfill this need of the general operating reserve. Or we have the opportunity at that point to say, hey, you know what, we want to have a one-off project, or there's been, a significant amount of investment in facilities, as an example. Therefore, some of the borrowing is coming on board. We'll utilize that to smooth in the tax impact of the community. So it's really at that point of the financial planning cycle when council gets to choose, okay, keep putting money towards the general operating reserve or utilize it for this financial planning cycle.
And so in practical terms, I mean, the year end is about now and we'll know what the surplus is. And this year's, we're not having any, but if we had one, we would make the decision. The 2022 budget, of course, is set. So we're talking about a decision in an ordinary course sometime this fall at the start of the 2023 budget process. We would then decide how much might go to the reserve and how much might be used for other projects. And that's the decision point for that particular year.
Yes, that's correct. And it doesn't have to be at the beginning of the financial planning cycle. It can be anywhere towards the year end. So any given time, we can present the annual surplus at the beginning, and then you can choose to utilize it, say, when you know how much the overall tax impact is. So it's a bit of an elegant situation that we have a target in the general operating reserve. We understand why we need them there, but at the same time, we do have that ability to say, okay, we want to put it into the reserve or we want it to contribute to the next financial planning cycle.
Councillor Stoner.
I just want to clarify on my previous question with regards to the HR expenditures. I'm just rereading section 5.3 of the proposed policy on tax stabilization section. It says the district may incur unanticipated one-time tax funded expenditures. As I reread that, I think that's clear enough that that would not be result in a service level change. I just want to make sure that that is correct in my reading before I propose a change.
That's correct. One time.
So council, the recommended motion contemplates feedback. So I'll now look to council for comments or feedback. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you for bringing this forward and the research behind it. I think it's an important piece of work to help shore up a process that we've had, but actually give strong kind of guidelines around what it is that we actually use these monies for and how we allocate them. I think my only piece of feedback for when this comes back would be to get clarification in section 4.0 and 7.0 of the policy. So that's the responsibility of council, and then section 7 is the appropriations on when council authorization is needed for appropriate monies out of the reserve. So as we were speaking, we don't necessarily want council weighing in on when we use the reserve for bridge funding, but already in the appropriations, it says it can be used in case of emergency with council authorization. So just a clarity there on when council is required to weigh in on when monies are being used.
Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Hervard.
Yeah, just echo my colleagues' suggestion that we add a bit of clarity around when council can use this. I think for me, having a reserve around these needs adds some transparency and I guess certainty that the money will be there, and I think it contributes to good planning. So I support that piece of it for sure. I think, you know, if our budgeting is perfect, there is no surplus, and so I'm a little bit hesitant to rely on surplus for what I see as a really important fund. I'm actually okay with moving forward and sort of learning a bit as is, but in my mind, this is an important fund. We should be planning to fund it as part of our budget planning, understanding how much is reasonable each year, and then the surplus at the end of the year would be a bonus and might make the subsequent years easier. And so it adds still some transparency around surplus, especially to the degree we can be disciplined and use it for surplus. But I guess hesitate a bit to use surplus as the primary funding mechanism for what I see as a really important reserve. So I guess that's just more of a comment rather than an ask for a change. And I think that's something that we would deal with, I guess, at each budget cycle when we decide, do we want to put a budget line item in or do we want to allocate surplus from the previous year? But yeah, those are my comments, and thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comment. Oh, go ahead. I thought I already had you on.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. I appreciate the sort of formalizing what's been an informal, or I've been viewing as an informal process, although you've finance staff's been working under, you know, some principles behind the scenes. So I will take, you know, I think as far as the expenditures out, I think that's great. It will take some discipline to actually make sure the pieces go in during budgeting process, because I know it can be a tempting funding source for various things, and that may be appropriate at certain times, but I think that will be interesting to see how that goes, and perhaps in future presentations around this, sort of that context of when, you know, when that decision point would be made under this policy to allocate the funds to that reserve, or to do something else with it, or perhaps targeted amounts. To Councillor Pettingill's point, you know, yeah, zero isn't a good contribution, and generally how these things go, there has been a surplus, and perhaps some sort of to sort of see what that rough in what that would look like and some discussion around that point. I don't think that actually plays into the policy that we have before us, but just to understand what it means practically and so that council, or in this case, future councils and the public can understand what council's role is in that and where those controls are as far as the input as well as the expenditures, which I think are fairly well defined there. So yeah, thank you very much for the work. I think this is a good step forward.
Thank you. And I'm happy to see this come forward. Accumulated surplus, as much as I enjoyed using it from time to time, it actually did kind of bother me that it was sort of, and years ago when it kind of became apparent that it was kind of sitting there as dead money. We had taxed for it, and people had paid taxes and created this money over the years, and we really didn't seem to have any kind of purpose for it. It kind of sat there. Council would dip into it from time to time, and so I think putting some structure around it is a good thing, and setting some limits, and so everybody understands what's happening. And these are policies. This is not legislation. We can change the policy from time to time, as Ms. Brockshire stated, as conditions change in the community going forward. So I am happy to see this. I don't have any further suggestions about how it might be managed. But seeing none, do you require clarification, Ms. Brockshire, on any of the points? No.
Through the chair, thank you. No, I do not. I just have the one great feedback, and I have the one further clarification to the policy in section 4.0 and 7.0 around council authorization process.
Thank you. In that case, I'm suggesting the staff recommendation with the wording once again changed in the last line, incorporating feedback received and noted by staff, period. Moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor Herford. Further comment? Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Sorry, I had one more question. There was a motion on the floor, so I didn't want to ask it. But the next steps say that if council approves the policy, staff will establish the 2022 general operating reserve opening balance at 9.1 million less the temporary bridge financing of 2.9. So I'm just curious when that 2.9 million comes back, like on a timeline, and does it go directly into the accumulate or into the general operating reserve, or is that for future consideration?
The 2.9 comes back, sorry, through the chair, the 2.9 comes back when the debt is issued. So it depends on when the project is nearing completion.
And again, does that go directly into the general operating reserve? Yeah.
It would, yeah.
So our agenda calls for a short recess. I'd like to come back at 20 after 3. Thank you and welcome back. We'll continue on with our agenda. We're at item 3 sub 6, District of Squamish Procedure Bylaw, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Pollock.
Thank you. My name is Charlene Pollock. I'm the Manager of Legislative Services, and I'm here this afternoon to speak to the procedure bylaw and proposed amendments. So the purpose of this coming forward to the Committee of the Whole following the review in October is to allow further review, questions of clarification and direction from Council prior to the bylaw coming forward for first 3 readings. This is a substantial amendment. There's a number of proposed amendments in here following the review that took place on October 21st. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of all of the amendments. I won't get into a lot of detail. It is laid out in the report. So the first areas that were amended, section 6.8, electronic meetings, and then section 6.9, electronic participation by members. So the sections were separated so that it is clear, there's a clear distinction
between an electronic meeting and an electronic participation by members. An electronic meeting is a meeting where all or a majority of council members participate electronically. Electronic participation by members is where less than quorum, up to 3 members participate electronically. And it does make a difference how the agenda is posted. So there were some questions back in October about notice required. So if we're in a situation where we've posted the agenda as an in-person meeting and then it turns out that 4 members of council are unable to attend in person, the mayor or the acting mayor can call an electronic meeting, but we do need time. If it's a special meeting, we need at least 24 hours to repost the agenda, change the cover sheet. If it's a regular or a committee of the whole, the requirement in the legislation is advance notice. There's no definition of that, but we do need enough time to make those changes, amend the cover sheet, change the information on the website and repost. Okay, so insertion of section 6.12, and that's instructions in the event that the power goes out or interruption of the electronic meeting platform. So we didn't have anything in the bylaw previously in the event, that event. Removal of section 8.2C. It's no longer practice to provide a paper copy of the agenda to the library. Agendas are available on the website electronically. Section 8.4, that's the order of business on the agenda, was amended following discussion in October. And the changes to section 8.4 include moving the notice of motion to later in the agenda, moving the consent agenda to earlier, prior to bylaws, and renaming confirmation of motions to consideration of council committee recommendations, and moving that to follow business arising from the minutes. And then insertion of section 8.6 to provide procedure for listing reconsideration of council motions under business arising. Amendment to section 10.8 to allow the corporate officer to edit the minutes in the event that typo or misspelled name, something like that, is discovered following approval of the minutes. Insertion of section 10.9, and that's regarding summary of discussion and comments in the minutes. So as outlined in the report, there is a recording of council meetings, and the most important part of the minutes is the direction, which is the motion. A summary of comments will be recorded, but individual comments won't be recorded as general practice. The minutes are not meant to be a verbatim record, and they are recorded. Sections 10.13, 10.18, and 10.25 were reworded slightly just to make the wording clearer. These sections were discussed in October, and it was found that the wording was a little bit confusing. Sections 10.29, 10.30, and 10.31 were inserted to include language in the bylaw around council member conduct at meetings. And just to note, staff will be coming forward with a draft Code of Conduct bylaw at the May 24th Committee of the Whole meeting, and there will be more discussion around conduct at that meeting. And amendment to section 11.3, delegations. The amendment to section 11.3 is to allow more time for delegations at Committee of the Whole meetings for annual updates. This section could be expanded to include wording as outlined in the report, additional time may be allocated to delegations at committee of the whole meetings to be determined by the mayor and acting mayor when the application to appear is considered. It has been general practice to allow more than 5 minutes for delegations that attend committee of the whole. So interested to hear council feedback on that one. And then there was a small amendment to section 12.4. That's the reconsideration section. And that was a request from the October Committee of the Whole meeting to add the word any in front of member. So any member may introduce a motion for reconsideration in the event that the original motion resulted in a tie vote. I think currently it says a member. And removal of section 13.3, that's a request that the corporate officer read a synopsis of each bylaw or group of bylaws. That was removed from the bylaws. It's not practice for the corporate officer to read a synopsis of each bylaw, and each bylaw must be considered separately. A group of bylaws may not be considered for readings at one time. And amendment to section 13.9 to provide clarity around amending a bylaw prior to adoption. So the current wording includes that a bylaw may be amended at adoption. That is not the case. Third reading of the bylaw must be rescinded, given again as amended prior to consideration of adoption. And section 13.2 was deleted per direction from the Committee of the Whole meeting. So next steps, following feedback from council, staff will make any amendments to the bylaw and return to a future regular council meeting for consideration of first 3 readings. And the staff recommendation is on the screen that District of Squamish Procedure Bylaw number 2099, 2009, Amendment Bylaw 2838, 2022 be brought forward to a regular council meeting for consideration of first 3 readings, or be brought forward for consideration of first 3 readings with amendments, if there are any coming out of the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pollock. So council questions, first of all. Councilor Bettengill.
Can't decide if this is a question or comment, but I think we.
I'll let you know.
I vaguely recall I asked about this last time, and I can't remember what the response was, but we now have it in there explicitly that council has to abide by the code of conduct. I didn't see anything about expectation of the public to adhere to some level of decorum or something. And so I'm wondering why we wouldn't or didn't include a similar line, much like the council expectation for behavior.
Thanks for the question through the chair. That wasn't considered by staff, but we could include some wording if that's what council would like to see. Sorry, I just realized that there were a couple of additional amendments to the agenda that I forgot to mention. Section 10.16. So that's around considering motions separately. So I've got some new wording just for consideration to make it clearer. So I'll just read out the wording. If a motion under consideration contains distinct propositions, a council member may request that a vote be taken upon each proposition separately and specify the order in which the propositions should be considered. No motion is required to consider the proposition separately unless the requesting council member or some other council member requests that the propositions be considered in a different order than that in which they were originally presented. So the purpose of that change is just to make that section a little bit clearer. And then section 10.18 which is in the draft bylaw amendment right now. Staff are proposing adding to that section. So right now, the wording in the draft bylaw says that when a matter is under debate, no motion is in order unless it is a motion to withdraw, to amend, to refer to a committee or a report, or to postpone further debate to a certain day. So staff are proposing adding E to that, following D, or to separate provisions in accordance with section 10.16. So currently that is not included. And then the next part of this is, and the motions referred to above in A through D, so it would be E, must be dealt with in that order. So staff will just need to ensure that the order, it's the correct order pursuant to Robert's rules. And then one further suggestion is adding wording. I think it makes sense to add it to section 4, application of rules of procedures, to add wording that says items not specifically addressed in this bylaw will follow firstly the guidance of the Act, and secondly the most current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. Thank you.
So just to Councillor Pettingill's question, I thought that was a good idea. I'm just not sure it would live in this particular document. But I'm thinking, and perhaps you can help me, Ms. Pollock, the power to conduct business and to keep order in this room typically falls to the chair of the meeting at the time, and that's coming from provincial legislation. And so I'm wondering if it's maybe a separate resolution or policy that would be sort of posted on the door or in the room, much like we've done here, as opposed to being in a procedure bylaw, which I think of as the way that the meetings are supposed to actually flow for us. But I'll welcome staff or council comments to that. Ms. Arthurs, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going back in time, and I do believe that council considered language. We have code of conduct or public expectations of conduct that we adopted many moons ago, and I can't remember if it was a policy or just a procedure, but council had considerable feedback, and it involved the rec center, Brennan Park. That's when we were having some real problem with public conduct at the rec center, as well as outside of the council chambers, and we had them posted in the hallway. So maybe between this meeting and when we return with the procedure bylaw, we can nail that down, and we'll highlight it when we find it, whether it goes into a code of conduct bylaw, the procedure bylaw, or if it's just a policy. It could also be an addendum to the respectful workplace policy, because there are expectations around what staff and council can expect as far as behavior directed at them in the workplace. So it may be even better suited in the respectful workplace policy.
Does that raise any questions, Councillor Pettingill?
I'll maybe make a comment when we get to comments.
Further comment? Council? Further questions? I beg your pardon. Councillor Hervard.
Thank you. I'm curious around section 11.3, which is the delegations time, and how a couple things there. The part that's unchanged, delegations will be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes to speak unless 2/3 of the members of council by affirmative vote agree to extend the time. I don't recall it, unless it's elsewhere, anything that's just not a simple majority of council in the meeting. And I was just curious why that particular piece relies on that bit, not just the majority.
Through the chair, I think motion to extend the the end time is. I'm just looking at that. I'm not certain why that is. I thought Miss Arthurs may know why it's not a simple majority.
I'm just looking at the community charter right now.
Yeah, thank you. I find, yeah, I know in some instances there's weighted votes and different splits, and I think an effort to sort of simplify would be great if we're allowed to get with as far as I know Ms. Arthur's looking at the charter. So that's the first piece of that. And then, not that I expect these votes to be contentious, but just for simplicity. And then I think sort of some language, the language is proposed here for annual updates from organizers, organizations or societies, I think is interesting, but I think sort of I'd prefer some wording that does sort of state that at agenda planning, so that's the mayor at the discretion of the mayor and acting mayor, but clearly stating that that's in advance, so it's not something that we're, so we can plan the agendas. And there could be some other circumstances where more time would be appropriate. So I was curious to sort of around this piece. Do we want to be that? I mean, I'm seeing this as the staff sort of lens as being quite prescriptive as to what would automatically qualify as that. But what's the downside, I guess, of opening that up just a little bit so that there's that discretion of the folks involved in the planning process?
Thanks for the question. I actually, in the staff report, I'm proposing wording that's kind of similar to that I was hoping that council would turn their mind to. So the wording, and this can be tweaked for sure, but the wording I've got in here is additional time may be allocated to delegations at committee of the whole meetings to be determined by the mayor and acting mayor when the application is considered. That could be changed to be when, at agenda planning.
Oh, yeah, and that was the note that drew my attention to this section. But would that replace the proposed wording here altogether, or would that be as well as? Because it's sort of, that's not clear to me.
Through the chair, my intent would be that this wording would replace it. So.
Okay, I think that's, I like the alternate, not the one in the track change documents, the one that you highlighted. I prefer, and then, and then just as I look at that one piece, I guess Ms. Arthurs is looking through the to see if we can make a simplification piece there, or if it's.
Thank you. I can't see anywhere where it refers to a 2/3 requirement for extending time on a matter coming before council. So a delegation, or everything refers to just a majority.
With that in mind, does staff see any problem with sort of going through and removing any references to the 2/3? We work in that simple majority for everything else that we do, to my knowledge.
Some of the 2/3 references are a requirement. So, yeah. For example, finance matters require 2/3, 5 of 7 in our case vote. There are lots of things to remember where they are 2/3 or 5 of 7, and not just simple majority.
Thank you. Luckily, I haven't run across that yet in my time at this table. So, I think, and the other piece is maybe just a presentation piece, 8.2, where it says we no longer provide the more in the staff report section, not so much in the actual bylaw. But I think that just sort of highlighting that we no longer provide those to the library as we provide them electronically, but there's still access. I want to make sure that we sort of acknowledge that even in the presentation of this, because it feels like what that statement makes it sound like a restriction, but it's practically it's the same because the library has access to, public computer stations and so on. So just sort of acknowledging that in the preamble, not actually in the bylaw itself, but just because it sounds very when in fact the access is actually greater now than it has ever been. So, and maybe that's just an optical presentation thing. But
Through
anyways,
the
I'll leave
chair,
it there.
absolutely. And when the agendas are sent out, they go to staff. So the staff at the library would receive that. Are you
I'm just saying that
requesting wording being inserted?
no, just in when it comes forward for readings, maybe just highlighting that a little bit, adding a sentence to that effect or something, so that when you read the staff report, it clicks for people, because that's not necessarily completely obvious, and it does sound like it's a restriction when, in practical senses, the access to the library is actually improved at this point. If that makes sense.
Absolutely.
And I might add, the paper copies, the full paper copies are still here available at Municipal Hall, and we keep them for several years going back. So people who have some interest in looking at the full packages versus online, because there are some people who have limitations, they can come in and look at them here, and we'll provide them with a space to read them. We do that frequently.
Yeah, thank you. And I think is just not just an optics thing, but just sort of saying that in that initial staff report would be great, because it does sound like a restriction when it is quite open, is extremely open in practical sense.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Pettengill, but just on that point of whether it has to be a 2/3 majority to extend the time in a delegation, the other comparable thing is when council is resolving to hear somebody for unscheduled business. And that, in the times that I've been involved in that, has just been a simple majority. There was one time we resolved by a 4-3 vote, I think, not to hear Councillor Anderson some issue. That's what brings it to mind. So, I just to be consistent, it's kind of the same thing, or more or less along the same vein. And so I'll just let council think about that for a minute, whether we might consider changing that to just a simple majority. And we can deal with that in our summary of the comments. And then Councillor Pettengill, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the updated 8.4 and wondering if if O, which is consideration of committee recommendations, if that needs to come somewhere before H. And, just thinking our normal process, we have a committee of the whole, we pass some resolutions to bring back a bylaw for first or second reading or ask for a staff report and so on. And then we get to the meeting. And as 8.4 is proposed now, we still then hear that bylaw that we asked for the committee of the whole, and then we get to the committee of the whole recommendation afterwards. And so I'm wondering if that recommendation piece and approving that committee of the whole recommendation needs to happen before we actually consider the report or resolution bylaw.
Through the chair. Yeah, that's a good point. That could follow the consent agenda. So that would be before bylaws and staff reports.
And then one more. In 15.4, the chair of the council meeting shall preside in committee of the whole unless the mayor, council, or the committee appoints another member to preside. And maybe this is just my software developer head looking for bugs and loopholes, but I thought, well, what if the mayor and council don't agree? Who has precedence there, and do we need to state that?
I can answer that. So typical practice, what we've normally done, but through consensus from council, is it's the acting mayor, like the next month's, but, and council can vote on that. So what this says is, should the mayor and acting mayor not be available, the body will appoint another chair. And so it can be done through what we've done, which is practice, that it's the next acting mayor, or you can have a vote. And that's what happens with our other committees as well. If the chair's not there, they vote to elect a chair for that meeting.
So I'm fine with that practice. I think just my reading of this, it makes it sound like the mayor or council could get into fisticuffs over who gets to decide if they're on bad terms. And so maybe we can just sort of clarify the order of precedence there.
Yeah, those are typically the mayor, and if the mayor is not available or decides otherwise, like here, the acting mayor, and those two people are appointed by council, or the acting mayor is appointed by council resolution in the first place. And so it's, if those two people weren't available, I think this comes up. But if they're available, council doesn't have discretion.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just that's not sort of so clear from what's written there. And so just, yeah, if we can clarify that.
Councilor Stoner.
This is very minor, but under 8.4, so the order of business in the agenda. We have approval of minutes under the consent agenda, and then later on, under section M, approval of minutes again. And I'm just wondering why we double up on that.
Through the chair, the reason is if a set of minutes are pulled from the consent agenda, there's a correction requested, then it's considered in that area.
We could add clarity to that and say approval of minutes when pulled or something like that. If yeah, not previously. Yeah.
Any other comments, questions, council? No, Councilor Anderson?
A couple of comments, Chair. Back to section 11.3 and touching on a couple of aspects that Councillor Herford has addressed. First of all, is that 11.3? Actually, I'll deal with 11.3 first. I do like the suggested more general in nature phrasing that you've suggested, or that staff have suggested. And, but I wonder whether delegations might be replaced with organizations or societies, so that the suggested alternate phrasing that Ms. Pollock has put forward is additional time may be allocated to, I'm suggesting, organizations or societies at committee of the whole meetings to be determined by the mayor and acting mayor when the application appears considered, as has already been discussed. The reason why I prefer the organizations or societies is that I don't actually recall when a delegation has not been an organization or society, even if relatively informal or not necessarily a legal organization, like a neighborhood representative. And why I prefer the organizations or society rather than simply delegations is that I do think that in the past councils or chairs have been more indulgent than our practice has been, to the point where meetings carried on and on. That is, even people were invited to the table. And I think that we shouldn't give signals that any individual or concern may come forward. Of course, it's going to go through the mayor and the acting mayor, but that we keep to the organizations or societies. And it's very rare that it hasn't been an organization or society, but I think it's a good signal that that's what we're expecting. The other point I wish to make is that, and this has also been raised by Councillor Herford about the copies, in paper copies. I have recently fielded a few concerns from different individuals about access to information, clarity of what we're up to, and inability to access information. And these are old school persons such as myself, not necessarily, they may be up on computers and all that sort of thing. But I believe that this procedure bylaw is not the place to address that, but rather communications policy or even strategy. And we are expected to be revisiting communications strategy in the near future. So I wouldn't suggest any change to that, and I think it's sort of fine, but it's a valid concern Councillor Herford has raised, and I have heard it in the community.
Thank you. That is a good point. We could put something on the website where the agendas are, available electronically, that there is a paper copy available at Municipal Hall.
Thank you. On that topic, where does the policy, how long those are available? I appreciate that it was like some time, and I know that there would be some legislative requirements around that and where are we at with that currently?
So agenda packages are permanent retention. So the convenience copies that we keep at the front counter, we would keep there for a year, but we've got them in the back forever.
And on those ones that are past that year and they're there forever, is that enough? Does it take FOI to get one of those, or how accessible are those?
Through the chair, they're accessible, and an FOI would not be required.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, since we're at comments, the expectations around public conduct, I think in terms of council code of conduct, those expectations will live sort of by themselves regardless of the procedures bylaw. And so they don't need to be here, but I think it makes for a better document and clear expectations for how meetings should run to have that reference to the council code of conduct. So I think that should stay. But in my mind, public expectations around decorum should have the same level of reference, even if the details are elsewhere. I think it's worthwhile in the same way we sort of set out the expectations for council members, just sort of saying, hey, there's this policy or general expectations about the public as well. This is how we make sure that even when we disagree, meetings are constructive and respectful. And so I think just a similar reference, from my opinion, would be worthwhile here.
Okay. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, just some brief comments. I think that this is going all in the right direction, and thank you for your work on updating the procedures bylaw. I will just agree with my fellow colleague, Councillor Pettingill, that some reference to the chair's responsibility to maintain decorum in council chambers and public responsibility would be helpful. And then just on the expanding 11.3, and I think the expanded language in the staff report around delegations more broadly is applicable. I think this has been kind of the way that we've been doing business. I think back just to a few weeks ago when we had Woodfibre and Fortis come and present as delegations, and they were both given a half hour. So I think keeping that broader language to delegations and not necessarily narrowing down to societies or organizations makes good sense. And then it just gives the mayor and acting mayor some flexibility there.
Thank you. So two things. One is with respect to delegations, and last term we had a problem with individuals actually coming to meetings and with respect to rezonings and coming as a delegation at first reading, and we end up with almost a public hearing at first reading. And that got a little out of hand. And so that's one reason why we've been more restrictive in keeping those types of comments are not typically approved by the mayor. And they're put into the public hearing, which is where they're supposed to be. So there has been individuals, and I tend to agree with Councillor Stoner. I mean, there's going to be particularly a committee of the whole when you invite, there's all kinds of different times. We've had a whole bunch of different people speaking on a whole bunch of different issues, safe routes to school and whatever that wouldn't individually or are individuals are not parts of organizations. So I'm happy with that language. The other thing is the point that was raised earlier, and I want to just take a straw vote whether or not we want the majority on extending a delegation or this 2/3 majority, simple majority or 2/3 majority. So can I see everybody in favor of a simple majority? So that's the consensus, Ms. Pollock.
Thank you. And further to that point, I think that I'd like to see a lens, just sort of a review, and I don't know how onerous this is or where else it jumps up, but I'd love to be able to get to that majority whenever possible. I understand that certain things may require the 2/3, and maybe we just pin down the only one we can change. But in general, it'd be great for simplicity to operate under the same conditions all the way through, as we generally run off a majority, unless there's a particular point where it's not legislated and staff feels that it's beneficial for some reason. I don't know enough about that to go through and say which point that is, but sort of in general, that's what I would like to see. So again, maybe we've already done that, but do you have any? Yeah.
Through the chair, that's not overly onerous. I can go through the bylaw. I don't think there's a lot. There's one other section that I'm aware of. There may be a few others, but I can certainly do a review and check against the legislation.
And yeah, just so we're on the same page, everybody else followed that issue. Is there anybody opposed to going to a supermajority in other circumstances where it's not prescribed by legislation? So we'll keep it at the 4-3 simple majority. So that's consensus, Ms. Pollock, unless, of course, it's prescribed by legislation. So any other comments, Council? Ms. Pollock, do you need clarity on anything?
No, I think this is all pretty clear. I've taken some detailed notes.
Staff recommendation is that the District of Squamish procedure bylaw be brought forward to a regular council meeting for consideration of first 3 readings as amended. As amended? Do you want those words?
Yes, please.
Yep. Councillor French, Councillor Herford, further discussion? Councillor Pettengill.
Just clarifying, does that that wording permit staff to adjust given the comments we've made?
Let me revise the motion a little bit with the consent of movers and seconders, with amendments noted by council. Amendments, feedback noted by council. Yep. Is that agreed to? Agreed to? So the motion's changed. Further discussion? Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just speaking in favor of the motion. I'll acknowledge the ongoing good work that has been done with this. This is obviously a fair amount of change that we're incorporating this time around, and I think it's consistent with current best practices, and keeps us current and modern. Thanks.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, I appreciate all the work that's gone to this so far, and the extra clarity is great, both for us working with it and for the public to understand. Yeah, so thank you, and I look forward to seeing this come forward and working with the new agendas, because I think a couple of those little tweaks will make a big difference. So thank you very much.
No further discussion. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Pollock. We now have on the agenda a short recess. And amazingly, we're almost up to speed here. So Right. So we will adjourn, or recess rather, I beg your pardon, to 4:10. Thank you and good. We are back. And our last item on the agenda today is number 7, severe weather response, climate change adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. Ms. Latimer, I think I'm turning it over to you.
Yes, we'll just get set up here.
Get Sherry.
What was it?
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for having us here today. My name is Megan Latimer. I'm the Director of Public Safety with the district. Staff are here today to provide Council with a look back at the impacts and response to the severe weather events that have impacted the district in 2021 and 2022, and to offer an overview of climate change adaptation and risk reduction measures that are underway to improve community resiliency against future threats. I'm joined here today with my colleagues, Mr. Ian Pickett, the Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change, as well as virtually we have with us Mr. David Rolston, the Manager of Municipal Infrastructure, and Mr. Ben Kinoshenko, the Technical Operations Manager with Public Works. I'm now going to turn it over to Mr. Pickett to give us a quick refresher on climate change mitigation adaptation before we continue with the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. So just to recap quickly, climate change mitigation and adaptation are two different but heavily interrelated concepts. So climate change mitigation refers to actions to minimize the impacts of climate change through reducing the amount of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. So that is mostly through emitting less greenhouse gases or by naturally enhancing Earth's ability to sequester those gases. Adaptation refers to efforts to prepare for or adjust to changes that are happening or are expected to happen. Figure 2 from our climate change website gives some examples of adaptation and mitigation efforts, as well as actions that have synergistic benefits or that address both of them. Just for context, the CCAP, which was adopted in April 2020, is focused almost solely on climate change mitigation, although adaptation is noted as an important priority and many actions have adaptation co-benefits. Next slide, please. The district's climate change adaptation strategy, which was created in 2016, this is a figure that outlays the main points of the adaptation strategy. And the results of the strategy were specifically incorporated into the 2040 official community plan. And that was the purpose of the plan was to go into the OCP. So figure 1 overviews the near-term and long-term priorities identified in the adaptation strategy. Nothing will be particularly surprising here. The near-term priorities were identified as sea level rise, extreme precipitation events, and forest fires. The long-term priorities are important to think of and have lots of associated co-benefits, be them mitigation, economic, social, and other environmental benefits. One thing of note, this figure, which we created for our website, has been identified by First Nations elders as a great example of storytelling and a way to approach an issue, which was fantastic feedback to hear. Turn it back to you, Ms. Latimer.
So we'll now take a closer look at some of the severe weather impacts and the district's emergency response in 2021 and early 2022. This timeline is meant to provide Council with an overview of the various weather-related hazards that impacted our community in the last year, as well as early this year. The COVID-19 pandemic has also been included as it's played a significant compounding role in terms of emergency response efforts. The extreme heat, wildfires, and flooding events of the last year have really meant that the district is experiencing the effects of climate change in real time. Although these types of hazards do occur on a seasonal basis in Squamish, scientists have linked the increased frequency, magnitude, and intensity of these recent events directly to climate change. We're now going to take a closer look at some of these events and the associated district response efforts for each of them. So in June of last year, between the 25th of June and the 1st of July, An unprecedented extreme heat wave known as the heat dome affected all of southwestern BC, including the District of Squamish. We saw daily temperatures far exceeding the high 40s. The district, in response to this, opened several cooling centers throughout the community for the duration of the heat dome event, as well as for subsequent heat waves throughout the summer. The district also shared extensive public health messaging on its communications channels to be able to reach the public in terms of efforts they could take to protect themselves. Some of the other heat impacts that we saw around Squamish in the physical environment included rapid snowmelt, rock slides occurring off the Squamish Chief due to heat stress fracturing of the rock, and an estimated 1 billion sea creatures also died on the BC coast, including in Howe Sound, from exposure to high temperatures. I'm now going to turn it to Mr. Kinashenko to share an overview of how water demand was affected by the extreme heat last year.
Everybody, again, it's Ben Kinashenko, the Technical Operations
Ben,
Manager for Squamish. Hear me okay?
Ben, we can't hear you.
Oh. Still no?
I can hear him very faintly.
Very faint.
Mr. Kanashenko, you're quite faint. We're not really hearing you yet.
Can you hear me now?
That's better, but still low.
Is that any better? Test, test, test.
Slightly better, but still low.
All right, I'll speak as loud as I can, and hopefully everyone can hear me. So before you, you have a plot of the last 6 years of water demand on the District of Squamish water system. Circled in red, you can see the unprecedented levels of consumption brought on by not only the heat dome in June, but the extended drought conditions in through July and August. At periods during last summer, our water supply system was basically maxed out. So we have 7 water supply wells running on full to keep up with demand and refill reservoirs through the night to provide fire protection to the community. We brought into place stage 3 watering restrictions, which has only happened one other time in my tenure with the district, and that was due to the terminals fire that I believe occurred in 2015. So yeah, our new maximum daily demand hit a record high of 19,855 cubic meters, or almost 20 million liters in one day. That's almost 1.5 million liters greater than our previous max day demand. And with that, our average day demand increases as well. And Mr. Rolston will tell you when we go back to look at our water master plan, essentially the rate and the design of the water system, those are the numbers that engineers use to specify the size of your water mains and where upgrades need to take place. And it impacts your water model. Fortunately, we have a very productive aquifer, and we've done a lot of preventative maintenance in the last few years, so we were able to keep up. But I wouldn't wanted to have had it go on much longer. Next slide.
So turning to the next severe weather event or climate impacted event that we saw last year, wildfires. We launched right from the heat dome into wildfire season in 2021. And the heat dome is actually directly attributed to the town of Lytton over in the Fraser Valley, experiencing the hottest temperatures ever recorded in Canada, which ultimately contributed to a wildfire that burned the town to the ground. And the photo here in front of you shows the after effects on the top and the before of the same street view before the wildfire. Some of the evacuees from Lytton actually came all the way to Squamish for assistance and stayed in our community for several months. And although the district only experienced a few smaller spot wildfires within its boundary last year, neighboring communities in the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District were on evacuation alert and order for most of the summer. And this meant that the district had its Emergency Operations Center activated and on standby as a host community, ready to receive thousands of evacuees for most of July and August. I'm now going to turn it over to Mr. Rolston.
Good afternoon, Council. Speaking with respect to climate change, we're expecting to receive more intense precipitation, such as what we experienced in November through the atmospheric river event. And during that event, we saw a rapid rise in all of our rivers, but in particular, the Squamish River saw some of the most extreme flows. We also saw some very significant flows on the Cheakamus River, which resulted in BC Hydro issuing a spill release notification, and that brought the Cheakamus River up right to the level of Paradise Valley Road, which is the only access and egress to the valley. And so that prompted the district to issue an evacuation alert to Paradise Valley residents. Thankfully, we didn't need to issue an evacuation order, as the spill release was attenuated just as the water level crested. So we never reached a situation where access was completely cut off. But we did see significant ground saturation, as well as a large number of minor flooding and drainage issues around town, such as what's shown on this slide here, which is in the Paradise Valley. We also saw impacts on our wastewater treatment plant performance, as well as new maximum flow records entering into the wastewater treatment plant, and some relatively minor infrastructure damage to pump stations and other infrastructure. But overall, we did get away rather lucky compared with many other Lower Mainland municipalities. Next slide, please.
David, you stole my thunder. As David mentioned, we also had record inflow to the wastewater treatment plant during these atmospheric river events, partially due to rainfall and inflow and infiltration that occurs in the collection system. But also what we've come to realize over the years is that groundwater level plays a significant impact on our plant inflows. So when we have weeks and weeks of heavy rain and you get that ground saturation, as the water table rises, it increasingly impacts the rate of inflow and infiltration into the collection system. So it highlights the need to continue our I&I programs that the engineering department runs. Fortunately, we were able to keep the tanks at the plant from overflowing, and we weren't over permit on analytical results during the event. Next slide. Oh, and one note, sorry, on the last one, is that we were actually, the inflows to the wastewater treatment plant were triple what our average annual inflow is. So 3 times what we normally do in a day. Then moving on to winter response. So in December and January, obviously heavy snow, Arctic winds, outflow conditions, had a lot of snow and ice around town. Our crews were run quite ragged. And we did bring in some contracted services as well. Snow removal from downtown was necessary just due to the buildup and the windrows needing to be taken away. COVID didn't help, but fortunately our operating protocols that we implemented in Public Works were able to keep most of our staff working and healthy. We did go through a record volume of salt. We used about 1,000 metric tons on our roads this past year and about 500 metric tons of winter sand, which we normally try to avoid using because for every dollar of sand we put out, we pay about $5 to clean it up in the spring. So that's been one of our major initiatives this spring, is just sweeping up all the sand that we laid down. And there was a BC-wide salt shortage, and that's why we had to use more winter sand than usual. Some of the other impacts we had during the freezing rain event that followed the heavy winter storms was obviously a lot of downed trees causing power outages and quite a mess around town. We ran off backup generators at Powerhouse Springs and at the wastewater treatment plant. And we even had some mechanical issues with the generator at the wastewater treatment plant related to the cold temperatures. So we had to have some houses nearby on water limitations for a little while there. Yeah, I think that about sums it up. It was definitely a wild winter for members of the Public Works Department. Next slide.
And I will just add on to Mr. Kinashenko's recap of the winter storms that we also opened a warming center at Brennan Park for 11 days right through the holiday period, and recreation staff were able to keep that up and running for members of the public who didn't have a warm place to go because of power outages and because of some of the impacts that were felt during the winter storms. So just to provide a little bit of a sort of quantifiable recap on some of the district's emergency response from last year and early this year, we saw 10 different hazards impact Squamish, from extreme heat to flooding and wildfires, as well as things like air quality impacts from wildfire smoke in other parts of the province. We had 15 district departments involved in response efforts, both within the Emergency Operations Center, but also out on the ground doing emergency response, in particular Public Works, as Mr. Kinashenko has outlined. The Emergency Operations Center was activated for a total of 113 days last year, taking up mostly emergency program staff time, but also staff from other departments as well. We estimate that there's approximately $1 million worth of response and recovery costs from last year. Most of this will be recovered through provincial disaster financial assistance mechanisms. However, this is just to illustrate that even though some of the impacts in the district were relatively minor compared to other parts of the province, we did still suffer some significant response and recovery costs associated with them. So the district's been thinking about climate change impacts, adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk management for many years now. And this work is embedded in different plans and programs that we're following locally, such as our flood hazard, wildfire, and emergency management plans. And we'd now like to take a look at some of the district's advanced planning in the following section of this presentation. So looking first at heat planning and coordinated response, modeling does indicate that with human-caused climate change, communities in BC, including Squamish, will likely continue to see extreme heat events every 5 to 10 years. So the district is preparing for this in a number of different ways, including working closely with the health authorities in order to provide robust public education on how to recognize heat risk, as well as sharing household heat mitigation strategies. The district is also looking at introducing a new heat response plan this year, based on the learnings from last year, as well as informed by some of the heat response planning that's been done down in the city of Vancouver. And the district is also working and planning with community partners to ensure outreach and support to those who are most at risk during heat events, because what we know from the BC Centre for Disease Control is that although cooling centers do provide relief for those who are able to access them, where we saw the most impacts from the heat event was people at home suffering from heat illness and dying from heat illness in their homes. So working with community partners such as the Better at Home program, sponsored by United Way, or different seniors groups that we have in the community, like the Men's Shed based over at the West Winds Seniors Housing Program, are really going to be key moving forward in terms of our resiliency for heat. Some of the longer term heat management strategies include encouraging district residents to transition to heat pumps, which have important adaptation co-benefits as they provide both heating and air conditioning to a building. As well as other long-term initiatives such as planning for denser neighborhoods, which can lead to improved access to cooling centers, as well as ensuring that we're integrating green spaces into our planning. In terms of expanding our wildfire resilience, in 2017, the District of Squamish completed its Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And recommendations from the Community Wildfire Protection Plan are currently being implemented throughout the community under funding received from the province through the Community Resiliency Investment Grant Program. And this includes things like forest thinning and fuel treatments in high wildfire risk areas around Squamish, as well as fire smart programming to help individual homeowners identify and address wildfire threats on their property. And we've also recently introduced in the district the new wildfire development permit area guidelines, as well as a wildfire landscaping management bylaw. And I'd now like to pass things over to Mr. Rolston to discuss water security with you.
Thank you. So the district has prepared several plans to ensure the long-term water supply sustainability for the community. In 2013, the district completed a well protection plan, which included a hydrogeological assessment of the Ring Creek Aquifer, which is the district's primary water source, although we do also have backup water supplies, surface water supplies on Mashner Creek and the Storms River. The hydrogeological assessment indicated that the aquifer provides approximately 800 liters per second, whereas the district only extracts about 200 liters per second on the highest water consumption days of the year. Our aquifer is partially recharged through glacier melt, as well as through rainwater recharge. And so with climate change and receding glaciers, it has been identified that there could be some impacts to the aquifer. And so the well protection plan recommended that the district install a monitoring well in the aquifer in order to track long-term changes to the aquifer over time. So the district has installed this monitoring well in 2019 and has been tracking aquifer levels with no observable changes to date. In addition to the well protection plan, in 2015, the district completed a water master plan that included several items pertaining to water supply in the face of climate change. And this included a long-term water supply strategy. So the district currently secures all water from the Powerhouse Springs well field, which is on the Ring Creek Aquifer, as I mentioned. And this is considered to be a secure long-term source of water. So as such, the strategy recommended further development of the well field as demand dictates. The water master plan also included a water conservation plan. Managing and reducing water consumption will help to ensure the ongoing sustainability of the district's water supply. The water conservation plan laid out a comprehensive plan to reduce per capita water consumption by 15% through a variety of measures, including water metering, outdoor water use bylaw amendments, enforcement, building bylaw amendments, public education, and water loss management. The district is planning to update the water master plan in 2023 to take into account the new maximum water demand numbers that have been referenced earlier in this presentation, and to reassess the ongoing needs of our water system to ensure a sustainable water supply for the community. But overall, based on the work that we've done to date, the impacts to the district's water supply are considered low risk. And it's also anticipated that there would be a substantial warning time if the water supply was anticipated to be an issue, which would give the district adequate time to begin planning for alternate water sources if that became necessary. Next slide, please. So as a coastal community located in the floodplain of 5 major river systems, as well as Howe Sound, Squamish faces increased flood risk due to climate change. And climate change is expected to increase precipitation frequency and intensity, resulting in higher peak flows in our rivers. It's also expected to cause sea level rise. Provincial guidelines indicate that local governments should be planning for 1 meter of sea level rise by year 2100 and 2 meters by year 2200. So based on these risks, the district has been proactive in our flood planning. Notably, in 2017, the district completed an award-winning integrated flood hazard management plan that evaluated all of the community's flood hazards with consideration of sea level rise and increased peak river flows, and prepared a comprehensive flood mitigation program, which includes a robust policy framework as well as a comprehensive dike upgrade program. And the district has been actively implementing that plan, including adoption of our first floodplain bylaw in 2018, development of hazard policy that's contained within our official community plan, as well as extensive dike upgrades and planning work over the past several years. The district has also been preparing integrated stormwater management plans with consideration of climate change. In 2019, the district completed a phase 1 integrated stormwater management plan that evaluated all of the community's stormwater infrastructure as well as natural assets. And the district is now in the process of completing our first catchment-based ISMP for the Howe Sound and Squamish River watersheds, and that will be presented to council in a couple, which effectively determines how much stormwater the district needs to plan for when reviewing new development proposals. And so this ensures that new developments that are being designed today will be able to withstand the conditions expected in year 2100. And finally, the district has been doing an extensive amount of dike upgrades and planning. Since adoption of the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan, the district has secured over $10 million in grant funding to facilitate dike upgrades and planning work. And that includes upgrading a 1 kilometer section of deficient dike in the upper Jimmy Judd Slough area of Brackendale in 2019. Rewatering Jimmy Judd Slough, construction is nearing completion on that project currently. Henaic Park Sea Dike upgrades, which are approaching construction, pending permits later in 2022. And we're also deep into planning work for dike upgrades in the Eagle Viewing area and CHM Reserve. So overall, while we do anticipate increased risks, we're also proactively planning and anticipate being able to manage those risks. Next slide.
Thanks, Mr. Rolson. So additional infrastructure upgrades and contingency planning that and the engineering department and public works are working on together include wastewater treatment plant upgrades that have are starting this spring to add primary treatment to our wastewater treatment plant, as well as additional secondary wastewater treatment capacity. We are adding brine makers to our public works fleet to allow more efficient use of salt and basically to reduce the volume, the total volume we'll need for a normal winter. installing fiber communications cable to Powerhouse Springs, so we're not reliant on radio communications to get alarms and review the operating parameters of that station remotely. Engineering, we're working with engineering to add 4 million liters of water storage capacity at Lower University in 2022 and 2023, which will help buffer that midday high demand peak in the summer. There's also ongoing well maintenance and rehabilitation programs underway and pump maintenance as well. And then likely new financial plan items that we'll be looking for in the next 5-year plan, including probably some more. We have one portable large capacity pump that's trailer mounted that we can use for sanitary sewer if we need to bypass a lift station, for example, and or for storm pumping. So we're probably looking for 1 or 2 of the more of those over the next 5-year period. Permanent standby generators in some more of our critical locations, so high volume lift stations and storm drainage stations that don't currently have those pieces of equipment on site right now. We have some portable units, but not necessarily enough if we have an extended power outage to deal with all of the sites that need backup power. And then additional salt storage space as well. Currently, we have about 600 metric tons of storage on site here at Public Works, and ideally, we would be able to store about 1,500 metric tons of salt to ensure that we're not impacted by that high demand period in winter, on the cold winters, and you know, we can buy it when it's a lot more affordable. That's that for me on that slide. Thank you.
So, although there have been many challenging situations over the past year, the district has successfully managed to respond to the various weather-related emergencies, in large part because of strong forward planning investments already completed prior to these events. Staff will continue to proactively plan for and implement initiatives related to climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction as per associated district policy and master plans and council direction. Future learnings and research on climate change adaptation and risk reduction measures will also continue to be considered in master plan and policy review and development. So with that, staff recommend that the District of Squamish accept the Severe Weather Response, Climate Change Adaptation, and Disaster Risk Reduction Report from the Emergency Program, Engineering, Public Works, and Sustainability for information. And we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So Council, no decision is expected. So your comments and questions are welcome. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, first of all, thank you to all of the staff here and your teams. It's been a challenging year, and a lot of the forward planning that you have brought forward has meant that we have fared very well in a very challenging year, and there's more to come, but I definitely rest easy knowing that all this work is in the background. I have 3 questions, 2 that are kind of detailed and then one broader one. Mr. Konashenko, both the graphs that you spoke to in terms of water demand and then the inflow in the wastewater treatment plant were eye-opening. I'm just curious, on the inflow for the wastewater treatment plant, what is the max capacity? So if you were to draw a line on that graph at we were at, I think, at 400,000 or something, how close were we to max capacity?
That's a very good question, Councillor Stoner, through the chair. Our permitted limit for the wastewater treatment plant is 17,850 million liters a day. There were a couple of days we were over that. That said, there is some buffering capacity built into the plant, and it kind of depends how quickly the flow rates peak. I wouldn't have wanted to take on much more water. There were moments where if the rain didn't quit when it did, we probably would have overtopped some of our tanks at the wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you for that clarity, and good to know that we have some expansions at the wastewater treatment plant starting this spring for future issues like that. My second question was around the winter events, and one of the challenges that I saw was perhaps a lack of enforcement on the frontage and sidewalk bylaw in terms of clearing, or I guess private owners knowing that they need to clear the property outside of their private businesses or residential areas. And so I'm just curious if staff can speak to that a little bit in terms of how do we sensitize our community to the responsibility of clearing sidewalks and making sure that there's accessible routes through the winter storms as they accumulate.
Through the chair. I can start to speak to that and pass to Ben to follow up. We did see recently that there was a Supreme Court ruling for the city of Nelson regarding clearance of sidewalks, and that the onus is actually potentially on the city to provide that service. So staff are currently working right now to examine our policies moving forward for next winter, as well as the bylaws, and whether any amendments will need to be made to those. And that will then translate into our policies. And I believe Mr. Kinashenko can speak in a little bit more detail to the on-the-ground operations.
Thanks, Ms. Latimer. Through the chair, what Ms. Latimer mentioned is true. The other kind of more practical application of it was this past winter was extreme, no doubt. And there came a point even on some of the municipal roadways where the ice had built up so thickly underneath the falling snow that even our heavy duty equipment like our grader was having a tough time getting down to bare pavement. In some cases it just wasn't possible. So to ask a private resident to be able to meet that mark would have been a tall ask. And yeah, other than applying a ridiculous amount of salt, sometimes unfortunately there's not much that can be done in those types of conditions.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And there was definitely a weird freeze cycle that happened there that I think resulted in a weird ice layer. My other question was perhaps best addressed to you, Ms. Latimer, in terms of how we account for and manage for staff resiliency through multiple reoccurring extreme events, especially in the EOC. As you said, it was open for 113 days this past year. And that means that there's somebody tied to their phone and their pager day in and day out for 113 days. So I'm curious about the resiliency of our staff and the demand that we will likely be putting on, especially the Emergency Operations Center and staff in the long term, and how we are shoring that up. And if there is a chance or any opportunity to shore that up across the region, because I know we're also seeing that at the regional district level.
Through the chair, thank you for that question, because it's very relevant, in particular with the events of last year, where we saw extremely protracted crises that were quite intense at certain moments and did demand quite a lot of staff time. And I will certainly acknowledge that it did take its toll on many staff. Certain members of our staff that are trained in the Emergency Operations Center, as well as for frontline positions, they are invaluable in terms of what they do because of their highly specialized skill set. And so replicating that and having that contingency built in, it can't happen overnight. So we have learned a lot of lessons from last year in terms of that protracted nature of crises and how to manage that. And one of the things that we're doing is investing quite a bit of resources in terms of training additional staff across the district to take on different roles in the Emergency Operations Center. And I know this is also happening at the department level in terms of that frontline response role as well. One of the other things that has helped us immeasurably is being able to do virtual or hybrid emergency operations centers, in particular for staff that do have some of these specialized skill sets or expertise, for them to be able to still come to the table in an emergency operations center environment, provide their technical expertise, but be at home with their kids or, with other responsibilities, has been very valuable in terms of one of the silver linings of COVID. So it is something that we're looking at very carefully. And, the well-being of staff is also very important as they come through these events and are experiencing, the secondary trauma or sometimes first case trauma from these events. So certainly with our benefits package for staff and the access to counseling and mental health services, this is one of the ways that can alleviate some of those pressures as well. In terms of the region, we do work very closely with our neighboring municipalities and First Nations partners, as well as the regional district. And there is some potential there to look at backstopping different roles in the future, just because throughout the province, we have a standardized system for emergency management. So it is possible for staff to move between different authorities and to assist in other emergency operations center. And this is actually commonly done throughout the province. And people do move around to different EOCs to assist each other.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, French, Pettengill, Hereford.
Yes, I have one question and a couple of comments for later, if I may. It's my understanding that the water supply for firefighting purposes is in the Chikai Fan deficient for the areas around the municipal landfill, the airport. We've discussed that it's somewhat in looking towards a future airport strategy, but also the substations and the sawmill. And I'm wondering if staff may be able to comment on whether this is addressed in our plans. How are we going to solve this? Is it simply through private development applications? But this would seem to be a significant risk issue. The old name for much of the Chikai Fan is burnt ground because it burned over several times in decades back. But is this an area and a water supply issue for firefighting purposes that has been highlighted in our plans?
Through the chair, I can address that question. Staff are currently looking at improving water servicing to the airport, and that work is taking place as part of some of the airport planning that is underway currently. It has not been addressed in any of our master plans to extend water services north of the landfill at this stage. However, we are working with Squamish Nation, investigating the potential to extend water servicing to the Cheakamus Reserve. And if that were to take place, there may be opportunities for the district to provide funding and to increase the size of the pipe beyond what would just be required to service the reserve in order to improve fighting capacity to other properties in between the landfill and the Cheakamus Reserve. So while it hasn't been identified as in any of our master plans at this point, there is some ongoing work that is looking into that.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. This report took me back to those daily emergency operations center updates that we got for those 113 days. And I think this is a good opportunity for me to thank all of the staff who provided those valuable updates, and some days more valuable than others. But it became an end of the day low light highlight for me in that period to know that that report was coming, and I had an understanding of what had happened that day, what we might be looking to next. So kudos to all the staff that were involved in that. Onto my question. I'll sleep better tonight knowing that my perception that the Mashadar and Snoqualmie water intakes are maintained regularly, checked on a regular basis, so that if we do find ourselves in a situation where we very quickly need to activate one or both of those intake systems, it's flawless, seamless, and we're not left with a water shortage because of a well breakdown and then subsequent inability to tap those two sources.
Thank you, Councillor Pettengill, Hereford, and Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. Two questions. The first one, I understand. I guess what I'm curious is why water goes up when it gets hot. Is that mostly irrigation, or is it people, they need a cold shower and a cold bath a lot more, or what's driving the actual increase in water consumption?
Through the chair, outdoor water use is the biggest driver of our peak demands in the summer. Watering lawns, gardens, power washing driveways, those types of uses. For the most part, just to add to that, I think many members of the community were on board when we brought in stage 3 restrictions last summer. I think a lot of the high water use we saw later in the summer was people just keeping their vegetable gardens and landscaped gardens alive. I saw a lot of brown lawns around town, and we do have staff who do water conservation outreach as well. And for the most part, people were pretty well behaved.
Okay, thank you. It's good clarification. My other question, so in 2017, we approved the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan, and that was that considered the cost of retreat, the impacts of climate change, public willingness to retreat, and how we might otherwise deal with climate events other than retreat. So, for example, raising our flood construction levels, putting more into dikes and so on. And so we came up with a conclusion that we did, and we've moved forward accordingly. So two-part question. Has the flooding in Abbotsford and so on made us in any way doubtful of those 2017 conclusions? And the other piece is, at what point do we sort of go back and review that 2017 plan and sort of say, hey, are there any assumptions we need to change? Are there any tweaks we need to make here?
Through the chair, that's correct. So the 2017 Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan did review a wide range of potential options for flood management, ranging from wide-scale retreat all the way up to building a super dike that's infallible, and a variety of interim or intermediate options. And ultimately, our selected option was to upgrade our Squamish and Mamcombe River dike system to a 1 in 500 year standard, which is higher than the provincial standard, and also to include a comprehensive flood policy framework. And that means, raising new development to appropriate flood construction levels. The flooding that happened in November of 2021 hasn't caused any change in that strategy. And the plan is that the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan would be upgraded on a 10-year cycle, or if there's any new information, such as climate change projections, that would change any of the conclusions or the analysis that was completed as part of that report. So to date, we haven't had any condition that would actually trigger us to update it. We still feel that the information contained in the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan is relevant. And so unless directed otherwise, we would continue with that plan to only update it in 2027, or if new climate change projections are released.
Thank you, Councillor Hereford, Mayor Elliott, and I'll put myself on the list.
Thank you. I think Councillor Pettingill beat me to the punch with the why we didn't see a corresponding spike in the at the wastewater treatment plant when we saw that spike in the output of the water. So that makes sense. I was curious in those rain events where we had the spike at the wastewater treatment plant. Do we have data on where the infiltration came? Was it just everywhere? Was there one particular area? Like, is this directing additional work or changing any of the sort of the order of operations of upgrades because there's a particular area that was seeing more infiltration into the system than others? I'm just wondering if there's actions that we're taking based on this, on the experience here. Yeah, if someone could speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor Hertford. Through the chair, areas in the floodplain where the water table is high definitely see increased flows due to inflow and filtration. The engineering department has done a lot of work in the past few years to camera and clear and repair a lot of our collection system mains. I think in this case, water table was so high that it overtopped manholes in certain areas. So there wasn't a whole lot we could do in those instances. That program, by the way, I believe is continuing this year. It's kind of a 5-year rotating program that will continue to try to improve.
Thank you. One of the specific things that came up in our discussion today was sort of the like we'd like to hold more inventory, salt inventory. So I know that there's moving the salt shed, I think, is part of the pre-work for the new public works facility. Is there an increase in capacity there, or is that that sort of increased capacity hasn't been addressed as part of work that's underway?
Through the chair, no, that increased level of capacity hasn't been addressed through the work that's currently underway. And I believe for the time being, we're actually losing some of our salt storage capacity.
Thank you. The next part of that question, I guess, is you also mentioned that the ability to create brine on site will help. I was just curious what percentage that is roughly. Like, is that it goes 10% further? Is this something that's like really changes the demand there, and we get a 50% increase in effectiveness if we go this route?
Again, that's a great question through the chair. The magic number for salt brine is around 27% by weight. So you use 27% of the salt to produce the same amount of the brine to do the same amount of work. That said, brine has limited capacity below a certain temperature threshold. So once the temperature drops below about 12 degrees Celsius, or sorry, minus 12 degrees Celsius, the brine becomes ineffective, and we have to start using granular again.
Okay, thank you. And then the last piece, I seem to be focusing on winter stuff here, but there was some talk around the potential for some policy around parking for snow events, and I just wondered if that work was tied in with our general work in parking, or if that's something that comes from engineering, or if we're going to see something with that in particular going forward.
Through the chair, this is part and parcel of the amendments that staff are looking at bringing forward to council for the next winter season in terms of how parking is impacted by snow events, but also how parking impacts snow clearance as well on roadways. So this will be brought forward at a later date.
Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. One of the questions I had was around when we open cooling centers or warming centers, do we always have to have an EOC open and a task number to do that? Or can they be opened regardless?
Through the chair, it's a really interesting question actually, because in previous heat events before 2021, the province did not cover any costs associated with cooling centers. And so during the heat dome event of last year, that was sort of the precedent for the province to step in and to pay for some of the staff overtime costs for staffing cooling centers, as well as opening up facilities that were maybe not normally open to the public, any sort of rental costs and things like that. So moving forward, we do expect that precedent to carry forward and for us to be able to claim those costs back from the province. We do have to apply for a task number from the province. That does not necessarily mean that we need the EOC to be fully staffed and opened. It could be on a very, very minimal basis. However, the impact there is really on our recreation and library staff, where we typically hold our cooling centers. So that's where we'd want to try to see some of those costs recovered from the province.
And then I noticed that often our cooling centers during the heat dome and later events were closing early in the evening, but our temperature peaks at 5 p.m. And so I'm wondering what our capacity, or if we're looking at either extending those hours or providing overnight support or 24-hour support.
Thank you. Through the chair. This is something that we did look at last year and that we will be looking at for this year as well. The problem or the challenge that we faced last year was the staffing of these centers. We were facing staffing shortages across the board for a number of different factors. And then when it came to trying to bring on additional staff for the cooling centers, it did prove to be very challenging. That being said, we have investigated different ways to allow for at least one cooling center to be open into the later hours. So that would be Brennan Park Recreation Center, because it is already staffed into the later hours of the evening. And so with very, very minimal staffing coverage, we would be able to provide a cooling space for the public during those extreme heat events.
I know that BC Transit often helps during emergencies, and I wonder if we've had discussions with them about their ability to use one of our standby buses to pick people up and bring them to cooling centers. Because as you say, oftentimes these are vulnerable people that are stuck in their homes. And so how do we get them to where they need to go safely?
Through the chair, it is something that has been considered and discussed, I believe, at a provincial level. There's a couple things I'll say on that. One is that we are still in negotiations with the province to cover some of those costs. However, that obviously does not mean that we would not be able to provide that service. There may be other avenues to do that. The thing I would point out, though, and what we've understood from the BC Centre for Disease Control, is that although transportation is a barrier for some people to access cooling centers, where we're seeing the impacts is on people who would not go to the cooling centers regardless. So people who are already in somewhat marginalized situations, are very isolated, and who would not be seeking to access those cooling centers in the first place. So most of the efforts have been concentrated on looking how to access those people and how to use the network of different community partners to be able to provide outreach to those who are the most at risk.
One of the staff groups that wasn't represented during this presentation was planning. And I actually thought we might discuss a little bit about whether we need to change our DP area guidelines for adding architectural measures around making sure that buildings are not going to suffer if there's heat domes every 5 years. And also requirements for the type of or access to cooling within buildings for the residents if they're not going to provide air conditioning throughout. So I just wondered if planning had any thoughts after listening to this presentation about whether there's work to be done on that side.
Go ahead, Mr. Belanishkas.
Thank you. I think there's always work to be done when it comes to responding to climate change, because it's evolving and there's new information every year. The problem with the deep area guidelines in that they're very limited when it comes to operation of the building. So there's things that we can do with the look and feel of the building and its functions outside, but I think that there is an expectation out there that with what's happening over the last couple of summers, that we will see some direction from the province, because it really should be captured at the building code level or the provincial legislation, which would make it a lot easier. There's nothing really explicit in the DP legislation when it comes to things like, a building's resilience to wildfires.
Thank you. And Mr. Konashenko, I'm sorry if I missed this. I didn't see anything in the report about changing our snow clearing approach during extreme weather. Other communities eliminate on-street parking on one side of the road or at certain times of day during snow season. And I wonder if that's something that we're considering in planning for the future.
Thank you for the question, Mary Elliott. I'm hoping my mic's working a little better. Through the chair, yes, we are reviewing our snow removal policy, and I believe through the traffic bylaw, that work has begun. Fortunately, being at sea level, we tend to experience these types of winter storms, or these extreme types of winter storms, less often. But yeah, that's something we are looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I had my name on the list, but Councillor Herford asked my question, so I'm fine. So Council, unless there's other questions, the motion is really just to receive. But if you want to make comments, this would be the time for comments. So I'll go to Councillor Anderson, Councillor Herford. Or you're going to move the motion? Well, we can do that first. Moved by Councillor Herford, second by Councillor French. You speak to the motion? And then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you not only to staff, not only for the report, but for all the actions through what has been an action-packed, unfortunately an action-packed year. Yeah, I learned a lot, well, this year, but also through this, through the report, and it's great to see that it's, that we're very solid in certain areas, and it's highlighted some weaknesses that we're working on. So, and I look forward to supporting that ongoing work as we as those lessons sort of come through in additional policies. So, thank you very much for the work.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I have three comments. One has been prompted by Mayor Elliott's comments or question regarding DPA guidelines and Mr. Belanishkas' response. And my interest is in during wintertime, we had conditions this year where we had very hazardous incidents of ice falling from roofs in new mid-rise construction. And so the topic of interest is roof design on mid-rise buildings downtown. There were some cases this winter, and they may be unusual. We had that kind of a winter, but there would definitely have been risk to pedestrians if the road had not been closed off below due to the construction site. However, the situations did arise without that protection for pedestrians in other buildings. So the issue, perhaps for building code, if not for our structure, attention to roof design, new attention to roof design with the kind of winter conditions we're having. This is something that other jurisdictions have a lot of experience with, and maybe we don't. I don't know, but I have seen it happen, seen film of incidents, and maybe it's something to be mindful of. My second issue is the, to quote from Ms. Latimer's slide, or one of her slides, coordinating with community-based organizations and partners. And I will suggest that one of those partners is the Squamish Community Forest. I was recently on a field tour organized by Mr. Picketts, and Councillor Pettingill and I, who were along, we heard the voice or view of a professional forester that accompanied us, that the main issue that will drive management strategy in the community forest is wildfire risk. And that was his prediction. The location of the community forest is all the forest we can see from the community on the east side of the valley, virtually all of it. And of course, much of that is a wildland urban interface. With not only close to homes, but infrastructure. And we've already discussed it in the presentation of, we have pipelines, we have transmission lines, we have water infrastructure involved. Our community forest will shortly, Mayor Elliott, Councillor Herford, and myself and our Squamish Nation colleagues will be releasing a forest stewardship plan for public comment within the next probably weeks. That forest stewardship plan has some sections I'd like to draw to staff's attention, and they concern stalking standards for wildfire management. The sections are section 314, 315, 316, and I won't take up too much time quoting for it, but it is strategies to reduce wildfire risk in stalking after harvest, in an intermediate harvest, to ensure that we have stand structures that are best suited for that these factors. So that will be out in the public. One of the purposes of a community forest is to raise awareness of these management conditions and strategies. And we can also set an example with the community forest that we are joint ventures with this Squamish Station to other neighboring Crown and private land forest managers. So I'm sure Councillor Herford, that we would welcome staff's input on that forest stewardship plan. If there's anything that our forest managers haven't noted, I think it's important and should be something featured in our future overviews of what we're up to. Finally, on the same tour that I mentioned that Dr. Picketts organized for us, we visited the airport airport treatment areas that under the dollars we're spending or accessing for Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And my opinion is that that was a deluxe prescription, and that we are probably our prescriptions for these treatments are too expensive, and we need to find ways to treat more area. We certainly have a backlog around our community of forest areas needing wildfire prevention treatments, and I am noting a consensus of opinion that on that along that line. I just spoke yesterday with a Wildfire BC manager who says we have to do more with the same money, cover more ground, different strategies, different types of prescriptions, because we've got such a backlog right around Squamish. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill, Councillor Soner.
Yeah, thank you. A couple things. One, I just want to reiterate thanks for Public Works for saving saving us more than a few times. I just trying to figure an appropriate word there, because it really made a huge difference. And again, it's why our community can sleep safely at night, even if they don't know that's what's keeping them safe. And so it is in my mind, certainly, as I'm thinking about the new Public Works facility and some of these critical infrastructure pieces we're talking about, in terms of the EOC being part of the SLRD board as an alternate, was able to see not just the burden of the amount of time that this is putting on staff, but it's helping people who are going through just absolute crisis. Their whole, their home, their town, everything has been destroyed, and our EOC are helping these people, taking on board their trauma and trying to help them find a solution. And so I'm glad to hear that we're training other stuff up, but I think we can't lose sight of the impact that these disasters are having on our EOC as well. And so I really appreciate the work that's being done there, and we can't let that go by unrecognized. I'm very glad we have the integrated flood hazard management plan, and that we have really sound policy, and we've thought about where we can build, where it's safe to build, and what makes the most sense economically and in terms of public support and so on. So very glad for that. I'm afraid I do have to go on a little bit of a rant, but I'll, the most recent IPCC reports are very, very clear and explicit. We can't expect to survive by replacing one type of fossil fuel with another one. So we can't expect we're going to survive this replacing coal with gas or LNG. And regardless of Ukraine or future demand for energy, not denying that, but we don't survive if we solve that with more fossil fuel projects. And I don't have the answer there, but we know a solution is not more fossil fuel projects. The science is very, very clear on this. Our community has taken great strides in terms of reducing our emissions, and I think we're doing great work. And that's why the wood fiber and forest project is incredibly frustrating to me. I know we don't have as much authority as we would like, but we do have a voice and we do have some tools. And I think we have opportunity to be much more forceful in our voice and the tools we do have to try and deal with these. I'm increasingly seeing, even from the UN, the reference to that we really are frogs in the slowly boiling pot at this point. And it's very clear what's happening. No one's denying climate change anymore, but we're just sort of not uncomfortable enough to make those changes or to accept that we personally have to make those changes. We know someone has to make the change, but it's not sticking with me that I have to make that change enough yet. And so not sure how we get to making those changes, but that's something we really need to do. I don't want to leave this on a negative note. And one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about wood fiber and some of these other things and wanting to push us to do more is, as dire as those things are, our community, our staff, and our council, the decisions we're doing, the things we're doing as a community is really held up as an example across BC. I'm constantly at different conferences where our staff or our mayor are speaking about what we're doing, and other communities are using it as an example of success and as inspiration about what can be done. And so I see our capacity, our willingness, our leadership, and what we really can do. And so I'm just hoping we can find the ability to bring that level of leadership and strength across the board in tackling these challenges. And so I want to thank staff for all the work done to date. And it's a big task, and thank you for what you're doing.
Councillor Stoner, and then I'll put myself on the list.
Thank you. Through the chair, again, just thanks for this report and for all the work that's been done over the past year and previous to that in terms of making sure that we were ready to respond to some of these events. I think was really helpful that staff tried to put a number to the cost of responding, and at $1 million, I suspect that that's probably a conservative estimate. But even if it isn't, I think it's important to note that that cost could have ballooned if we hadn't done the planning and the mitigation work that has been done over the previous years. And so that just reemphasizes to me the importance that we can't let up on mitigation and adaptation, and the plans that we have outlaid in terms of updating them with these new numbers. And continuing to put our budget dollars behind that, because if we don't do it in advance, we are going to pay for it later. So some really great takeaways. Thank you to staff for taking the time to reflect and pull out some of the lessons learned over the past year. And I look forward to seeing how we advance those in the budget coming forward and future master planning projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I had occasion to drive through Lytton about 3 months after the fire, and it is something shocking, really, and make me very feeling very sad for the community of Lytton, but also very grateful for being part of a community where we were not as affected by the fire anywhere near as much, or by the heat or by the other challenges. And I think a large part of that is due to some of the advanced planning that staff have been going through and things we've done for the last 10 years. And in fact, the time I've been on council and probably before, where we've been anticipating some of these things and have been managing these risks. But they're not over. They are, I think, increasing in intensity. And I don't always agree with things that come out of the province, but I do agree with the mantra of build back better that they have been promoting. And I think that is something that we have to absolutely take to heart. As I was reading these various emails, the nightly emails from Ms. Latimer over the summer and through these events, that kept occurring to me. You know, yeah, we're at the edge here, but so we've got to start raising our resistance and our robustness and redundancy and plan for something worse is the reality of it, I think. But I'm grateful to staff for all the work they've done, both before these events and during these events, and want to thank you for your presentation today. And if there's nothing else, there's a motion to receive. Was it moved and seconded? I can't remember. It was. Is there further comment from council? Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much. And council, that's the end of it for today. Moved by Councillor Herford for termination, second by Councillor Stoner. Any further comment? Any opposed? Yeah. Motion passes. So that's the end of this meeting, council. We are starting, I'm going to give us about 5 minutes to just sort ourselves out, and we will start at the special on the same link.